Section 51 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies. Chapter 10, Part 3. Research on Protective Clothing. In late 1951, following the first Desert Rock exercise, the government conducted Operation Jangle, a nuclear test series that detonated 2 nuclear weapons, one on the surface and one buried 17 feet underground. The 2 Jangle shots were tests where the weapon's fireball touched the ground. When a nuclear weapon's fireball touches the ground, it creates much more local fallout than an explosion that bursts in the air. Consequently, these tests posed some potential hazard to civilians who lived near the test site and to test observers and participants. 2 weeks before Jangle, the DoD requested an additional 500 observers at each of the Jangle shots to acclimate the troops to nuclear weapons. The AEC advised against the additional participants, declaring that, quote, "This, the first detonation, was an experiment which had never been performed before, and the radiological hazards were unpredictable," end quote. In the AEC's view, no one should approach ground zero for 3 or 4 days after the surface shot. The AEC seems to have been successful in persuading the Department of Defense not to include the extra observers, but the DoD did not agree to the AEC's suggestion on approaching ground zero. 4 hours after the first shot, the DoD conducted research involving troops who were accompanied by radiation safety monitors. 8 teams of men walked over contaminated ground for 1 hour to determine the effectiveness of protective clothing against nuclear contamination. Similar tests were conducted after the second shot at Jangle, but this time after a longer period. 5 days after the shallow underground shot, men crawled over contaminated ground, again to determine the effectiveness of protective clothing. Other men rode armored vehicles through contaminated areas to check the shielding effects of tanks and to check the effectiveness of air filtering devices. According to the final report, the protective clothing was, quote, "adequate to prevent contact between radioactive dust and the skin of the wearer," end quote. The information on this research is limited. The only mention of the subjects in the report reads, quote, "The volunteer enlisted men, too numerous to mention by name, who participated in the evaluation of protective clothing were of great assistance, which is gratefully acknowledged," end quote. It is likely that at the time these men were not viewed as subjects of scientific research, but rather as men who had volunteered for a hazardous or risky assignment. We know nothing about what these men were told about the risks, or whether they felt they could have refused the assignment if they had an interest in doing so. The Jangle activities are a good illustration of difficulties in drawing boundaries in the military between activities that are research involving human subjects and activities that are not. Although the Jangle evaluation was likely not considered an instance of human research at the time, it has many similarities to ground crawling activity conducted several years later, not in conjunction with a nuclear test, that was treated as research involving human subjects. In 1958, 90 soldiers at Camp Stoneman in Pittsburg, California, were asked to perform, quote, typical Army tactical maneuvers, end quote, on soil that had been contaminated with radioactive lanthanum. The soldiers were then monitored for their exposure to study beta contamination from this non-penetrating form of radiation. In 1963, soldiers were again asked to maneuver on ground contaminated with artificial fallout, this time at Camp McCoy in Wisconsin. The plans for the 1958 maneuvers, which were administered by the Navy's Radiological Defense Laboratory, had been submitted for secretarial approval, as was required for biomedical experiments involving Navy personnel. In accordance with the Navy rules, the soldiers signed, quote, written statements of voluntary participation, end quote. During the 1963 experiments, the Army processed the activity under its 1962 Regulation on Human Experimentation, AR 70-25. This rule, a public codification of the Secretary of Defense's 1953 Nuremberg Code Rule, also required secretarial review and written consent. Cloud penetration experiments. Quote, what are the dangers to be encountered by the personnel who fly through the cloud? How much radiation can they stand? How much heat can the aircraft take? Can the ground crews immediately service the aircraft for another flight? If so, what precautions are necessary to ensure their safety? End quote. The Air Force felt that it was essential to answer these questions. To do so, it carried out experiments, including some with animals and a few with humans. At the first atomic tests, the military used remote-controlled aircraft, called drones, to enter and gather samples from atomic clouds in order to estimate the yield and learn the characteristics of the weapon being tested. Military pilots did, however, track mushroom clouds, gathering information and plotting the cloud's path in order to warn civilian aircraft. During a 1948 test, a cloud tracker piloted by Colonel Paul Fackler inadvertently got too close to a cloud. But after the accident, Colonel Fackler commented, quote, no one keeled over dead and no one got sick, end quote. Colonel Fackler's experience, and Air Force history later recorded, showed that manned flight through an atomic cloud, quote, would not necessarily result in a lingering and horrible death, end quote. Some of the trackers had sniffers on their aircraft to collect small samples. The Air Force conducted experimental sampling missions at 1951 tests and later permanently replaced the drones with manned aircraft because drones were difficult to use and they often did not get the quality samples of the atomic cloud that Atomic Energy Commission scientists desired. By Operation Teapot, 1955, the AEC considered the testing of a nuclear device, quote, largely useless, end quote, unless sampler aircraft were used to obtain fission debris that would be used to estimate the nuclear weapon's performance. As the sampling mission became routine, a new mission in the clouds began. At Teapot, the Air Force performed the first manned, quote, early cloud penetration, end quote. The phrase was used by the Air Force to refer to missions conducted as soon as minutes after detonation of the test weapon. The main purpose was to discover the radiation and turbulence levels within the cloud at early times after detonation. Like the first sampling missions, the first early cloud penetration missions were conducted by unmanned drone aircraft. In 1951, Colonel now General E. A. Pinson, an Air Force scientist who had earlier conducted tracer experiments on himself and other scientists, placed mice aboard a drone aircraft. In 1953, he flew mice, monkeys, and instrumentation in drone aircraft through atomic clouds. Pinson concluded that the radiation risk from flying manned aircraft through atomic clouds could be controlled by monitoring the external gamma dose. But the Air Force was not convinced and asked Pinson to follow up the animal experiments with studies with humans during Operation Teapot, 1955, and Operation Red Wing, 1956, to confirm the results. This research appears to have involved a small number of subjects, perhaps in the range of a dozen or so. Pinson designed the human experiments to, quote, learn exactly how much radiation penetrates into the human system, end quote, when humans flew through a mushroom cloud. The Air Force had pilots swallow film contained in small watertight capsules. The film was attached to a string held in their mouths so that it could be retrieved at the end of the mission. When the film was retrieved, the researchers compared the exposures measured inside the human body with those measured on the outside. They found that the doses measured outside the body were essentially identical to the doses inside the body. This was a critical finding because it meant that surface measurements would be, quote, representative of the whole body dose, end quote. For the experiment, the AEC test manager for Teapot waived the AEC's test exposure limit of 3.9 Roentgens and permitted 4 Air Force officers to receive up to 15 Roentgens whole body radiation. The exemption was, quote, based on the importance of the project to the military effects test program and the fact that radiation up to 15 R may be necessary for its successful accomplishment, end quote. When the air crews entered the atomic clouds, they measured dose rates of radiation as high as 1800 rad per hour. Since the crews were in the cloud for such a short period of time, however, the actual doses were much lower than 1800 R. The maximum reported dose received on a single mission was 17 R, higher than the 15 R authorized for the project. Since the air crews flew on several missions, 2 of the crew members received more than 17 R. A year later, at Operation Red Wing, where the atomic and hydrogen bombs were tested, the Air Force conducted another series of experimental cloud penetrations. Part of the Red Wing experiment was to measure the hazard from inhaling or ingesting radioactive particles while flying through a mushroom cloud. When mice and monkeys were flown through clouds during earlier tests, they were placed in ventilated cages to determine the hazard from inhaling radioactive particles. The studies found that the hazard from inhalation was less than 1% of the external radiation hazard. As General Pinson put it, quote, in other words, if the internal hazard were to become significant, the external hazard would be overwhelming, end quote. To confirm this finding, Pinson undertook a similar experiment with humans, and again, as with the Teapot experiment, Pinson was a subject as well as a researcher. To perform the experiment, no filters were installed in the penetration aircraft. Again, it is estimated that about a dozen subjects were involved. The military this time set the authorized dosage, the maximum dosage to which Pinson could plan to have people exposed, at 25 R, and a limiting dosage, in which case a report had to be filed, at 50 R. During the experiment, quote, maximum radiation dose rates as high as 800 R per hour were encountered, and several flights yielded total radiation doses to the crew of 15 R, end quote. To measure the internal dose of radiation, the scientists analyzed urine samples and used whole body counters. The project, as Pinson's final report noted, marked the transition from animal experimentation to human measurement. Quote, although a considerable amount of experimentation had been done with small animals, which were flown through nuclear clouds, the early cloud penetration project of Operation Red Wing was the first instance in which humans were studied in a similar situation. End quote. The results confirmed those of the animal experiments. The internal hazard of radiation was insignificant relative to the external hazard. Consequently, the researchers recommended, quote, that no action be taken to develop filters for aircraft pressurization systems, nor to develop devices to protect flight crews from the inhalation of fission products, end quote. Experimental purpose, military tactics, money, and morale. Why was the Air Force interested in showing that atomic clouds could be penetrated soon after a detonation? Most important, the military wanted to assure itself that it was safe for combat pilots to fly through atomic clouds, if need arose during atomic war. But the research did not make much of a scientific contribution. Researchers had already established the levels of radiation in atomic clouds by flying drone aircraft through them, and there was nothing path-breaking about humans being exposed to levels of radiation under 25 R. General Pinson later noted, quote, there are no research people that I know of that gave a damn about manned early cloud penetration experiments, because this is a negligible contribution to research and science. Scientifically, this contributes less than I suspect anything I've ever done. Its only virtue is the practical use of it. End quote. From the scientific perspective, the data would not likely be of great use. From an immediate practical perspective, human data were felt to be essential for reassurance. Should the Air Force have been satisfied with the wealth of data it had from the drone experiments? In retrospect, Pinson found the question difficult. Quote, there's reason to say, well, you should have been satisfied with the data that had been gathered with the drones, but, these are hard-nosed, practical people that put their life on the line, and in military combat, where the hazards are far greater than in this modest exposure to radiation. End quote. The budget also played a key role in cloud penetration research, as well as the related decontamination experiments, which will be discussed shortly. The Defense Department declared that the knowledge gained through its cloud penetration experiments would save, quote, the taxpayers thousands upon thousands of dollars, end quote, because there would be no need to develop special protective clothing or equipment, which had been thought to be necessary. As in the case of the Hume RRO experiments and the troop maneuvers, indoctrination and morale were important forces behind the experimentation. Quote, perhaps the most important problem of all, end quote, a popular men's magazine of the day wrote about the teapot experience, quote, might be a psychological resistance of combat pilots and crews flying into the unknown dangers of hot radioactive areas, end quote. The press, therefore, depicted the teapot experiment as a message to the world. Pilots can fly through atomic clouds safely. Research, consent, and volunteerism. Like the Hume RRO experiments, the cloud fly-through experiments were treated as occupational rather than experimental activities. None of the participants signed consent forms, and waivers to dose limits were sought and approved under the process followed for the non-experimental fly-through activities. In 1995, General Pinson said that he had not been aware of the ethical standards declared in the 1953 Secretary of Defense memorandum. If he had been, he, quote, would have gotten written consent from the people that were involved in this, end quote. A 1963 Air Force history of the cloud sampling program does not describe the process of crew and pilot selection, but does provide a perspective. Quote, the Strategic Air Command pilots picked to fly the F-84G sampler aircraft were pleased to learn that they were doing something useful, not serving as guinea pigs as they seriously believed when first called upon to do the sampling. End quote. Did the personnel understand the risks? Some of them surely did. The aircraft carried airmen and scientific observers. Because the scientific observers were the very scientists who designed the experiments, they certainly understood the radiation risks as well as anyone could be expected to. In this way, the cloud fly-through experiments exemplified the ethic of researcher self-experimentation. As Pinson recalled in 1995, quote, if you are going to do something like this, and you think it's safe to do it, then you shouldn't ask somebody else to do it. The way you convince other people that at least you think it's all right is do it yourself. End quote. The non-scientists were briefed and informed that the risks from their radiation exposure would be minimal. A pilot in the cloud tracking activities recalled one of the briefings. Quote, the scientists line up at a briefing session and tell you there's no danger if you will follow their instructions carefully. In fact, they almost guarantee it. End quote. But many of the pilots seemed to have been neither worried at the prospect of risk nor excited at the prospect of glory. Pinson, for example, described the attitude of the pilot who flew his aircraft as, quote, matter of fact, end quote. And at Operation Teapot, Captain Paul M. Crumley, project officer for the early cloud penetrations, stated, quote, we consider these flights routine. Neither the pilots nor observers are unduly concerned over the fact that no one else has flown into an atomic cloud so soon after detonation. End quote. Decontamination experiments. In conjunction with the Teapot cloud fly-through experiment, the military also conducted an experiment on ground crews, quote, to determine how soon these same aircraft could be reserviced and made ready to fly again. End quote. The Air Force used the contaminated aircraft from the early cloud penetration experiment. The research sparked a debate between the Air Force and the AEC over the costs and benefits of safety measures, a debate that was itself resolved by further experimentation. In one part of the, quote, experimental procedure, end quote, personnel, the number involved is not reported, rubbed their gloved hands over a contaminated fuselage, and in another part, quote, the bare hand was also rubbed over a surface whose detailed contamination was known, and a radioautograph of the hand surfaces was made, end quote. None of the survey team exceeded the AEC's gamma exposure limit of 3.9 R. Concluding that aircraft did not need to be washed down or decontaminated after they flew through the atomic clouds, Colonel William Kiefer, Deputy Commander of the Air Force Special Weapons Center, proposed that decontamination procedures be eliminated except in extreme circumstances. This change in procedures might cause overexposures, Kiefer wrote, but they would be acceptable as long as dangerous dosages would be avoided. The proposal was not warmly received by the AEC. Los Alamos's Thomas Shipman complained that the goal should be to reduce exposures to zero. Harold Planck, a Los Alamos scientist who was in charge of the cloud sampling project and who rode along on many of the cloud sampling missions, said, quote, Kiefer simply could not understand the philosophy which regards every radiation exposure as injurious, but accepts minimum exposures for critical jobs. End quote. Kiefer suggested a compromise: test the proposal with only 1 or 2 sampler aircraft. Planck objected, but the AEC test manager promised to, quote, do everything possible to obtain a waiver of AEC operating radiological safety requirements, end quote. The Air Force carried out the study during the 1957 Operation Plum Bob. An additional plane was flown through the atomic clouds created by 5 events to determine the hazard from the Air Force's proposed procedures. The study showed that decontamination would be necessary to prevent overexposures at test sites. In the end, the Air Force was unsuccessful in its attempt to change the decontamination procedures for sampler aircraft. We do not know how the Air Force viewed this activity. Given that it did not treat the cloud fly-throughs as an experiment, it is unlikely that the Air Force considered the ground personnel activity to be an experiment. There is no record of what the ground personnel were told or whether they were volunteers. End of section 51. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston. Section 52 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston. The bomb tests. Questions of risk, records, and trust. In this chapter, the Advisory Committee reviewed 6 different activities that were conducted in conjunction with bomb tests that today we would consider research involving human subjects. Only 2 of the 6, the atomic effects experiments conducted on officer volunteers and the flash blindness experiments, were clearly treated as instances of human research at the time. The 6 human research projects likely included no more than 3,000 of the more than 200,000 people who were present during the bomb tests. Some of the research subjects, perhaps as many as several hundred, were placed at greater risk of harm than the other bomb test participants who were not also research subjects. However, most of the research subjects were not. At this point, we turn to a consideration of several issues that affect all atomic veterans, regardless of whether they were also research subjects. These include how, at the time, the DoD and the AEC determined what exposures would be permitted, issues of record keeping, and what is known today about long-term risks and participation in the bomb tests. AEC and DoD risk analysis for exposure at bomb tests. In counseling human subject research at bomb tests, the Joint Panel on the Medical Aspects of Atomic Warfare stated that the research had to be performed under safe conditions. What safe meant for all those exposed, both experimental subjects and other military participants at the bomb tests, was subject to arrangements between the AEC and the DoD. While the military, of course, is responsible for the safety of its troops, the AEC had responsibility for the safe operation of the Nevada and Pacific sites at which the weapons were tested. Secrecy, summarized Barton Hacker, a DOE-sponsored historian of the bomb tests, quote, so shrouded the test program that such matters as worker safety could not then emerge as subjects of public debate, end quote. As we have seen in the case of the cloud fly-through research, by the mid-1950s, the AEC and the Defense Department had arrived at a method of operation through which waivers to the basic radiation safety standards for the tests would be granted for particular activities. In the early 1950s, in the context of the Desert Rock exercises, the AEC and the DoD established the precedent for departure from the standards that the AEC relied on for its own bomb test workforce. At this time, the AEC was the main source of expertise on radiation effects. Its guidepost for its own workers at the Nevada test site and elsewhere was the 3R per 13-week standard established for occupational risk by a private organization, the National Committee on Radiation Protection. This level, it may be recalled from the debates on nuclear airplane experimentation discussed in Chapter 8, was well below that at which the experts assumed acute radiation effects, such as would limit combat effectiveness, could occur. In 1951, the Los Alamos Laboratory, the AEC's right hand in weapons test management, called on the Division of Biology and Medicine's director, Shields Warren, for, quote, official but unpublicized authority to permit exposures up to 3.9 R, end quote, for AEC test personnel. Warren granted the request, counseling that, quote, this division does not look lightly upon radiation excesses. As we have seen, the DoD shortly thereafter determined to use the tests for troop maneuvers and did so at Desert Rock 1, keeping the troops at 7 miles distance during the detonation. In early 1952, the DoD asked the AEC to endorse its request to station troops at Desert Rock 4 as close as 7,000 yards from ground zero, approximately 4 miles, far closer than the 7-mile limit the AEC permitted its own test site personnel. The AEC's Division of Military Applications was willing to concur. Shields Warren, however, dissented on grounds of safety. The dispute was settled when AEC Chairman Gordon Dean advised DoD that, quote, the Commission would enter no objection to stationing troops at not less than 7,000 yards from ground zero, end quote, provided that proper precautions were taken. Even so, an internal review of the Desert Rock 4 exercise by the Division of Military Applications, generally supportive of DoD's request for troop maneuvers, raised questions about the wisdom of deviation from the AEC standard and the potential for, quote, delayed, end quote, casualties. Determined to proceed, DoD called for, quote, a study to be made to determine the minimum distance from ground zero that should be permitted in a peacetime maneuver, end quote. A December 1952 report recommended that dosages for Army personnel be above the limit set by the AEC for its personnel. The soldiers, by comparison with the AEC personnel, would be exposed, quote, very infrequently, end quote. The report summarized the state of knowledge. Quote, there is no known tolerance for nuclear radiation. That is, there is no definite proof that even small doses of nuclear radiations, may not in some way be harmful to the human body. On the other hand, there is no evidence to indicate that within certain limits, nuclear radiation has injured personnel who have been exposed to it. End quote. In response to the DoD's proposal to assume full responsibility for physical and radiological safety of troops and troop observers within the Nevada test site, the AEC stated that general safety practice and criteria at the Nevada Proving Grounds was and must continue to be the responsibility of the AEC. The AEC did, however, quote, accept the proposal that the DoD assume full responsibility for physical and radiological safety of troops and all observers accompanying troops within the maneuver areas assigned to Exercise Desert Rock 5, including establishment of a suitable safety criteria, end quote. The AEC further explained that, quote, the Atomic Energy Commission adopts this position in recognition that doctrine on the tactical use of atomic weapons, as well as the hazards which military personnel are required to undergo during their training, must be evaluated and determined by the Department of Defense. The Atomic Energy Commission has, however, established safety limits. We consider these limits to be realistic, and further are of the opinion that when they are exceeded in any operation, that operation may become a hazardous one. So that we may know in which particulars and by how much these safety standards are being exceeded, we desire that the exercise director transmit to the test manager a copy of his safety plan. End quote. For the spring 1953 Desert Rock 5 exercises, the DoD deemed the permissible limit for the troops for a test series to be 6R. In the case of the officer volunteers, a 10R test limit was agreed to, with the proviso that, quote, it is not intended that these exposures result in any injury to the selected individuals, end quote. The Army's limit at Desert Rock was well below the level understood to potentially cause acute effects and far below the recommendation of Brigadier General James Cooney that the military depart from the infinitesimal industrial and laboratory limits and accept 100 Roentgens for a single exposure limit. But the level was not only higher than the AEC level, but also above the 0.9 R per week being urged by the British and Canadians, partners in U.S. testing. The AEC itself objected that a 0.9 R per week limit would make testing at Nevada impractical. Interestingly, in 1952, the Navy, also faced with the need for more realistic training exercises, considered spraying radioactive materials on ships during training exercises. The Navy's Bureau of Medicine, BUMED, rejected the proposal. BUMED told the Chief of Naval Operations that while it, quote, fully appreciates, end quote, the need for more, quote, realistic radiological defense training, end quote, it could not approve the use of radioisotopes in a form other than, quote, sealed sources commonly used in basic training, since such use might produce an internal radiation hazard serious enough to outweigh the advantages of area contamination for training purposes." End quote. By the mid-1950s, AEC test health and safety staff were continually concerned about radiation safety at the tests and the failure to reduce them to a predictable and assuredly safe routine. Quote, "There are," end quote, Los Alamos Health Division leader Thomas Shipman wrote to the AEC Division of Biology and Medicine's Gordon Dunning in 1956, quote, "two basic facts which must never be lost sight of. The first of these is that the only good exposure is zero. The second fact is that once the button for a bomb detonation is pushed, you have to live with the results no matter what they are." End quote. In fact, while the AEC had set a limit of 50 kilotons, more than twice the power of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs, for Nevada tests, this limit had already been exceeded by 10 kilotons in 1953. Quote, "It is all very nice," end quote, Shipman wrote in another 1956 memorandum, quote, "to have a well-meaning task force commander who, by a stroke of the pen, can absolve our radiologic sins, but somehow I do not believe that overexposures are washed away by edict." End quote. Shipman's comments illustrate an acute awareness among experts at the center of the testing program of the real and continuing element of risk and uncertainty in the attempt to define and control exposures at the bomb tests. The aftermath of Crossroads. Confidential record keeping to evaluate potential liability claims. In the midst of the Korean and Cold Wars, researchers and generals were focused on the short-term effects of radiation, not effects that might take place years later. Thus, the benefits from knowledge about the bomb or training of troops in its use loomed large, and the risks from long-term exposure likely seemed distant and small. Government officials undertook to guard against acute radiation effects. The surviving documentation indicates that they were remarkably successful. Of the more than 200,000 service participants in the tests, available records indicate that only about 1,200 received more than today's occupational exposure limit of 5 rem, and the average exposure was below 1 rem. But there was no certainty that lower exposures were risk-free. During the summer of 1946, the contamination of ships at the Crossroads tests put officials and medical experts on alert to the radiation risk posed to participants at atomic bomb detonations. Quote, "Difficult and expensive medico-legal problems," end quote, Crossroads Medical Director Stafford Warren feared, quote, "will probably occur if previously contaminated target ships are cleared for constant occupancy or disposal as scrap." End quote. A medico-legal advisory board sought to deal with these questions, and the Navy created a research organization dedicated to the study of decontamination and damage to ships. Concern for long-term liability stimulated by Crossroads led to more steps to guard against the legal and public relations implications if service personnel exposed to radiation filed disability claims. In the fall of 1946, General Paul Hawley, administrator of the Veterans Administration, quote, "became deeply concerned about the problems that atomic energy might create for the Veterans Administration due to the fact that the armed services were so actively engaged in matters of atomic energy." End quote. In August 1947, Hawley met with representatives of the Surgeon General's offices of the military services and the Public Health Service. The meeting was also attended by former Manhattan Project Chief General Leslie Groves. Groves reportedly was, quote, very much afraid of claims being instituted by men who participated in the bikini tests, end quote. An advisory committee was created which included Stafford Warren and Heimer Friedel, Warren's deputy on the Manhattan Project medical team. The committee was given the name, quote, Central Advisory Committee, as it was not desired to publicize the fact that the Veterans Administration might have any problems in connection with atomic medicine, especially the fact that there might be problems in connection with alleged service-connected disability claims, end quote. The committee recommended the creation of an, quote, atomic medicine division, end quote, of the VA to handle, quote, atomic medicine matters, end quote, and a radioisotope section to, quote, implement a radioisotope program, end quote. The committee further recommended that, quote, for the time being, the existence of the Atomic Medicine Division be classified as confidential, and that publicity be given instead to the existence of a radioisotope program, end quote. This history is contained in a 1952 report presented by Dr. George Lyon to the National Research Council. The 1952 report records that, quote, General Hawley took affirmative actions on these recommendations, and it was in the manner described that the radioisotope program was initiated in the fall of 1947, end quote. Lyon, who had worked with Stafford Warren at Crossroads, was appointed Special Assistant to the VA's Chief Medical Director for Atomic Medicine, and through 1959 served in a variety of roles related to the VA's atomic medicine activities. Dr. Lyon's 1952 report recounts that he was present at the August 1947 meeting and involved in the deliberations of the Central Advisory Committee, as well as subsequent developments. Working with the VA and the Defense Department, we sought to retrieve what information could be located regarding the Atomic Medicine Division and any secret record-keeping in anticipation of potential veterans' claims from radiation overexposures. Among the documents found was a confidential August 1952 letter to the attention of Dr. Lyon, in which the Defense Department called for comment on the Army's proposal to, quote, eliminate the requirement for maintaining detailed statistical records of radiological exposures received by the Army personnel, end quote. The requirement, the letter recorded, quote, was originally conceived as being necessary to protect the government's interest in case any large number of veterans should attempt to bring suit against the government based on a real or imagined exposure to nuclear radiations during an atomic war, end quote. In 1959, Dr. Lyon was recommended for a VA, quote, Exceptional Service Award, end quote. In a memo from the VA Chief Medical Director to the VA Administrator, Dr. Lyon's work on both the publicized and confidential programs was the first of many items for which Dr. Lyon was commended. Following a recitation of the 1947 developments, similar to those stated by Dr. Lyon in his 1952 report, the memo explained, quote, it was felt unwise to publicize unduly the probable adverse effects of exposure to radioactive materials. The use of nuclear energy at this time was so sensitive that unfavorable reaction might have jeopardized future developments in the field. Dr. Lyon maintained records of classified nature emanating from the AEC and the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project, which were essential to proper evaluation of claims of radiation injury brought against VA by former members of the armed forces engaged in the Manhattan Project." End quote. The advisory committee has been unable to recover or identify the precise records that were referred to in the documents that have now come to light. An investigation by the VA Inspector General concluded that the feared claims from Crossroads did not materialize and that the confidential Atomic Medicine Division was not activated. However, the investigation did not shed light on the specific identity of the records that were kept by Dr. Lyon, as cited in the 1959 memo on behalf of his commendation. While mystery still remains, the documentation that has been retrieved indicates that prior to the atomic testing conducted in the 1950s, the government and its radiation experts had strong concern for the possibility that radiation risk borne by servicemen might bear longer-term consequences. Looking back, accounting for the long-term risks. Civilians, a UCLA psychologist observed during a 1949 NEPA meeting convened to consider the psychology of radiation effects, question, quote, "whether the medical group have actually discovered thus far all the effects of radiation on human beings. That is going to be one of the most insidious things to combat." End quote. Quote, "When you talk about probable delayed effects, possible, unknown, and so forth," end quote, Dr. Sells of the Air Force asked, quote, "What is the proper evaluation of the ethical questions as to how to treat the possible or probable unknown effects?" End quote. While not answering the question, he observed that, quote, "Certainly we can create more anxiety by being scientifically scrupulous than if we simply treated these matters as we are inclined to treat other matters in our everyday life." End quote. This may have been the case following Crossroads. Quote, "Now we are very much interested in long-term effects," end quote, a military participant in a 1950 meeting of the DoD Committee on Medical Sciences stated, quote, "But when you start thinking militarily of this, if men are going out on these missions anyway, a high percentage is not coming back. The fact that you may get cancer 20 years later is just of no significance to us." End quote. Decades following the 1946 Crossroads tests, researchers began to study the longer-term effects of the bomb on test participants. In 1980, the Centers for Disease Control reported a cluster of 9 leukemias among the 3,224 then identified participants of Shot Smoky at the Nevada test site in 1957. A later report increased the count of leukemias to 10, compared with 4 expected on the basis of U.S. rates, but found no excess cancers at other anatomical sites. The total observed was 112, compared with 117.5 expected. The Smoky test was the highest yield tower shot ever conducted at the Nevada test site. However, the measured doses for the Smoky participants as a group were too low to explain the excess. Whether this cluster represents a random event, an underestimation of the doses for the few participants who got leukemia, or some other explanation remains unclear. In light of the CDC research, the National Academy of Sciences, NAS, thereafter undertook an enlarged study of 5 series of nuclear tests totaling 46,186 then identified participants. The 1985 NAS report confirmed the excess of leukemia at the Smoky test, but found no such excess at any of the test series, as opposed to individual tests, and no consistent pattern of excesses at other cancer sites. Later, however, the NAS study was found to be flawed by the inclusion of 4,500 individuals who had never participated, and the exclusion of 15,000 individuals who had participated in one or more of the 5 series, as well as incompleteness of dosimetry. The belated discovery that thousands of test participants had been misidentified punctuated the deficiencies in record creation and record keeping faced by those who seek to reconstruct at many years' remove the exposures of participants at the tests. Documents long available, and those newly retrieved by the committee, provide further basis for concern about the data gathering at test sites in which human subject research took place. At the 1953 Upshot Knothole series, which included the Desert Rock 5 Hume RRO research, 1994 DoD data show that only 2,282 of the 17,062 participants are known to have been issued film badges to serve as personal dosimeters. At Desert Rock 5, the Army Surgeon General's policy that one-time exposure need not be reported led to a determination that maneuver troop units would be issued 1 film badge per platoon, and observers would be issued 1 per bus. An AFSWP memo recorded that the Radiological Safety Organization did not have enough pocket dosimeters for efficient operation. A recently declassified DoD memo records that, quote, although film badges on the officer volunteers at Desert Rock 5 indicated an average gamma dose of 14 Roentgens, best information available suggests that the true dose was probably 24 rem initial gamma plus neutron radiation, end quote. In a 1995 report, the Institute of Medicine found that the dose estimates that were proposed for use in the NAS follow-up study were unsuitable for epidemiologic purposes, but concluded that it would be feasible to develop a dose reconstruction system that could be used for this purpose. Nonetheless, there are some further studies that are of direct relevance. Recently, Watanabe et al. Studied mortality among 8,554 Navy veterans who had participated in Operation Hardtack I at the Pacific Proving Grounds in 1958. This is, to date, the only study of U.S. veterans to include a control group of unexposed military veterans. Overall, the participant group had a 10% higher mortality rate, but the cancer excess was significant only for the combined category of digestive organs, 66 deaths compared with 44.9 expected, a 47% increase. On average, the radiation doses were low, mean 388 MREM, but among the 1,094 men with doses greater than 1 rem, there was a 42% excess of all cancers. No categories of cancer sites showed a significant excess or clear dose-response relationship, but the number of deaths in any category was small. 2 sets of foreign atomic veterans have been studied. In a study of 954 Canadian participants, no differences with matched controls were found, but only very large effects would have been detectable in such a small study. In contrast, a large study of British participants of test programs in Australia found higher rates of leukemia and multiple myeloma than in a matched control group, 28 versus 6. However, the cancer rates among the exposed veterans were only slightly higher than expected based on national rates, whereas those in the control group were much lower than expected, and there was no dose-response relationship. No excess was found at any other cancer site. Although the difference between the exposed and unexposed groups was quite significant, the interpretation of this result is unclear. Does it mean that for some unknown reason soldiers are less likely than the general population to get cancer, the, quote, healthy soldier effect, end quote, which is usually not thought to be so large for cancer? Or is it an indication of some unexplained methodological bias? This point has never been resolved. These observed effects need to be put in the context of what might reasonably be expected based on current understanding of low-dose radiation risks and the doses the atomic veterans are thought to have received. Approximately 220,000 military personnel participated in at least one nuclear test. The film badges for those monitored, thought to be roughly representative of all participants, average 600 MREM. As summarized in the Basics of Radiation Science section of the introduction, the consensus among scientific experts is that the lifetime risk of fatal cancer due to radiation is approximately 8 per 10,000 person rem. On this basis, one might anticipate approximately 106 excess cancer deaths attributable to participation in the nuclear tests. Not only is this a number with considerable uncertainty, it is small in comparison with the total of about 48,000 cancer deaths that are eventually anticipated in this population. Such a small overall excess would be virtually impossible to detect by epidemiologic methods. In some subgroups, however, the relative increase above normal cancer rates could be large enough to be detectable. Leukemia, for example, is proportionally much more radiosensitive than other cancers, and the largest excess occurs fairly soon after exposure, when natural rates are low. Focusing on those with highest exposure would also enhance the relative increase, albeit with many fewer people at risk. The Defense Nuclear Agency estimates that about 1,200 veterans received more than 5 rem, a mean of 8.1 rem. On this basis, about 8 excess cancer deaths would be anticipated. These factors may have contributed to the observed leukemia excess among participants of shot smoky, for example. Although these numbers represent the best estimate currently available of the expected cancer excess, there are uncertainties in both the real exposures received by the participants and the magnitude of the low-dose risk. As described in the Basics of Radiation Science section, there is roughly a 1.4 uncertainty in the low-dose radiation risk coefficient simply due to random variation in the available epidemiologic data, with additional uncertainties of unknown magnitude about model specification, variation among studies, extrapolation across time and between populations, unmeasured confounders, and so on. These uncertainties are hotly contested, although the majority of radiation scientists believe the figures quoted above are unlikely to be seriously in error. If low-dose radiation risks were indeed substantially higher than this, then there would be a serious discrepancy to explain with the effects actually observed at higher doses. The uncertainties in the doses received by participants are perhaps more substantial, but given the limitations in the dosimetry and record-keeping, it may be difficult ever to resolve them. As is clear from the epidemiologic data available today, there is no consistent pattern in increased cancer risk among atomic veterans, although there are a number of suggestive findings, most notably the excesses of leukemia among shot Smoky and British test participants, the causes of which are still unclear. The low recorded doses, the small size of the expected excesses, and problems in record keeping and dosimetry make it very difficult to resolve whether atomic veterans as a group are at substantially elevated cancer risk, and whether any such excess can be attributed to their radiation exposures. The advisory committee debated at some length the merits of further epidemiologic studies and concluded that the decisions to conduct such studies should be made by other appropriately constituted bodies of experts. End of section 52. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston. Section 53 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 10, Part 5. Looking back, the legacy of distrust. The chain of events set in motion by the CDC research and renewed interest in the fate of the atomic vets led to congressional enactment of legislation that provides veterans exposed at atmospheric tests with the opportunity to obtain compensation for injury related to radiation exposure. The Veterans Dioxin and Radiation Exposure Compensation Standards Act of 1984 provides for claims for compensation for radiation-related disabilities for veterans exposed at atmospheric tests. The Radiation Exposed Veterans Compensation Act of 1988 provides that a veteran who was exposed to radiation at a designated event and develops a designated disease may be entitled to benefits without having to prove causation. Notwithstanding the passage of this legislation, the committee heard from many atomic veterans and their widows who complained that the records that were created and maintained by the government, records on which veterans' claims may stand or fall, were inadequate, missing, or wrong. Atomic veterans also stated that the laws and rules do not adequately reflect the kinds of illnesses that may be caused by radiation, that they do not provide for veterans who were exposed to radiation in settings other than atmospheric tests, and that the practical difficulties in time and resources of pursuing their rights under the laws are often excessive. The committee heard from many who told of the time, expense, and difficulty of getting information on the full circumstances of bomb test exposures. They told of their continued efforts over the course of the years to reconcile what they have learned from government sources with that which they have been told by other test participants, that which they recovered from the private letters of test participants to family members, and their own further research. For numerous atomic veterans, the testimony was not simply that the bomb tests themselves had been large experiments, but that they had been put at risk in the absence of planning to gather the data and perform the follow-up studies needed to ensure that the risks of the unknown, however small, would be measured and adequately accounted for. Conclusion. The story of human research conducted in connection with nuclear weapons tests illustrates the difficult questions that are raised when human research is conducted in an occupational setting, especially a setting such as the military, where exposure to risk is often part of the job. The story illustrates that it may often be difficult to discern whether or not an activity is a human experiment. By the same token, it also illustrates the importance of guarding participants against unnecessary risks, whether or not the activity is a human experiment. Human experiments at atomic bomb tests were undertaken by the military, which had a long tradition of requiring voluntary consent from participants in biomedical experiments. The need for written consent in experiments related to atomic, biological, and chemical warfare was clearly stated in the Secretary of Defense's 1953 memorandum. That memorandum also required the approval in writing of the appropriate service secretary and precluded experiments that did not adhere to its further requirements. The 1953 memorandum, however, does not appear to have been transmitted to those involved in human research at bomb tests, although the tenet of voluntary consent was followed in some cases. In addition to consent, the 1953 memorandum contained other significant ethical requirements, including that research be reasonably likely to produce useful scientific results, and that proper precautions be taken to minimize risk. The bomb test research illustrates the significance of the position that bad science is bad ethics. Unless a research project is scientifically defensible, there is no justification for imposing on human subjects even minimal risk or inconvenience. For example, the DoD's biomedical advisors advocated the conduct of psychological and physiological research on troops participating in bomb tests with an awareness that the likelihood of scientifically useful results was small, and that the effort would be part of a larger exercise in indoctrination and training. Having done so, they had an obligation to at least review continued research efforts to determine if the research design was developing useful information. In the case of the psychological and physiological testing, the evidence indicates that early results showed that the research design was not likely to produce useful scientific information, if only because the military, the researchers, and perhaps even the subjects did not view the setting as sufficiently realistic. At the same time, this question of ethics and science is irrelevant if the HUME-RRO activities did not entail research involving human subjects. An activity that has a poor research design would not be an ethical human experiment. However, the same activity might be ethical if conducted as a training activity whose essential purpose is to provide reassurance. Similarly, to the extent that research was intended solely to provide reassurance, ethical questions arise that might not be present if the activity were not experimental. Just what makes something an instance of research involving human subjects? The answer to this question is not discoverable. Instead, it is fashioned by people in particular contexts for particular purposes. Today, we would likely consider all the activities reviewed in the first part of this chapter, the Hume RRO testing, the, quote, atomic effects experiment, end quote, the flash blindness experiments, the cloud fly-throughs, and the protective clothing and decontamination tests, to be cases of research involving human subjects to which the current federal regulations and the current rules of research ethics would apply. Some of these activities are, nevertheless, more paradigmatically instances of human research than others. Depending on the context, for example, the protective clothing and decontamination tests might be considered within the normal course of duty for military personnel. One of the reasons it is important to be able to distinguish research involving human subjects from other activities is that military policy clearly states that service personnel may not be ordered to be human subjects. In contrast to much else in military service, participation in research is a discretionary activity that service personnel are permitted under military policy and federal regulation to refuse. Thus, in the military as elsewhere, human subjects are supposed to be volunteers whose valid consent has been obtained. Human subject research is not the only activity in the military, however, for which consent is a requirement. The military also asks for volunteers in settings where the risk is unusually great. For example, the testing of equipment may often be hazardous, may involve the use of volunteers, but may not be considered human research. Thus, in the case of test pilots, there may be significant risk. Volunteers may be called for, but the activity might not be considered research with human subjects, and thus would not be thought subject to human use research regulations. Conversely, a requirement of consent may not necessarily mean that subjects have some measure of control over the risks to which they are to be exposed. Even under today's rules, informed consent in the Hume RRO tests would be limited to the psychological and physiological testing and not required for participation in the bomb test itself. Whether the activity is research involving human subjects or an unusually risky assignment that is not considered human subject research, how free are military personnel to accept or refuse offers as opposed to orders put to them? Dr. Crawford, when asked to comment in 1994 on consent in his Hume RRO research, responded by observing that, quote, military service personnel generally do what they're asked to do, told to do, end quote. He was speaking of an army that included many conscripts. Today's all-volunteer military is doubtless different in many respects that bear on questions of voluntariness. Nevertheless, the culture of the military, with its emphasis not only on following orders, but on the willingness to take risks in the interests of the nation, surely influences, and in some circumstances may restrict, how service personnel respond to such offers. Because in the military volunteering is often seen as a matter of duty and honor, and the boundaries between experimental and occupational activities may not be clear, the importance of minimizing risk emerges as a central concern. Above all, the activities discussed in this chapter confirm that the ethical requirement that risks to service personnel be minimized should not depend on whether an activity is characterized as an experiment or occupational. In the case of the atomic veterans, the risks run were usually no different for those who were subjects of research and those who were not. The military took precautions, with great success, to preclude exposure to radiation at levels that might produce acute effects. However, bomb test participants were exposed to lesser long-term risks without adequate provision for 1. The creation and maintenance of records that might be needed in retrospect to determine the precise measure of risks to which military personnel were exposed. 2. The tracking of those exposed to risk so that follow-up and assurance, as needed, could be effectively undertaken. It might be argued that, at the time, there was no awareness of a potential for long-term risk, or that the potential was understood to be non-existent. But while the possibility of long-term risk from low exposures was seen as low, it was not seen as non-existent. Following the 1946 Crossroads tests, officials and experts connected with the DoD, AEC, and VA thought action was needed to collect data in secret to evaluate potential disability claims. Since the bomb tests, the Defense Department has come to recognize the importance of providing for an independent risk assessment when service personnel may be exposed to new weapons, regardless of whether the exposure is classed as experimental or occupational. However, for the numerous atomic veterans and their family members who spoke to the committee, a continuing source of distress is not simply that the government put service personnel at risk, but that, having undertaken to do so, the government did not undertake to collect the data and perform the follow-up that might provide them knowledge and comfort in later years. The advisory committee agrees. When the nation exposes servicemen and women to hazardous substances, there is an obligation to keep appropriate records of both the exposures and the long-term medical outcomes. From listening to those who appeared before us, and from reflection on the laws that are already in effect, the committee came to appreciate that there are several reasons record-keeping is important. First, those who served and their widows and surviving family members have a great interest in knowing the facts of service-related exposures. We repeatedly heard from veterans and family members whose inquiries into the circumstances and details of exposures has spanned many years. Second, information may provide basis for scientific analysis that may shed light on the relation between exposure to risk and subsequent disability or disease. Third, where disability or disease appears to be a possible result of exposure, data are needed to provide the basis for a fair and efficient system of remedies. The experience of the bomb test participants indicates that several different kinds of records or data should be of use. First, of course, there are data about the exposure of individual service personnel to particular potential hazards. In the case of the atomic bomb tests, the potential that radiation would be a hazard was, of course, obvious. In addition, radiation is a phenomenon that is almost uniquely susceptible to measurement. In other settings faced by service personnel, the precise nature of the hazard may not be easily anticipated or, even if anticipated, readily measurable. Second, there are data concerning the location of service personnel. In the case of the bomb tests, as we have seen, data on the identity and location of all test participants, so that their position in relation to the putative hazard can be retrospectively reconstructed, if need be, were not readily available. Even if the hazard cannot be anticipated, such data can be useful in later efforts to reconstruct the nature of the hazard and its effect. Third, the maintenance of complete medical records, including linkages where multiple sets of records exist, is essential. Records suitable for use in epidemiologic studies of long-term medical consequences of military actions would be valuable for both medical science and service members. But having heard from many atomic vets and their family members, the advisory committee does not believe that, but for the inadequate record keeping and lack of follow-up, there would be no anger or disappointment among atomic veterans and their families. The real offense to many is the belief that the risk was unacceptable, and that they or their loved ones may suffer illness unnecessarily as a consequence. Proper attention to record keeping should provide some basis for gaining and assuring the trust of those who are exposed to risk in the future, and perhaps scientific results that may be of real value to them. But it is hardly a guarantee against perceptions of abuse or unfairness. If nothing else, our experience makes us appreciate the difference between technical, analytic data and the reality of the human experience. The available data, as we have discussed, indicate that the average amount of radiation to which bomb test participants were exposed was low. But those who believe they have suffered as a consequence of these exposures do not believe these risks to have been as slight as the data indicate. When we review this decades later, we rely on numbers. The atomic veterans and their family members who have appeared before the committee associate in a cause and effect way the exposure with some kind of result that they have personally experienced or witnessed. The emotions and concerns expressed to the committee by these citizens and those downwind from atomic tests and intentional releases were very, very real. Both the public and the scientific community must understand that when data indicate that risks are low, the risks are not necessarily zero, and it is possible for a rare event to occur. The risk analysis may only indicate that it is unlikely that such events will occur with significant frequency or probability. End of section 53. Recording by Patrick McHaffie, Evanston.
Section 54 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 11, Part 1. Intentional Releases, Lifting the Veil of Secrecy. In February 1986, officials at the Department of Energy responded to requests from activists by releasing 19,000 pages of documents on the early operations of the world's first plutonium factory at Hanford, Washington. Combing through these documents, reporters and citizens found references to an event cryptically named the Green Run, in which radioactive material was deliberately released into the air at Hanford in December 1949. In the aftermath of the public discovery of the Green Run, Senator John Glenn asked the General Accounting Office, the investigative arm of Congress, to find out if there were other instances in which radioactivity had been intentionally released into the environment without informing the surrounding community. In 1993, the GAO reported 12 more instances of such secret intentional releases. Following additional research by the DoD and DOE, the number of secret intentional releases has expanded to several hundred, conducted between 1944 and the 1960s. At the Army's Dugway Proving Ground in Utah, dozens of intentional releases were conducted in an effort to develop radiological weapons, some in tests of prototype cluster bombs, others using different means of dispersal. At Bayo Canyon in New Mexico, on the AEC's Los Alamos site, researchers detonated nearly 250 devices, which contained radiolanthanum, RALA, as a source of radiation to measure the degree of compression and symmetry of the implosion used to trigger the atomic bomb. Other intentional releases were not classified, although not all were made known to the public in advance. At AEC sites in Nevada and Idaho, radioactive materials were released in tests of the safety of bombs, nuclear reactors, and proposed nuclear rockets and airplanes. In still other cases, small quantities of radioactive material were released in and around AEC facilities and in the Alaskan wilderness to determine the pathways such material follows in the environment. Public witnesses from several of these communities told the committee that they remain deeply disturbed by these releases, wondering whether there is still more information about the secret releases in their communities that they do not know, and how much will, at this late date, be impossible to reconstruct. Intentional releases and the Charter 13. The Advisory Committee is authorized by its charter to examine, quote, experiments involving intentional environmental releases of radiation that A, were designed to test human health effects of ionizing radiation, or B, were designed to test the extent of human exposure to ionizing radiation, end quote. The charter also called for the committee to, quote, provide advice, information, and recommendations, end quote, on the following 13 experiments and similar experiments identified by the Interagency Working Group. 1. The experiment into the atmospheric diffusion of radioactive gases and test of detectability, commonly referred to as the Green Run test by the former Atomic Energy Commission, AEC, and the Air Force at the Hanford Reservation in Richland, Washington. 2. 2 radiation warfare field experiments conducted at the AEC's Oak Ridge office in 1948 involving gamma radiation released from non-bomb point sources or at near ground level. 3. 6 tests conducted during 1949 to 1952 of radiation warfare ballistic dispersal devices containing radioactive agents at the U.S. Army's Dugway, Utah site. And 4 atmospheric radiation tracking tests in 1950 at Los Alamos, New Mexico. Tests of nuclear weapons, intentional environmental releases of radiation in amounts greatly in excess of any of the releases identified above, were not included in the charter. As discussed in Chapter 10, the committee did seek to investigate human subject research conducted in connection with these tests. This chapter reports on what we found as we sought to retrieve what we could about the releases identified in our charter, determine the nature and number of further intentional releases, identify the ethical standards by which these activities can be evaluated, and determine what lessons can be learned from the past. Part 2. Because of the secrecy surrounding these releases, as opposed to atmospheric nuclear weapons tests, which were impossible to hide, many of them took place with no public awareness or understanding. The intentional releases were conducted primarily at sites such as Hanford, Los Alamos, and Oak Ridge, in which defense and atomic energy facilities were located, but they were largely unknown to those who lived in surrounding areas. There is no evidence in any of these cases that radioactive material was released for the purpose of studying its effects on human communities. As we discuss later in the chapter, The public often was exposed to far greater risk from the routine course of operations of the facilities than from the intentional releases themselves. That the possible health effects from the green run and other intentional releases are so slight that they cannot be distinguished from other sources of disease is small comfort to downwinders who were put at risk without their knowledge. The committee heard from many of them and learned that the longer-term costs of secrecy extend well beyond any physical injury that may have been incurred. These costs include, first, the anxiety and sense of personal violation experienced by those who have discovered that they have intentionally and secretly been put at risk, however small, by a government they trusted. But they also include the consequences for that government and its people of the attendant distrust of government that has been created. And finally, they also now include the citizen and taxpayer resources that must be expended in efforts to reconstruct long-buried experiences and determine as best as can currently be done the precise measures of the risks involved. The chapter is divided into two parts. The first and lengthier section reconstructs the history of the three kinds of releases that were in our charter: the Green Run, radiological warfare tests, and the RALA tests, and includes a discussion of some types of intentional releases that were not expressly identified in the charter. This section concludes with a review of what is known today about the likely risks of all the releases we consider, as well as a review of the science of dose reconstruction by which this knowledge is obtained. In the second part of the chapter, we focus on the ethical and policy issues raised by intentional releases. We examine the rules that currently govern intentional releases in an effort to learn whether secret environmental releases like the Green Run could take place today, and, if so, whether, in light of lessons learned from the past, current procedures and protections are adequate. What we know: the Green Run. While the other intentional releases addressed in the committee's charter were part of the effort to develop the U.S. nuclear arsenal, the Green Run was conducted to develop intelligence techniques to understand the threat posed by the Soviet Union. In 1947, General Dwight D. Eisenhower assigned the Air Force the mission of long-range detection of Soviet nuclear tests. Based on observations from Operation Fitzwilliam, the intelligence component of the 1948 Sandstone nuclear test series, the Air Force determined aerial sampling of radioactive debris to be the best method of detecting atomic releases. An interim aerial sampling network was in place in early September 1949 that detected radioactive debris from the first Soviet nuclear test. Around the same time, Jack Healy of Hanford's Health Instrument, HI, divisions noticed anomalous radioactivity readings from an air filter on nearby Rattlesnake Mountain. The HI divisions were responsible for radiological safety, and Healy had set up this filter to test how radioactive contamination varied with altitude. The rapid decay of his radioactive samples led Healy to conclude that they had come from a recent nuclear test. Soon after news of Healy's observation reached Washington, D.C., Air Force specialists arrived and took Healy's samples and data for analysis. It is not clear whether Healy's observation came in time to support President Harry Truman's announcement on September 23rd that the Soviet Union had exploded its first atomic bomb, but it did confirm that radioactivity from a nuclear test could be detected on the other side of the globe. Now that the Soviet Union knew how to make atomic weapons, the United States needed to know how many weapons and how much of the critical raw material plutonium the Soviets possessed. Like nuclear testing, plutonium production released radioactive gases that sensitive instruments could detect, though not at such great distances. To identify Soviet production facilities and estimate their rate of plutonium production, the Air Force now needed to test ways to monitor these gases. Hanford, the world's first plutonium factory. In 1942, General Leslie Groves selected the Hanford site overlooking the Columbia River in southeast Washington state for the Manhattan Project's plutonium factory. The river would provide a large, reliable supply of fresh water for cooling the plutonium production reactors, and Hanford's relative isolation from major population centers would make it easier to construct and operate the facility without attracting unwanted attention. The nearby towns of Richland, Kenwick, and Pasco soon became boom towns whose economies depended on Hanford. At Hanford, neutrons converted uranium-238 in the production reactor's nuclear fuel into plutonium-239. Chemical separation plants then separated this plutonium from the fission products and residual uranium in the irradiated fuel elements. The first separation plants, the T and P plants, used acid to dissolve these fuel elements, but this was superseded by the more efficient redox and Purex processes in the 1950s. Part 2. In late 1948 and early 1949, Air Force and Oak Ridge personnel conducted a series of 20 air sampling flights at Oak Ridge and 3 at Hanford. The results were disappointing. Instruments detected airborne releases of radioactive material at ranges of up to 15 miles in the hills and valleys near Oak Ridge, but no farther than 2 miles from Hanford because of measures taken to reduce radioactive emissions there. At an October 25, 1949 meeting at Hanford, representatives of the Air Force, the Atomic Energy Commission, and General Electric, the post-war contractor for the Hanford site, agreed to a plan to release enough radioactive material from Hanford to provide a larger radioactive source for intelligence-related experiments. This intentional release took place in the early morning of December 3, 1949, but information about it remained classified until 1986. 2 periodic reports of the HI divisions described a plutonium production run using, quote, green fuel elements. The story of this green run has emerged piecemeal since then. The most complete account comes in a 1950 report co-authored by Jack Healy, referred to as the Green Run Report, which was declassified in stages in response to requests from the public under the Freedom of Information Act and inquiries by the Advisory Committee. Although cooling times of 90 to 100 days were common by 1949, the fuel elements used in the Green Run were dissolved after being cooled for only 16 days. This short cooling time meant that much more radioactive iodine-131 and xenon-133 were released directly into the atmosphere, rather than decaying while the fuel elements cooled. Furthermore, pollution control devices called scrubbers, normally used to remove an estimated 90% of the radioiodine from the effluent gas, were not operated. When these green fuel elements were processed, roughly 8,000 curies of iodine-131 flowed from the tall smokestack at Hanford's T plant. This stack was built in the early years of Hanford's operation, when large quantities of radioactive gases were routinely released in the rush to produce plutonium. Although the Green Run represents roughly 1% of the total radioiodine release from Hanford during the peak release years of 1945 to 1947, it was almost certainly larger than any other one-day release, even during World War II. One clear purpose of the Green Run was to test a variety of techniques for monitoring environmental contamination caused by an operating plutonium production plant. A small army of workers, including many from Hanford's HI divisions, took readings of radioactivity on vegetation, in animals, and in water, and tested techniques for sampling radioactive iodine and xenon in the air. The Air Force operated an airplane carrying a variety of monitoring devices, the same aircraft used in earlier aerial surveys at Oak Ridge and Hanford, and set up a special air sampling station in Spokane, Washington. Those operating the equipment encountered numerous technical problems, including a lost weather balloon and failed air pumps. The greatest problem, however, was the general contamination of monitoring and laboratory equipment. The contamination created a high background signal that made it difficult to distinguish radioactivity on the equipment from radioactivity in the environment. The main cause of this contamination was the weather at the time, which led to much higher ground contamination near the stack than expected. The plans for the Green Run included very specific meteorological requirements. These requirements were designed to facilitate monitoring of the radioactive plume by aircraft, but they were similar to the normal operational requirements, which were designed to limit local contamination. A temperature inversion to keep the effluents aloft but at a low altitude. No rain, fog, or low clouds to impede aircraft operations. Light to moderate wind speeds, less than 15 miles an hour. Wind from the west or southwest, so the plane would not have to fly over rough terrain, and strong dilution of the plume before any possible contact with the ground. Jack Healy reports that he made the decision to go ahead with the Green Run on the evening of December 2, 1949, even though the weather did not turn out as expected. Some have suggested that the Air Force pressed to go ahead with the release in spite of marginal weather conditions, but Healy recalls no such pressure. The plume from the release stagnated in the local area for several days before a storm front dispersed it toward the north-northeast. As a consequence, local deposition of radioactive contaminants was much higher than anticipated. The Green Run report concludes, under the worst possible meteorological conditions for such a test, the airborne instruments detected the radioactive gases at a distance better than 100 miles from the stack. Under favorable conditions, it was estimated that with the same concentrations, this distance could have been increased by up to a factor of 10. Despite the contamination of equipment, the monitoring provided a record of the extensive short-term environmental contamination that resulted from the Green Run. Measurements of radioactivity on vegetation produced readings that, while temporary, were as much as 400 times the then permissible permanent concentration on vegetation thought to cause injury to livestock. The current level at which Washington state officials intervene to prevent possible injury to people through the food supply is not much higher than the then permissible permanent concentration. Animal thyroid specimens showed contamination levels up to about 80 times the maximal permissible limit of permanently maintained radioiodine concentration. In spite of this contamination, the public health effects of the Green Run, discussed later in this chapter, were quite limited. However, in 1949, at the time the Green Run was conducted, the most important environmental pathways for human exposure to radioiodine were unknown. Understanding developed shortly thereafter that environmental radioiodine enters the human body from eating meat and drinking milk from animals that grazed on contaminated pastures. Thus, the effects of exposure through these pathways could not have been planned for, and it is fortunate that the risks were not higher. The control of risks to the public from plutonium production at Hanford. From the first years of Hanford's operation, its health physicists were aware of the problems of contamination of the site by radioactive wastes, and it quickly became clear that radioiodine posed the greatest immediate hazard. Most fission products would remain in the dissolved fuel, but iodine gas would bubble out of the solution up through Hanford's tall stacks into the atmosphere and down into the surrounding countryside. Other radioactive wastes could be stored and dealt with later, and other radioactive gases were chemically inert and would quickly dissipate. Over the years, Hanford health physicists adopted three main approaches to the iodine problem: choosing meteorological conditions for releases that would prevent air with high iodine concentrations from contaminating the ground near Hanford, letting the irradiated fuel elements cool for extended periods before separating the plutonium so that most of the iodine-131, which has an 8-day half-life, could decay, and, beginning in 1948, using scrubbers or filters to remove iodine from the exhaust emissions. During World War II, producing plutonium for bombs was an urgent priority, and knowledge of both the environmental hazards from iodine and the ways to prevent it were limited. Over the period 1944 to 1947, Hanford released nearly 685,000 curies of radioiodine into the atmosphere, about 80 times what was released in the Green Run. After the war, an improving understanding of how iodine could contaminate the food supply, evolving techniques to remove iodine from the plant's emissions, and policy decisions to limit the risks to the nearby population led to a marked reduction in iodine emissions. When the AEC began operation in 1947, it promptly moved to review safety practices at Hanford and other operating facilities, which had operated largely autonomously until then. The advisory panel established for this purpose concluded that the degree of risk justified in wartime is no longer appropriate. To address the radioiodine problem at Hanford and related problems, the AEC established a stack gas working group, which met for the first time in mid-1948 to study air pollution from AEC production facilities. The chair of this group noted that the AEC desires the removal from gaseous effluents of all radioactive material insofar as is humanly and economically feasible, and that because of uncertainties in risk estimates, no limit short of 0 should be considered satisfactory for the present. By 1949, daily emissions of radioiodine had fallen by a factor of 1,000 from their wartime highs. The Green Run clearly did not conform to the practices designed to ensure public safety at Hanford in 1949, or even during the rush to produce plutonium for the first atomic bombs. In his monthly report for December 1949, Herbert Parker, Hanford's manager, concluded that the Green Run had posed a negligible risk to personnel, but the resultant activity came close enough to significant levels and its distribution differed enough from simple meteorological predictions that the HI divisions would resist a proposed repetition of the tests. This suggests that Parker, at least, considered the risks of such releases potentially excessive even for a one-time event, particularly given the degree of uncertainty. Parker's recognition of the uncertainties surrounding environmental risks from Hanford's radioiodine emissions was appropriate. At the time, it was not known that drinking milk from cows that graze on contaminated pastures is the main source of exposure, especially for children. Jack Healy recently suggested that if Parker had known of the milk pathway, he would have objected strongly to the Green Run. The question remains as to the consideration that was given by the Green Run's planners to the possibility that they might not fully understand the risks that might be imposed on nearby communities. End of section 54. Section 55 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 11, Part 2. Benefits of the Green Run. The Advisory Committee attempted to assess of the national security benefits that were expected and actually resulted from the Green Run. A planning memorandum before the Green Run notes, "The possibility of the detection of stack effluents is of great importance to the intelligence requirements of the country." How important the detection of stack effluents was to the security of the nation in 1949 is not something the Advisory Committee was in a position to judge. We did attempt to ascertain, however, the purpose of the Green Run and the extent to which this purpose was served. The Green Run report focuses primarily on ground-based monitoring of radioactive contamination in the environment, which provided a test for techniques that could be used on the ground in the Soviet Union. The report also describes efforts to track the radioactive plume by aircraft, but their significance is unclear. Aerial monitoring turned out to be the most effective method for detecting atmospheric nuclear tests, and perhaps it was expected to be equally effective for monitoring Soviet plutonium production. Plutonium production releases relatively little radioactivity into the atmosphere, however, too little to detect outside Soviet airspace, and flying inside Soviet airspace would have been risky. Alternatively, aerial radiation tracking may have been designed to test techniques for use in monitoring nuclear weapons tests. Finally, the Green Run report compares the pattern of the plume's dispersion with theoretical models, but this appears to be an attempt to estimate the pattern of contamination rather than to test the already well-established theory regarding atmospheric diffusion of gases developed in the 1930s. It is difficult to ascertain how useful the Green Run actually was. The classified histories of the Air Force's atomic intelligence activities contain no references to the Green Run. These histories jump from events that directly preceded the Green Run, the Oak Ridge and Hanford aerial monitoring tests, to later ones, without any mention of the Green Run. Perhaps most telling, a 1952 AEC report entitled Technical Methods in Atomic Energy Intelligence does mention the Green Run in the text, but only in a list of occasions on which a particular type of instrument was used. In describing ways of detecting plutonium production facilities, the report relies on routine reports of environmental surveys from Hanford's routine operations. Secrecy and public risk. The Advisory Committee accepts that there may be conditions under which national security can justify secrecy in intentional releases like the Green Run, even as we recognize that secrecy can increase the risk to the exposed population. In discussing this question, it is important to explain that when we use the term secret, we can be referring to secrecy regarding the very fact that a risk has been posed, secrecy regarding the purpose behind the risk, or secrecy regarding the means, for example, the science of technology, by which the risk was imposed. These distinctions are important because even if we agree that the undertaking of an activity is required for national security reasons, it does not follow that secrecy should govern all aspects of the activity. Thus, as an obvious example, atomic bomb tests were quintessential national security activities. Information on the design of the bomb was secret, as was information on many of the specific purposes of the tests. However, in many but not all cases, the public was given notice that a hazardous activity was being undertaken. Similarly, in the cases of other environmental releases, it may be that national security requires secrecy for some aspects of the release, but does not necessarily preclude public disclosure sufficient to give basic notification of the existence of potential risk. The committee is not equipped to say whether this was so in the case of the Green Run. However, in the case of radiological warfare, as we will discuss later, there was contemporary argument that some public disclosure was not inconsistent with national security. If a release is conducted publicly, affected communities have an opportunity to comment and perhaps influence the conduct of the release in ways that serve their interests. Downwinders can be warned, giving them options of staying indoors with their windows closed, wearing protective clothing, altering their eating habits, or evacuating the area. If the release is conducted in secret, foreign adversaries are less likely to be alerted, but downwinders will be deprived of their options. Of course, evacuation may not be warranted, and other precautions may not be needed, or they may be of limited value. But as we have learned during the course of our work, secrecy, even where initially merited, has its long-term price. At Hanford, as we have noted, the Green Run represented only a fraction of the risks, including non-radiation as well as radiation hazard, to which local communities may have been exposed in secret. The delayed legacy of these risks, in uncertainty and distrust, as witnesses from the Hanford community told the committee, is only becoming apparent as the secret history of early Hanford operations has been made public. During World War II, officials at DuPont, the contractor for Hanford at that time, proposed a practice evacuation to prepare for a possible emergency. General Groves turned them down, saying that any practice evacuation of the Hanford camp would cause a complete breakdown in the security of the project. As noted in the introduction, at the onset of the Manhattan Project, concern for the effects of Hanford operations on the surrounding environment, including the salmon in the Columbia River, led to a secret program of research on the environmental effects of Hanford's operations. Secrecy remained the rule at Hanford after the war. In 1946, as recalled years later by an early biologist at Hanford who wrote to radiation researcher and historian Newell Stannard, Hanford researchers resorted to deception simply to collect information about possible iodine contamination in livestock by having employees pretend to be agricultural inspectors while surreptitiously monitoring iodine levels in animal thyroids. The biologist wrote, "Though the environmental study group at Hanford had been sampling air, soil, water, and vegetation in a wide area surrounding the Hanford site for several years, previous to 1946, it was agreed that sampling from farm animals for uptake of fission product plant wastes would be a much more sensitive problem. At the time, the revelation of a regional I-131 problem would have had a tremendous public relations impact, and furthermore, the presence of other radionuclides was of possible national defense significance." He explained that he was called at home and told to report to work at the director's office in downtown Richland. There, I was introduced to two security agents of the Manhattan Engineer District, who were to be my escorts and contact men during the day. They proved to be the best straight-faced liars I had ever known. I was no longer Carl Hurd of DuPont, but through the day would be known and introduced as Dr. George Hurd of the Department of Agriculture. I was to simulate an animal husbandry specialist who had the responsibility of testing a new portable instrument based on an unproven theory that by external readings on the surface of the farm, the health and vigor of animals could be evaluated. I was advised not to be alarmed if at times during the conversations with farmers that they appeared critical or skeptical. I was to be very reserved and answer questions as briefly and vaguely as seemed acceptable. They agreed to carry a clipboard. I was to concentrate on the high readings, thyroids of course, and furnish those for recording when not being observed. That day we visited several diversified farms under irrigation from the Yakima River between Toppenshish and Benton City. Smooth talk and flattery enabled us to gain 100% cooperation. I was successful in placing the probe of the instrument over the thyroid at times when the owner's attention was focused on the next animal or some concocted distraction. In 1948, the AEC prepared a public relations pamphlet entitled Handling Radioactive Wastes in the Atomic Energy Program. The Department of Defense objected to the description of Hanford's operations, arguing that any description of the methods used to reduce contamination might be used by the Soviet Union to avoid detection of its plants. The AEC decided at its October 7, 1949 meeting to release the pamphlet, which contained no specific numbers, in order to dispel and allay possible latent hysteria. With a major expansion of Hanford's operations underway in 1954, questions arose over whether to publish information about contamination of the Columbia River. Parker warned that it might be necessary to close portions of the river to public fishing, but he and others noted that this could have a substantial public relations impact. At the same time, there was concern that information on river contamination could make it possible to ascertain Hanford's plutonium output. For this combination of public relations and security reasons, Hanford did not release any quantitative information or public warning on contamination of fish in the Columbia River until many years later. It is difficult to argue with the need for secrecy about the purposes of the Green Run. Making information on U.S. atomic intelligence methods openly available could have led the Soviet Union to develop countermeasures to these methods. The issue remains important today in responding to the potential proliferation of nuclear weapons capabilities around the world. But the results of the long delay in informing the public about the activities of which the Green Run was only a part are now evident in public anger and distrust toward the government. At the Advisory Committee's public meeting in Spokane on November 21, 1994, Lynn Stembridge, executive director of the Hanford Education Action League, argued that information regarding that radiation release was kept secret for almost 40 years. There was no warning. There was no informed consent. Citizens downwind were never advised of measures that could have been taken to safeguard the health of themselves or their children. Although the Green Run was not as direct as handling a patient orange juice laced with radioactivity or giving someone an injection, the Green Run was every bit as intentional, every bit as experimental, every bit as unethical and immoral as the medical experiments which have made headlines over the last year. Among the most damaging dimensions of the legacy of distrust created by the secrecy that surrounded the routine and intentional releases at Hannaford is the government's loss of credibility as a source of information about risk. Now, when the government is attempting to find out what damage these releases actually did and share that information with the people affected, these people question why they should believe what the government says. Federally funded scientists at the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center in Seattle, Washington, are now studying those exposed as children to all of Hannaford's iodine emissions, the many routine emissions as well as the Green Run, to see whether any health effects are detectable. Whatever this study concludes, many residents are convinced that they have already seen the effects. Tom Bailey, who grew up and still lives on a farm near Hanford, spoke to the Advisory Committee's meeting in Spokane in November 1994. He pointed on a large map to what he called a death mile, where 100% of those families that drank the water, drank the milk, ate the food, have one common denominator that binds us together, and that is thyroid problems, handicapped children, or cancer. It is doubtful that the results of any study supported with federal funds, no matter how impeccably conducted, would be believable to people like Mr. Bailey. Assuming that the Hutchinson Cancer Research Center study is so conducted, and assuming the study finds that at least some outcomes of concern to the community are not attributable to the Hanford emissions, government secrecy will have deprived Mr. Bailey and people like him of an important source of reassurance and peace of mind. The Green Run and the far greater number of environmental releases resulting from Hanford's routine operations raises challenging questions about the balance between openness and secrecy in settings where citizens may be exposed to environmental hazards. Citizens may reasonably ask whether releases have been determined to be necessary in light of alternatives, whether actions may have been taken to minimize risk and provide for any harm that may occur, whether disclosure will be made at the earliest possible date, and whether records will be created and preserved so that citizens can account for any health and safety consequences at the time of disclosure. As we will see, these questions were posed with regard to other environmental releases, and they remain with us today. Radiological warfare. The first proposed military application of atomic energy was not nuclear weaponry, but radiological warfare, RW, the use of radioactive materials to cause radiological injury. A May 1941 report by the National Academy of Sciences listed the first option as the production of violently radioactive materials carried by airplanes to be scattered as bombs over enemy territory. It was not until later that year that a calculation by British physicists demonstrated the feasibility of nuclear weapons, and attention quickly turned to their development. Military interest in both offensive and defensive aspects of radiological warfare continued throughout World War II. In the spring of 1943, when it was still unclear whether the atomic bomb could be built in time, radiological weapons became a possible fallback. Manhattan Project Scientific Director J. Robert Oppenheimer discussed with physicist Enrico Fermi the possibility of using fission products, particularly strontium, to poison the German food supply. Oppenheimer later wrote to Fermi that he thought it impractical unless we can poison food sufficient to kill 500,000 men. This proposal for offensive use of radiological weapons appears to have been dropped because of its impracticality. At the same time, military officials developed contingency plans for responding to the possible use of radiological weapons by Germany against invading Allied troops. The peacetime experience of Operation Crossroads in 1946, particularly the contamination of the Navy flotilla from the underwater nuclear test shot labeled Baker, revived interest in radiological warfare. Some, including Berkeley's Dr. Joseph Hamilton, concluded that radiological poisons could be used as strategic weapons against cities and their food supplies. Once absorbed into the body, radioactive materials would cause slow, progressive injuries. Others proposed that RW could be a more humane form of warfare. Using radioactive material to contaminate the ground would render it temporarily uninhabitable, but it would not be necessary to kill or injure people. Although many discussions of radiological warfare took place in classified military circles, the basic notion of radiological warfare was not secret and was a subject of public speculation. But the government's program in radiological warfare remained largely secret, except in its broadest outlines. The post-war interest in radiological warfare spawned competing programs on radiological warfare both in the AEC and in various parts of the Department of Defense. To meld these into a coherent program, the AEC and DoD established a joint study panel in May 1948, chaired by the chemist W.A. Noyes from the University of Rochester, and including civilian experts and DoD and AEC officials. At its first meeting that month, the Noyes panel recommended work in 3 areas. 1. Biological research on the effects of radiation and radioactive materials, to be carried out mainly at the Army Chemical Corps' Toxicity Laboratory, located at the University of Chicago. 2. Studies on the production of radioactive materials for use in radiological warfare, carried out mainly by the AEC. And 3. Military studies of possible RW munitions, also carried out mainly by the Chemical Corps. The latter program was the focus of the Advisory Committee's attention because it involved the intentional release of radioactive materials during several dozen tests of prototype radiological weapons at the Chemical Corps' Dugway Proving Ground in the Utah desert. The Offensive Radiological Warfare Program Field Testing Program coincided with the Korean War years. The Noyes panel issued its final report after its 6th meeting in November 1950 and was revived briefly in 1952 to assess the status of the RW research program. The first 2 field tests were conducted at Oak Ridge. These involved sealed sources of radioactive material that were placed in a field in order to measure the resulting radiation levels. These measurements may have helped predict the effectiveness of radiological weapons. The sources were then returned to the laboratory and left no residual contamination in the environment. Most of the radiological warfare field tests were carried out by the Chemical Corps at the Dugway Proving Ground, using radioactive tantalum produced at Oak Ridge. From 1949 to 1952, the Chemical Corps conducted 65 field tests at Dugway, intentionally releasing into the ground roughly 13,000 curies of tantalum in the form of dust, small particles, and pellets. These were prototype tests releasing much smaller quantities of radioactive material than the millions of curies per square mile that an operational radiological weapon would need to render territory temporarily uninhabitable. Furthermore, the field test programs used tantalum primarily because it could be produced at existing facilities. An operational radiological warfare program required materials that could be produced in greater quantities than tantalum, but this would have meant constructing special production facilities. In May 1949, the Chemical Corps established a panel of outside experts to provide advice on the safety of its field testing program. Chaired by Dr. Joseph Hamilton, a strong advocate of the RW research program, the panel was chartered to consider radiological hazards to the civilian population, including hazards to the water supply, food, crops, animal population, etc. Occupational safety was left to the Chemical Corps. Under Hamilton's leadership, this panel raised a number of safety concerns, but in the end appears to have been satisfied with the safety of the test program. Several months before the first panel meeting, Hamilton himself had objected to the use of the relatively long-lived isotope tantalum-182, half-life 117 days, as the radiological warfare agent in these field tests. He proposed using gold-198 instead, half-life 2.7 days, to eliminate any lingering radiation hazard to the general population. At its first meeting on August 2, 1949, the RW Test Safety Panel provisionally accepted the proposed testing program of the Chemical Corps, subject to a radiological safety review of the results of the first two tests. Hamilton's potential opposition clearly was of consequence, and his agreement to proceed was cause for relief. Other members of the Test Safety Panel, including Carl Morgan, head of health physics at Oak Ridge, raised concerns about the possible hazard posed by radioactive dust at an arid site like Dugway, both on and off-site. Morgan proposed the use of airborne monitoring equipment developed at Oak Ridge in tests that preceded the Green Run. The use of such aircraft and other monitoring equipment evolved and expanded as the Dugway field tests continued over the next few years. Panel members approved the continuation of the program based in part on the results of these radiological surveys, which showed that contamination of the area was limited in size. In 1952, the Chemical Corps proposed a significant expansion of the radiological warfare program, with a large test of 100,000 curies planned for 1953, and still larger tests proposed for later. The Test Safety Panel once again raised concerns over the radioactive dust hazard. Hamilton noted that there were several hot spots, areas of unusually high radiation, at Dugway, and that trucks at one of the target areas were kicking up significant quantities of radioactive dust. A Chemical Corps study in early 1953 concluded that the hazard was relatively slight. Hamilton favored going ahead with the 1953 tests and was greatly disappointed when they were canceled, and with them, the entire radiological warfare test program. The reasons for this cancellation are not entirely clear, but two factors are evident. The next phase of the program would have required the construction of expensive new production facilities, which collided with military budget cuts at the end of the Korean War. Furthermore, by 1953, only the Chemical Corps maintained a strong interest in the radiological warfare program, making it vulnerable to questions about whether it satisfied any unique military need. The radiological warfare program did not end completely, but its focus narrowed to defensive measures, including shielding and decontamination, with atmospheric nuclear tests providing the main opportunity for study. The Radiological Warfare Test Safety Panel was an early example of the use of an expert panel to evaluate possible risks of planned government activities. Ideally, such a panel should not be chaired by a proponent of the program in question, although those with such knowledge of and interest in the program are of obvious value to a safety effort. Hamilton's evident enthusiasm for radiological warfare research raises questions about his impartiality as head of the panel, but the panel as a whole appears to have dealt with serious public health issues in a responsible manner. End of section 55. Section 56 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 11, Part 3. Secrecy in the Radiological Warfare Program. The U.S. Radiological Weapons Testing Program appears to have remained formally secret until 1974 and remained largely unknown to the public until the GAO's report in 1993. There was a recurring tension at the time between those who wanted to release information to allay unwarranted public fears about radiation hazards and those who thought that publicity would create unwarranted attention and public apprehension that could interfere with the successful prosecution of the program. If there was a concern that public knowledge of the general outlines of the program would undermine national security, none of the available documents state this argument explicitly, except through their classification markings. In May 1948, at its first meeting, the Noise Panel recommended that the entire program be classified secret, restricted data. The Chemical Corps' RW program was classified at this level. At its second meeting in August, the Noise Panel revised this recommendation to conclude that the existence of an RW program should be considered as unclassified information. The Noise Panel was responding to the recommendation by the AEC's ACBM that the Advisory Committee on Biology and Medicine urged that the broad subject of radiological warfare be declassified on the grounds that the subject appears in nearly every Sunday supplement in a distorted manner, and that better work could be done from the scientific and medical standpoint if the program were declassified. In February 1949, Defense Secretary James Forrestal, responding to requests for greater public disclosure of U.S. nuclear activities, appointed Harvard University President James Conant to chair a confidential ad hoc committee to make recommendations on the information which should be released to the public concerning the capabilities of and defense against the atomic bomb and weapons of biological, chemical, and radiological warfare. This high-level committee's work ended in October 1949 in deadlock without making any strong recommendations. Its report to President Truman was quickly forgotten and, if anything, provided the basis for continuing the existing pattern of secrecy. Among the listed rationales provided by the majority of committee members who opposed the release of further information on the capabilities of atomic weapons was the absence of public demand for the information. The positions taken by certain well-known and probably well-meaning pressure groups, they suggested, do not spring from any general public sentiment in this regard and should, therefore, be ignored. James Hirschberg, in his biography of Harvard University President James Conant, who chaired the fishing party, as the committee was codenamed, has observed, "Notably missing from this list is any indication that they were worried that the Soviet Union might derive military benefit from the release of data under consideration. The observation of the majority that the public would seem to be more concerned lest their officials release too much classified information rather than too little may have been accurate. But would the attitude have been the same if it were known the government was hiding the information not from Moscow, but from its own people, because it did not trust them? How else to explain the fear that even a carefully reasoned statement might have a very disturbing effect on the general public and could be misinterpreted by pressure groups in support of any extreme position they were currently advocating?" In May 1949, while Conant's panel deliberated and the Chemical Corps was preparing for the initial Dugway field tests, the Defense Department's Research and Development Board, RDB, addressed the question of releasing information on radiological warfare. The RDB's Committee on Atomic Energy recommended against a public release of information. Soon after, a joint meeting of the Military Liaison Committee and the General Advisory Council considered, but rejected, a drafted letter to the President, also recommending a press release on the RW program. Later that year, on advice from Joseph Hamilton, the Chemical Corps prepared a release regarding munitions tests at Dugway. The Chemical Corps' proposal for a release was discussed with AEC and DoD officials who rejected it, saying such a release was not desirable. At roughly the same time, Defense Secretary Lewis Johnson briefed President Truman on the radiological warfare program. The briefing memorandum prepared for Truman said that the planned tests posed a negligible risk, but argued that, should the general public learn prematurely of the tests, it is conceivable that an adverse public reaction might result because of the lack of a true understanding of radiological hazards. It also noted that a group of highly competent and nationally recognized authorities is being assembled to review all radiological aspects of the tests before operations are initiated at the test site. The reference in the briefing memorandum was to the Radiological Warfare Test Safety Panel, which was being selected at that time. In August, at the first meeting of this panel, Albert R. Olpin, president of the University of Utah, noted the risk that uranium prospectors might stumble onto the site. Citing Olpin's concern, Joseph Hamilton noted, "While the hazards to health for both man and animals can be considered relatively slight, the adverse effects of having public attention drawn to such a situation would be most deleterious to the program." In particular, Dr. Olpin brought up the interesting point that most of Utah is being very carefully combed by a large number of prospectors armed with Geiger counters. Needless to say, it is imperative that such individuals be denied the opportunity to survey any region containing a perceptible amount of radioactivity arising from the various radioactive munitions that are to be employed. Soon after this meeting, Hamilton also proposed a public release of information, perhaps reasoning that a program that was announced, but played down, would attract less attention than one that was discovered accidentally. Hamilton's proposal was refused. Echoing Hamilton's concerns, the Chemical Corps proposed once more that the tests be made public, again citing the risk of discovery by uranium prospectors. Robert LeBaron, chairman of the DoD's Military Liaison Committee to the AEC, turned down this request, claiming the need for review by the Armed Forces Policy Council. The official silence about the prospects for radiological warfare prompted some public speculation about the government's activities, including a report appearing in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, a journal created following the war to give a policy voice in print to many of the physicists who had worked on the bomb. The journal had some following in the general public as well as the scientific community. The report mirrored much of the analysis of the noise panel and concluded that RW had significant military potential. In September 1949, the AEC's declassification branch recommended that certain general information, civil defense problems, and medical aspects of RW be declassified. Details regarding specific agents and methods of delivery, however, should remain secret. These suggestions appear to have been adopted shortly thereafter, as AEC and DoD reports at the end of 1949 and into the early 1950s discussed some aspects of the RW program in very broad terms. The closest thing to an official announcement of the field test program appears to have come in a report for the first half of 1951. This report briefly noted that research and development activities in chemical, biological, and radiological warfare were accelerated, and that Dugway Proving Ground was reactivated, and major field test programs in offensive and defensive toxicological warfare were started, but provided no details. The 1994 Summary of Declassification Policy by the Department of Energy notes that offensive radiological warfare was declassified in 1951 by the AEC, although the Defense Department appears to have kept this aspect of the program classified until much later. The secrecy that surrounded the radiological warfare field test program raises two related questions. The first question is whether concerns over public reaction are a legitimate basis for security classification. Officials at various levels cited fears of public anxiety, undue public apprehension, and even public hysteria to justify keeping even the most general information secret. The documents reviewed by the advisory committee do not record the actual decisions at various stages to keep the field testing program secret. They refer only to such decisions being made by others. It may be that those decisions reflected other reasons for secrecy, or it may be that public reaction was considered a national security issue. This can be a legitimate argument when the program in question is considered vital to the nation's security. However, the nation has a vital interest in open public participation in representative government, and making exceptions to the rule of openness requires a high standard of national need. The second question is the same as the one raised for the Green Run. Can potentially important public health information about secret activities be made available to the public without compromising secrecy about the details and purposes of the activity? As described later in this chapter, this remains a live issue today. The Ra-La tests, 2 decades of experimentation. From 1944 to 1961, the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory used lanthanum 140, also known as radiolanthanum or Ra-La, in 244 identified tests of atomic bomb components. These tests were critical to the development of the plutonium bomb, which required a highly symmetrical inward detonation of high explosive, known as implosion, to compress the plutonium fuel and allow a critical chain reaction. The Ra-La method, see What Were the Ra-La Tests, was the only technique available for measuring whether the implosion was symmetrical enough and continued to be used for testing bomb designs until the early 1960s, when technical advances allowed the use of alternative techniques. What were the Ra-La tests? Implosion devices use carefully timed detonations of carefully shaped, high-explosive charges to generate a spherically symmetrical, inward-directed shock wave. This shock wave in turn compresses the nuclear fuel of an atomic bomb, usually plutonium, causing it to go critical and undergo a nuclear chain reaction. In the Ra-La test, the plutonium core was replaced by a surrogate heavy metal with an inner core of lanthanum. Lanthanum 140 has a half-life of 40 hours, emitting a high-energy gamma ray in its decay. Some of these gamma rays were absorbed as they passed through the outer components of the implosion device, the degree of absorption depending on how compressed those components were. Radiation measurement devices placed in various directions outside the device would indicate the overall compression and whether that compression was symmetrical or instead varied with direction. The lanthanum sources typically ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand curies, the average being slightly more than 1,000 curies, and were dispersed in the cloud resulting from the detonation. In 1950, the Air Force flew a B-17 aircraft carrying an atmospheric conductivity apparatus in 4 radiation tracking experiments at Los Alamos. These 4 experiments were identified subsequently by the General Accounting Office and appear in the Advisory Committee's charter. A historical analysis undertaken by the Los Alamos Human Studies Project Team in 1994 identified 3 of these experiments in which the environmental release of radiation was incidental to the experiment as part of the series of 244 intentional releases mentioned above. The presence of the tracking aircraft is all that distinguishes the 3 in the Advisory Committee's charter from the other 241. The Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory was established in 1943 as the Atomic Bomb Design Center for the Manhattan Project on a mesa overlooking the Rio Grande Valley, about 40 miles northwest of Santa Fe, New Mexico. The Ra-La tests were conducted in Bayou Canyon, roughly 3 miles east of the town of Los Alamos, which grew up next to the lab. Although radioactive clouds from the Ra-La tests occasionally blew back toward the town, the prevailing winds usually blew those clouds over sparsely populated regions to the north and east. Aside from a small construction trailer park and a pumice quarry within 3 miles, the nearest population center was the San Ildefonso Pueblo, roughly 8 miles downwind of the test site in the Rio Grande Valley. Several Pueblo Indian and Spanish-speaking communities lie within 12 miles of Los Alamos. Risks to the public. Concerns over risks to the public arose at the beginning of the Ra-La program. In the early years, Los Alamos planners and health physicists worried that the detonations could cause some contamination in areas outside the test site, such as the construction trailer park and nearby hiking trails. As the Ra-La program continued, several patterns of public safety practices developed. Initially, the principal way to protect people was to keep them out of the immediate test areas, but in later years it became the practice to test only when the weather was favorable, and later still to survey surrounding roads to detect whether contamination had reached hazardous levels. Perhaps because early atmospheric monitoring had produced only negative results, and because surveys in Los Alamos had indicated only minimal levels of contamination, ground contamination was not believed to be a significant problem at first. Environmental surveys after RALA tests indicated significant contamination at some locations within 3 miles of the release, but not at greater distances. This observation and the opening of a pumice quarry within 3 miles of Bayou Canyon led to intensive studies of fallout from the RALA tests in 1949 and 1950. These studies led Los Alamos to conclude that any area which is 2 miles or more from the firing point may be regarded as a non-hazardous area. As a result of these studies, Los Alamos restricted RALA testing to take place only when the winds were blowing away from the town and laboratory of Los Alamos. Systematic weather forecasting, therefore, began only in 1949, after more than 120 tests had been carried out, and maintaining the capability to forecast wind conditions for these tests remained an important requirement over the years. The meteorological constraints presumably reduced the radiation exposures in Los Alamos itself. Exposures in more distant communities, while probably more frequent, remained lower than Los Alamos. At the Advisory Committee's public meeting in Santa Fe on January 20, 1995, however, Los Alamos activist Tyler Mercier commented that most of the shots were fired when the wind was blowing to the northeast. At this point in time, that's where most of the population of this region lived. I mean, half of it is Spanish and half of it Native American. Mercier concluded that there appears to be a callous disregard for the well-being and lives of the Spanish and Native Americans in our community. The RALA tests were suspended from July 1950 to March 1952. Routine radiological survey procedures were put into place when testing resumed. Surveyors would drive along roads in 3 sectors, monitoring radiation hazards. Readings were typically below 1 millirad per hour, but reached levels of up to 15 millirad per hour at nearby locations and up to 3 millirad per hour at distances of several miles. Readings in excess of 6 millirad per hour required further action, including possible road closure. If the surveyors detected significant levels, they would continue monitoring in the next canyon downwind. On at least one occasion, ground contamination at relatively large distances from Los Alamos led monitors to extend their survey to a nearby town, Espanola, where they detected no radioactivity. The RALA tests were understood from the beginning to be hazardous, but they were also critical to the design of nuclear weapons. Los Alamos officials took significant steps to understand and limit those risks. On at least 2 occasions, in late 1946 and from 1950 to 1952, they suspended testing amid questions about the continuing need and decided to continue testing. When the RALA tests finally ended in 1961, an alternative means of obtaining needed information had become available. Risks to workers. From the beginning, the RALA tests also raised concerns over hazards to workers, particularly the chemists, in spite of elaborate measures adopted to limit these chemists' radiation exposures. Lanthanum-140, with a half-life of 40 hours, is itself the decay product of barium-140, which was separated from spent reactor fuel at Oak Ridge or Idaho National Engineering Laboratory in later years, and transported in heavily shielded containers to Los Alamos. There, chemists would periodically separate out the highly radioactive lanthanum for use in the implosion tests. Soon after testing began on September 21, 1944, the RALA program posed a puzzle for radiation safety. On October 16th, Louis Hempelmann, director of the Health Division at Los Alamos, wrote to Manhattan Project Medical Director Stafford Warren about blood changes observed in the chemists working on the most recent RALA test. It looks now as though I was too excited about the blood changes, but at that time It seemed to me to be such a clear-cut case of cause and effect that I thought the measurements of dosage must have been incorrect. Now I feel reasonably certain of the dosage. It was a case where risk was taken knowingly and willingly because it seemed necessary for the project. It is my feeling that it should be the decision of the director whether or not risks of this type should be taken. In August 1946, Hempelmann termed the exposures of personnel in the chemical group excessive and recommended that no more Rala shots be attempted until replacements are obtained for each member of this team. The tests were suspended temporarily because of overexposure of personnel to radiation. Los Alamos was faced with the alternative of increasing its staff so that individual exposures could be reduced, or shutting work down until safety measures were installed. Rala testing resumed in December 1946 after a review to determine whether it was still necessary, but no documents are available to determine whether safety procedures or staffing were changed. What did change was that researchers began a formal study of the relationship between the radiation exposures and blood counts of the Bayou Canyon chemists. The chemists' depressed white blood counts, lymphopenia, presumably the same changes noted 2 years earlier, posed a puzzle that continued for at least a decade, resulting in 3 scientific reports. In 1954, Thomas Shipman, who had replaced Hempelmann as Health Division Director, wrote to the AEC that the blood counts were done with extreme care, and we are satisfied that the changes in counts are actual and not imaginary. It is our belief, however, that they don't mean anything. If they do mean anything, we don't know what it is. The cause of these blood effects remains uncertain. The reported doses of roughly 10 rad per year are well below levels expected to produce any detectable blood changes, a fact that was known by 1950. While it is possible the effect could have been due to undetected internal contamination, a more likely explanation may be that the chemists were exposed to chemical compounds that produced the observed blood changes. It appears that in the latter part of the 1940s, some Los Alamos officials worried about the possible consequences of publicly releasing data on health effects, including those related to the chemists. A 1946 internal Los Alamos memo records that Dr. Oppenheimer asked that all reports on health problems be separately classified and issued at his request. The author of the memo indicated his belief that the purpose was to safeguard the project against being sued by people claiming to have been damaged. 2 years later, Norman Knowlton, a Los Alamos hematologist, reported on the blood changes in 10 workers at the lab. A 1948 memo from the AEC's insurance branch argued that releasing this report on blood counts could have a shattering effect on the morale of the employees if they became aware that there was substantial reason to question the standards of safety under which they are working, and concluded that the question of making this document public should be given very careful study. The report was not classified, however, though later reports were stamped official use only. While the remaining information on the Los Alamos chemists is fragmentary, the experience raises an enduring question. What are the obligations of the government and its contractors to notify and protect employees whose work may expose them to continuing hazards, even when the risk is known to be small or is uncertain? As is discussed in Chapter 12, during the same period, issues of worker protection and notification were raised much more starkly in the case of the uranium miners who were placed at significant risk, a risk they had not knowingly and willingly taken. Informing the public. Although many in Los Alamos, those who worked on bomb design, knew of the Rala program and its potential hazards, there is no indication of any discussion with other workers or local communities. For example, from the mid-1940s to the mid-1950s, many Pueblo people who may not have been informed worked at the lab as day laborers, domestics, and manufacturers of detonators. The first public mention appears to have come in 1963, when the Los Alamos Laboratory Newsletter printed an article describing the cleanup of Bayou Canyon. Los Alamos reports that its first concerted efforts to tell the Pueblo people about the Rala program did not occur until 1994, when Los Alamos began its review of the RALA program. Representatives of the pueblos near Los Alamos most likely to be affected by the RALA tests have complained about past and continuing failures of laboratory officials to communicate with pueblo workers or communities. Recent efforts at Los Alamos to undo this legacy of secrecy have created a continuing sense of frustration. Pueblo representatives state that information and other relations with the lab are still too tightly controlled to be trusted completely. It is difficult for any outsider to appreciate fully the unique cultural and religious viewpoint from which the Pueblo Indians perceive the effects of environmental releases. In addition to having several holy sites located near Los Alamos, the Pueblo have a deep respect for the land, which appears to have been violated by many of the activities at Los Alamos. The Pueblo continue to rely to some degree for the basic necessities of food, heat, and shelter on plants, animals, and the earth, and they suspect that they may be at added risk of exposure to radioactivity in the environment. George Voles, a Los Alamos physician who was at the lab during some of the RALA tests, told the advisory committee, "As far as I know, there was not much communication going on with the people in the area, and that, in retrospect, was a mistake." As a result of these failures of communication, Los Alamos now faces a difficult challenge, 5 decades later, of attempting to establish trust with neighboring communities that have become more suspicious because of what they have learned. Here, as in Hanford, credibility is the casualty of silence and secrecy. End of section 56. Section 57 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 11, Part 4. Studies of Environmental Risks and Safety. The Green Run and the Radiological Warfare and RALA programs were by no means the only government-sponsored experiments in which radioactive materials were intentionally released into the environment. Scientists undertook a wide variety of studies designed to understand the risks of environmental exposure to radioactive materials. For example, tests of experimental nuclear reactors at the National Reactor Testing Station in Idaho and the National Reactor Development Station in Nevada were designed to simulate possible accident scenarios under carefully controlled and isolated conditions. Similarly, tests at the Nevada test site were designed to understand the possible effects of an accidental, non-nuclear explosion of a nuclear weapon. In addition to intentional releases designed to test the safety of nuclear machinery, safety was also a concern in studies designed to understand the fate of radioactive materials in the environment. Many of these studies simply took advantage of releases that occurred accidentally or were incidental to other projects. In 1943, studies of the exposure of salmon in the Columbia River to the radioactive effluent from Hanford's reactors set in motion the growing and largely public science of radioecology. The environmental analog of radioisotope tracer studies designed to better understand the workings of the human body, these studies were intended both to follow the course of radionuclides released into the environment during nuclear weapons production and testing, and use radionuclides to trace the basic workings of the environment. The deliberate release of very small quantities of radioactive material provided the opportunity for more controlled environmental study than those studies that simply observed radionuclides already released into the environment. The advisory committee did not attempt to survey the entire field of radioecology, but we have reviewed the following examples in some detail. Project Chariot. Project Chariot was a component of Project Plowshare, the brainchild of physicist Edward Teller, who helped develop the first hydrogen bomb. Plowshare arose in the late 1950s in response to public protests against atmospheric nuclear testing and was intended to demonstrate that clean nuclear explosives would provide safe, peaceful uses of atomic energy. In 1958, Teller selected a site in northern Alaska for Project Chariot, the proposed excavation of an Arctic seaport using a series of nuclear explosions. The site chosen was near Cape Thompson, roughly 30 miles from the Inupiat Eskimo village of Point Hope. This proposal, which was the subject of public debate, died in 1962 in the face of popular opposition. However, extensive observations of the Alaskan ecosystem were undertaken between 1958 and 1962 to provide a baseline for comparison with results of the planned nuclear explosions. These observations led to the first awareness of the environmental hazards of cesium-137 from distant, primarily Soviet, atmospheric nuclear tests, and led to a series of studies on cesium in the food chain and in humans. Most of the environmental studies in Project Chariot were purely observational, but one series of studies involved the intentional release of small quantities of radioactive materials, a total of 26 millicuries of iodine-131, strontium-85, cesium-137, and mixed fission products. In several studies, researchers from the U.S. Geological Survey spread radioactive materials on the surface of small plots of land and observed their spread across the surface when sprayed with water to simulate rainfall. In another, researchers placed mixed fission products in a small pit and measured their transport through the subsurface clay. And in yet another, researchers studied the spread of radioactivity in a creek contaminated with radioactive soil from Nevada. After these studies, the contaminated soil was removed and buried in above-ground mounds. Although this was a technical violation of regulatory requirements, an AEC memo expressed general satisfaction with the cleanup, noting that burial in the permafrost would have been too difficult. After the initial cleanup, the site remained dormant for 30 years until 1992, when a researcher discovered correspondence between the AEC and USGS about the tracer studies. In response to public concerns, the Department of Energy undertook to clean up the mound's potentially contaminated soil. A survey indicated no externally observable radioactivity, and very little, if any, measurable radioactive material was believed to remain. In 1993, the mounds of soil were removed for disposal at the Nevada test site. Caroline Cannon, an Inupiat Indian resident of Point Hope, told the advisory committee at its public meeting in Santa Fe, "I have lived in Point Hope all my life and eaten the food from the sea and the land and drank the water of Cape Thompson along with the others. I have to wonder about my health, what impact the poison on the earth will have all throughout my lifetime, emotionally, physically, and most of all for my children and my grandchildren." Although the risk to the population was minimal, residents still wonder whether other experiments might have occurred and remained secret. Here again, government secrecy in the past is undermining government credibility in the present. How much comfort are Ms. Cannon and others like her able to take in reassurances from the government about risks to future generations, a government that they perceive unjustifiably kept them in the dark? Controlled radioiodine releases. A small number of intentional releases involved the deliberate exposure of human subjects to trace quantities of radioisotopes in the environment. The most systematic of these were 5 of the roughly 30 controlled environmental radioiodine tests, CERT, carried out at Idaho National Engineering Laboratory, INEL, between 1963 and 1968. Small quantities of I-131 were released into the atmosphere under carefully monitored meteorological conditions. In one study, 7 volunteers drank milk from cows that grazed on the contaminated pasture. The quantity of iodine was measured carefully in the air, on the grass, in the milk, and later in the volunteers' thyroids, allowing a quantitative reconstruction of the full environmental pathway. The maximum exposure among these volunteers was reported as 0.63 rad to the thyroid, nearly a factor of 50 below the contemporary annual occupational exposure limits. In 4 other studies, a total of about 20 volunteers stood downwind at the time of the release. Their exposures from inhaling I-131 in the air were much lower. Apparently, all these volunteers were members of the INEL staff. Measurements of the radioactivity in their thyroids provided a quantitative reconstruction of the inhalation pathway. Studies similar to the CERT took place at Hanford in 1962, 1963, and possibly in 1965. The 1963 Hanford test involved human volunteers from Hanford's health physics staff, as did studies of iodine uptake from milk. The subjects in all these studies are referred to as volunteers in the relevant documents. No evidence is available bearing on what these subjects knew or were told about the experiments or the conditions under which they agreed to participate. The subjects were all staff members of the agency or its contractors conducting the research. The documents suggest that these staff members included knowledgeable individuals who participated in these experiments in the spirit of self-experimentation. Reconstructing, comparing, and understanding risks. Thus far, we have only briefly characterized the risks associated with the intentional releases reviewed in this chapter. Just how risky were those intentional releases, and how much of this risk materialized? Although these questions cannot be answered with certainty, the answers can be approximated. Actual and suspected failures to respect public health in the environmental practices of the past have often led to efforts to reconstruct the basic facts and estimate the likely harm from environmental releases of radioactive materials. This process of environmental dose reconstruction has become an essential part of informing the public. The task of estimating past environmental exposures to radioactive materials is a complex, multi-step process. The first step is to collect data from historical records on the amount of material released. The second is to use records on weather, actual measurements of radioactivity in the environment, and computer models to reconstruct where this material went. The third step is to estimate how this distribution of material might result in radiation exposures to humans. Finally, these exposure estimates can be combined with mathematical models of radiation risks to estimate the resulting harm to people who were exposed. Radioactive materials released into the environment can affect humans in 2 ways. First, they can be a source of radiation external to the body. Beta radiation, which affects the skin, or more penetrating gamma radiation. Second, they can enter the body from contaminated air, food, or water and provide an internal source of radiation. Of these environmental pathways to radiation exposure, the food pathway is by far the most complicated. Radionuclides can enter the food chain at many points through contaminated air, water, and soil, resulting in contaminated fruits, vegetables, meat, and dairy products. The hazards from environmental exposures to radionuclides differ in important quantitative ways from those due to medical procedures or participation in biomedical research. The natural dilution of materials in the environment means that individual exposures, even from massive releases, are often quite small, although the chemical and biological processes involved in exposures through the food chain can lead to effects that counteract this dilution. Finally, many more people may be exposed, with exposures that vary widely from person to person. Because individual exposures are generally too low to produce any acute effects, the main form of injury possible from environmental radiation exposure is cancer, which may occur many years after the exposure, and the number of cases attributable to such exposures can be expected to be relatively small. Evidence of cancer from exposure to radiation is difficult to separate out from other possible causes of those injuries. For the intentional releases discussed in this chapter, it is essentially impossible. Instead, we must rely on models of risk based on studies of other human radiation exposures. Increased cancer rates among Japanese survivors of the atomic bombings provide the basis for most current radiation exposure risk estimates. Health effects from the massive accident at Chernobyl and from other sites in the former Soviet Union should also be detectable and eventually may improve our understanding of the risks of chronic, low-level radiation exposure. The uncertainties in these scientific analyses are a major component of the uncertainty in risk estimation from environmental exposures. In addition to individual exposures, it is important to know how many people were exposed. The population dose, obtained by adding up the individual exposures, provides a measure of the overall risk to the exposed population. According to models used by the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, we can expect about 1 induced fatal cancer for every 1,940 person rem of radiation exposure. While the risk to any one person may be small, the exposure of a large population can lead to a statistically significant increase in the number of fatal cancers. But it will be impossible to attribute any particular cancer to radiation exposure. The committee was not equipped to reconstruct historical doses from intentional releases, but can make some rough judgments based on more formal analyses performed by others. The Green Run. The Green Run took place after years of routine emissions of radioiodine from the wartime and early post-war operations of the Hanford plant, and it added a relatively small amount to the overall risk. See the accompanying Table 1, Magnitude of Radioactive Releases. In 1987, the Department of Energy established the Hanford Environmental Dose Reconstruction, HEDR, project to provide an estimate of all the exposures that might have resulted and continues to refine its estimates of the resulting radiation doses to people. These exposures, primarily through the food chain, may have produced a measurable excess in thyroid disease. A follow-up study of the exposed population is attempting to ascertain whether excess thyroid disease can indeed be seen. The Green Run represents only about 1% of all the radioiodine releases from Hanford. Fortunately, for most nearby residents, it occurred at a time of year when people were not eating fresh garden vegetables or drinking milk from cattle grazing in open pastures. The estimated radiation dose to members of the public from Hanford's operations for all of 1949 probably did not exceed 600 millirad to the thyroid, and doses 10 times lower were more typical of the most highly exposed population. The committee estimates that the Green Run may have increased the expected number of fatal thyroid cancers in the exposed population by 0.04 within broad error margins. This means it is highly unlikely that even one person died as a result of the Green Run. A larger incidence of benign thyroid conditions is likely, but there is no evidence to support a connection between the intentional releases and any other possible medical conditions. Radiological warfare. No formal dose reconstruction has been done for the radiological warfare field tests at Dugway. Although the radioactive tantalum used in these tests does not concentrate in the food chain, because of its long half-life, there may have been many opportunities for people to be exposed. Weather and vehicle traffic could have spread some of the contamination outside the proving ground, and even repeated low-level exposures to uranium prospectors or hikers who regularly wandered into the site may have been possible. Whatever public health hazard the RW tests at Dugway may have posed at the time, the radioactive decay of the tantalum caused the risk to dissipate over time. By 1960, no more than a few millicuries of tantalum remained, dispersed so widely that by this time it posed no conceivable human or environmental hazard. RALA tests. Los Alamos' 1995 report on the history of the RALA test program contains basic information necessary for an environmental dose reconstruction, including the amount of radioactivity released, a rough indication of the amount of high explosive used in each test, and meteorological and fallout data where available. Advisory committee staff reviewed the process by which this information was assembled and reported that the historical reconstruction appears to be a reasonably accurate representation of what actually occurred. Los Alamos is using this historical information to produce an environmental dose assessment, which it is providing to the state of New Mexico and plans to submit for publication in a peer-reviewed journal. The committee was not in a position to judge the adequacy of the dose reconstruction, but the sources, methodology, and results will be available for review by outside experts. Individual exposures from the full series of raw law tests were somewhat higher than for the single release of the Green Run, and the exposed population was somewhat smaller. According to a preliminary dose reconstruction by the Human Studies Project team at Los Alamos, the total dose for someone living continuously in Los Alamos for all 18 years of the program was roughly 110 millirem. With a population of approximately 10,000 in Los Alamos County, 0.4 excess cancer deaths might be expected. The average dose would have been 60 millirem for someone living in Los Alamos. The General Accounting Office noted an Air Force report that a B-17 airplane detected radioactive debris from one of the tests as far as 70 miles away, over the town of Watrous, New Mexico, but it is unlikely that any significant risks extended to this distance. The Human Studies Project team concluded, however, that the cloud could not have gone as far as claimed at the time of the observation, and suggests that the atmospheric conductivity apparatus used by the Air Force was sensitive to effects other than radioactivity. Los Alamos has not attempted to reconstruct the doses to the Bayou Canyon chemists. Using data from one of the reports, however, it would appear that the total exposure for these chemists was high enough to place these individuals at some increased risk for developing a radiation-induced cancer. Other intentional releases. No risk estimates are available for the other releases the committee has studied, and aside from DOE's Idaho National Engineering Laboratory, no dose reconstructions have been undertaken. It does appear, however, that the human health risks were small, even compared with the minimal risks of the intentional releases discussed above, and with other, more familiar exposures to radioactivity in the environment. See the accompanying table, Magnitude of Radioactive Releases. End of section 57. Section 58 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Edwards. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 11, Part 5. Policies and Principles Governing Secret Intentional Releases. The Effectiveness of Current Regulations. Policies and Practices in the Early Years. When the federal government set out to apply atomic energy to national needs, there were no specific rules or policies to govern the deliberate release of radionuclides into the environment. Nonetheless, the declassified record of the releases just reviewed shows that those responsible considered the basic issues that concern us today and that are today the subject of federal regulation. These include the need to limit risks, the question of who should bear those risks, and the extent of the obligation to inform affected citizens. This record indicates that, for intentional releases as for biomedical experimentation, the government was most concerned with, and placed the highest priority on, limiting human health risks. At Hanford, for example, this was done by establishing limits for the permitted level of radioactive contamination. Some of these guidelines were exceeded, if only temporarily, by the Green Run. For the radiological warfare program, the Department of Defense established a panel of outside experts to safeguard against excessive risks to the general public. The federal government struggled throughout these early years to clarify its obligations to protect the general public from the risks of radioactive contamination in the environment, particularly from atmospheric nuclear weapons testing. See Chapter 10. The 1953 Nevada test series raised serious concerns about whether and how radioactive fallout from the expanding testing program was exposing nearby people and livestock to risk. In an analysis that seems equally apt for intentional releases, Richard Elliott, Information Director of the AEC's Santa Fe Operations Office, argued at the time that the AEC had the obligation to show that the testing program was vital to the nation and that it was conducted as safely as possible. He also asserted, however, that the agency had duties in addition to limiting risk, including 1. To inform concerned publics of the hazards created and of preventive action which may be undertaken. 2. To warn people in advance of potentially hazardous situations or of situations which may alarm them. 3. To report after the fact not only with reassurances but also with details and interpretations. 4. And to the extent of the agency's responsibility to reimburse the public for its losses. For most of the intentional releases described in this chapter, information was withheld entirely, even when that information might have enabled the public to reduce its risk, however small, of exposure to ionizing radiation. This secrecy appears to have been motivated by legitimate national security needs in the case of the Green Run and the RA-LA program. The radiological warfare field testing program was kept secret primarily to avoid public awareness and controversy that might jeopardize the program. The extent of secrecy abated in later years, and many of the intentional releases that occurred from about 1960 onward involved relatively low risks and were made known to the public. Obligations to limit risk, to consider who should bear the risk, and to inform the public, while recognized, were often subordinated to concerns for national security, which were sometimes joined or melded with concerns for public relations. The information that is available indicates that the physical harm from the radiation is probably less than the damage to individuals, communities, and the government caused by the initial secrecy, however well motivated, and by subsequent failures to deal honestly with the public thereafter. The legacy of distrust, as described in the histories presented above, is probably more significant than the legacy of physical harm. Regulating the levels of risk the government may impose. The past 50 years has seen the development of a body of laws and regulations governing releases into the environment, including releases of radioactive materials. These laws and regulations give legal standing to moral considerations about limiting risk, fairness in the imposition of risk, and disclosure to and involvement of the public. When environmental releases take place today, for example, in the cleanup of the nuclear weapons complex, they are subject to rules that provide procedures for public review and comment on proposed federal actions, and to rules that limit the amounts of radiation that can be released into the environment. Environmental law contains a variety of quantitative standards designed to limit the risk to human health from exposure to environmental hazards. These limits apply both to private companies and to the federal government. The Atomic Energy Act of 1954 and the Clean Air Act of 1970 imposed the most important constraints on intentional releases of radioactivity into the environment. Regulations under both of these laws limit the maximum exposure to any one person. These limits are often supplemented by secondary standards, for example, on concentrations in air and water, designed to prevent exposures from exceeding this limit. This basic form of regulation remains largely unchanged from the early days of radiation protection, although the quantitative limits have been greatly reduced over the years. The actual limits on radiation exposures to members of the public have dropped dramatically over time. The initial post-war standard was for occupational exposures 0.1 R per day. If a person were exposed at such levels for his or her entire working lifetime, about 50 years, A rough extrapolation of current risk models would predict that he or she would be more likely than not to die of radiation-induced cancer. In practice, however, it is extremely unlikely that any worker came close to that level of lifetime exposure. Once it was recognized that standards for the general public should be stricter than those for a potentially hazardous workplace, the exposure standard for members of the public was set a factor of 10 below the occupational standard. In 1960, when the occupational standard was reduced to 5 rem per year, the standard for exposures to members of the general public was reduced to 500 millirem per year from all artificial environmental sources. Since that time, the Environmental Protection Agency and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, NRC, were established as separate regulatory agencies, and radiation protection standards have been tightened further. The DOE and NRC have adopted the stricter limit of 100 millirem per year for general population exposure, and the EPA has proposed adopting a similar standard. The EPA's standard for atmospheric emissions under the Clean Air Act is a factor of 10 lower, 10 millirem per year. A lifetime exposure at this level would produce an expected excess in cancer deaths of a few in 10,000. By way of comparison, the average human exposure to background radiation from naturally occurring cosmic rays and radioactive materials is roughly 300 millirem per year. Exposure limits that were initially much higher than natural backgrounds have since fallen substantially below those levels. Actual public exposures are much lower still, with average medical exposures of roughly 50 millirem per year and exposures from nuclear power at roughly 1 millirem per year for people living closest to nuclear power plants. Although the risk associated with the maximum allowed exposure from human-controlled sources has fallen over the years, so that it is now below that from natural background levels, it remains higher than that for exposure to chemical carcinogens, which range from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in a million. However, standards based solely on limiting individual exposures would not address the possibility that, as in the case of intentional releases, large numbers of people might be exposed to risk, though likely at low levels. As described above, the population dose, obtained by adding up all the individual doses, provides a measure of the overall risk to a large exposed population. A more universal application of the population dose in the regulatory process would give greater weight to this overall risk. Under some circumstances, however, the federal government may invoke exceptions to these baseline standards, imposing greater risks on its citizens where national need dictates. Under the Clean Air Act, only the President may invoke such exceptions, and only on the basis of national security interest. The President must report to Congress on any such exceptions at the end of the calendar year. Under the Atomic Energy Act, however, the Department of Energy is largely exempt from external regulation. When its predecessor, the Atomic Energy Commission, developed regulations for the civilian nuclear power industry, it also committed to operate its own nuclear facilities according to certain safety provisions, but allowed itself an exemption when overriding national security considerations dictate. Such an exception under the Atomic Energy Act could still be invoked today. These exemptions clearly allow national security interests to take precedence over public health concerns. The Advisory Committee is concerned that this could occur without adequate consideration or oversight, and without adequate protection of the public's interest in a safe environment and public notice. Once the exemption is invoked, there is no formal limit on the risks to which members of the public may be exposed, although the requirement to report to Congress could deter some actions. Public disclosure and formal review. Today's environmental laws require public disclosures of the likely environmental impacts of federal government actions, subject to public and EPA review, and EPA oversight of federal compliance with environmental regulations. As we will discuss below, the classification of information for national security purposes requires certain exceptions to the general rules described here. The National Environmental Policy Act NEPA of 1969 requires that the federal government take into account and publicize the environmental impact of its actions. NEPA's requirements serve the dual purposes of informing the public and forcing federal agencies of the federal government to inform themselves of the environmental impact of their actions. NEPA requires an agency to prepare an environmental impact statement, EIS, for any proposed major federal action having a significant impact on the human environment. As long as an agency has followed the requisite procedures and rationally explained its choices in the EIS, it may choose whatever course of action it likes, even the alternative that poses greater environmental risks. Nonetheless, the public process can have dramatic effects on the way agencies make decisions. Assessments that are subject to public comment and decisions that are open to public scrutiny force agencies to consider public reaction when they choose policy alternatives. The adequacy of the process is subject to review by EPA and, if members of the public sue, by the courts. However, environmental impact statement may be classified in whole or in part. The EPA is obliged to review and comment on the classified portions. The EPA is also charged with making sure the federal government complies with the substantive requirements of the Clean Air Act and other environmental statutes, and shares oversight responsibilities under the Atomic Energy Act with DOE and the NRC. For example, EPA must approve the construction or expansion of a facility, certifying that such action would not exceed the limits of the Clean Air Act. Furthermore, agencies are required to report on their emissions to EPA and are subject to fines if they violate the emissions limits. Under the Federal Facility Compliance Act, EPA must list and review environmental compliance at all federal facilities. Selection of sites and affected communities. The sites selected for intentional releases, and thus the populations affected, do not appear to have been chosen arbitrarily, but rather for reasons that are arguably defensible, albeit open to a charge of unfairness. Most of the releases took place in and around atomic energy communities and military sites, a choice that had several obvious advantages. First, the sites offered the expertise and facilities, both indoors and out, for the evaluation of releases involving radioactivity. Second, the locations of most of these facilities were originally chosen because of their relative, if not complete, isolation from major civilian population centers. Residents near these sites were generally accustomed to secret government activities in their midst. The selection of these sites for repeated exposure to releases of radioactivity, whether experimental, accidental, or routine, probably resulted in fewer people being exposed, but it also meant that the same groups were repeatedly exposed to higher than normal risks. While there is no formal analog to the research rules regarding fairness in the selection of subjects in the context of environmental releases, the environmental impact process does provide for public review of and comment on the rationale for the choice of taking an action in one locale as opposed to another. In addition, by a 1994 executive order, President Clinton called on decision makers to consider whether actions affecting the environment may have disproportionate impact on the environment of poor or minority populations. When the environmental review and decisions are made in secret, however, opportunities for any group of citizens to make their concerns known are limited. The effects of secrecy on current policies and protections. As we have seen, current law permits the conduct of intentional releases in secret. Secret intentional releases pose two kinds of problems for the interests of the public: loss of assurance that secret releases comply with laws regulating risk exposure, and loss of the protections afforded by public disclosure and comment. Formally, at least, the regulations limiting radiation exposures to the public and requiring official environmental review and oversight of government programs apply equally to classified programs as to public ones. In practice, however, classification creates complications that have yet to be resolved. Efforts are now underway to put procedures into place to better address proper environmental compliance in classified programs. For example, security classification can interfere with official oversight of environmental compliance. Even in recent times, environmental oversight of classified programs has not been the rule in practice. Until 1994, the Federal Facilities Enforcement Office at EPA, which is charged with environmental oversight of all federal facilities, had no personnel with suitable clearances to oversee, quote, black programs so highly classified that their existence is not acknowledged. Lack of oversight creates opportunities for violations of environmental law to go undetected and unpunished. Some have charged that the Department of Defense, as recently as 1993, used secrecy as a cover for violations of environmental law. Recent lawsuits against the Department of Defense and the Environmental Protection Agency allege that 1. Illegal open-air burning of toxic wastes took place at a secret Air Force facility near Groom Lake, Nevada, and that 2. EPA has not exercised its required environmental oversight responsibilities for this facility. Responding to the second of these lawsuits, EPA reported that in early 1995, it had 7 regulators on staff with special access clearance who inspected the Groom Lake facility. The committee believes that the federal government has a particular obligation to provide environmental oversight of classified programs, and that there is no fundamental barrier to environmental oversight in classified programs. Regulators can be granted the appropriate clearances. For example, before its existence was openly recognized, the F-117 stealth fighter base in Nevada was subject to oversight by Nevada state regulators who had received the necessary clearances. Such oversight is not automatic. It requires active cooperation between the regulatory agencies and the agencies subject to regulation. The Department of Defense has undertaken a review of environmental compliance in its black programs and is working with EPA to establish mechanisms to provide continuing environmental oversight of those programs. Even when regulators have the appropriate clearances, however, other aspects of secrecy can create barriers to oversight. Providing clearances often entails lengthy background investigations, which can result in delays. Furthermore, it remains unclear what EPA can do if it detects a violation that results in a dispute with the agency in charge of the program. This is a basis for concern about the credibility of environmental oversight that occurs in secret. The limits on outside oversight are ameliorated by the fact that both DOE and DOD have established environmental and health offices that are largely independent of their respective agencies' operational programs. Under most circumstances, these offices can probably provide adequate oversight over their agencies' classified programs. Because of the potential institutional conflict of interest, however, it would be preferable to have further oversight by an independent entity. The conduct of intentional releases in secret necessarily deprives the public of information to which it would otherwise be entitled. Security classification modifies or eliminates the various requirements for providing public disclosures. The agency states that its normal practice is to send an EPA employee with appropriate clearances to the agency in question to review the classified information. EPA, however, does not keep copies of the reviewed document or any other records of such reviews. Moreover, review by an EPA employee is no substitute for a process open to public comment and scrutiny. Secrecy, especially to the degree of black programs, severely limits or eliminates the ability of the public to influence decisions about environmental health, either through political action or through the courts, and undermines public confidence that officials are carrying out their responsibilities to safeguard public health. As in the secret releases of the past, there are also concerns about whether and what kind of information can be given to the public about environmental and public health effects when releases are classified, and if restrictions on information compromise the ability of members of the public to take protective actions. Conclusion. While the intentional releases described in this chapter put people at risk from radiation exposures, with limited exception, they were not undertaken for the purpose of gathering research data on humans. Thus, in contrast with the biomedical experiments studied by the advisory committee, They were not intended as human experiments. 50 years ago, unlike today, there was no formal and published body of laws that defined and limited the ability of the government to release potentially hazardous substances into the environment. Nonetheless, the duty to limit risk and, by implication, the duty to balance risks against potential benefits was understood by those who engaged in intentional releases. In the case of the Green Run, risk from the intentional release could be gauged against pre-existing guidelines for operational releases. In the case of radiological warfare tests, a separate safety panel was established to consider releases. The intentional releases studied by the committee often engaged in national security interests and were conducted in secret. However legitimate and well-motivated the releases were, security classification prevented any public notice or discussion of the Green Run, an experiment conducted for intelligence purposes, the radiological weapons field tests, or the Rala experiments testing atomic bomb components. The essentially complete secrecy surrounding these tests prevented any warnings that might have allowed members of the public to protect themselves from whatever risks might have been inherent in the tests. In retrospect, and with limited information, it is difficult to know whether and how national security interests affected the decisions to conduct these intentional releases. In the case of the Green Run, for example, how did decision-makers seek to balance the national security interests in learning about Soviet bomb testing and the risks of not performing the Green Run and thus not gaining relevant information against the potential risks to the local population of the release? The health and safety risks posed by the intentional releases appear in retrospect to have been negligible. The Green Run, for example, in comparison with other exposures at Hanford. But this does not mean that the intentional releases were without negative consequences. The secrecy that surrounded the conduct of these releases and the failure to deal forthrightly with citizens after the fact has taken a substantial toll. People living in the affected communities have been robbed of peace of mind, and the government has lost the trust of some of its citizens. Could this happen again? Could there be another Green Run? The answer is a qualified yes. In fact, an intentional release like the Green Run probably would not be contemplated because the scientific and strategic value would seem minimal, but actions that raise similar concerns if undertaken in secrecy could still happen. Environmental regulations apply to secret programs, but the oversight procedures are not fully in place to ensure adherence to these regulations. The public review process that is at the heart of current environmental protections could be limited or rendered non-existent if the government were to invoke exceptions for national security interest to avoid these constraints. Any government action that is conducted in secret is likely to cause suspicion and distrust, even if the risks to members of the public are minimal or non-existent. Public policy should operate with a strong presumption favoring public disclosure and openness. There doubtless are limited circumstances under which it is justifiable to conduct an intentional release in secret. The lesson of the Green Run and the other intentional releases is, however, that unless great care is taken to preserve and honor the public's trust, the cost to the body politic of such an action is likely to be substantial. The committee believes that the current regulatory structure does not go far enough in this regard. Provisions must be made for timely public disclosure, and records must be created and maintained capable of satisfying the affected populations that their interests have been protected. And mechanisms need to be developed to approximate the scrutiny of the public when security interests require the classification of environmental impact statements or otherwise limit disclosure of information to the public. Without such protections, the greatest casualty of the Green Run, the distrust it engendered, cannot be prevented in the future. Where this happens, official concern that the public cannot be trusted to appreciate sometimes complex information about health and safety will become an ever more corrosive, self-fulfilling prophecy. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 1. Observational Data Gathering. Supplies of uranium to build atomic bombs, a remote, sparsely inhabited site to test the bombs, information about the health effects of both the raw material and the bomb. These were the Cold War needs that led directly to the events with which this chapter is concerned. This chapter examines whether the U.S. government wronged or harmed uranium miners in the American West and Marshall Islanders in the Mid-Pacific, in both cases by exposing them to radiation hazards. In the case of the miners, by failing to inform them about the risk and failing to mitigate it. And in both cases, perhaps to different degrees, by studying them without having obtained adequate consent. Although the mines of the Colorado Plateau and the seas surrounding the atolls of the Marshall Islands were seen by the U.S. policy planners as ideal sites for the government's primary missions, mining uranium and detonating atomic and hydrogen bombs, they became laboratories for studying radiation damage to humans. We also touch briefly on a radiation experiment conducted with a view to the natural laboratory in which the subjects were set. In 1956 and 1957, the Air Force administered iodine-131 to Alaskan residents to determine the role of the thyroid gland in adapting to extreme cold. The uranium mines, the Marshall Islands, and Alaska were not, of course, the first such occasions for studying the effects of radiation on people. As has been reported in earlier chapters, radium dial painters were studied, and in the largest epidemiological study of radiation effects ever, the survivors of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs continue to be followed. The Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission, now the Radiation Effects Research Foundation, began its work soon after World War II. This organization's projects include a mortality study, a periodic health examination study, a study of people exposed in utero, and a genetic effects study. Some of the most important data available on long-term radiation risks have come from these studies. These data have also provided the basis for most current radiation exposure standards. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki studies are different from the cases of the uranium miners and the Marshallese, however, because the exposure ended before the epidemiologic study got underway. While the miners and the Marshallese, after their high initial exposure, were subjected to continuous exposure to radiation, relatively high for the miners, relatively low for the Marshallese, they were not exposed for the purpose of studying the effects of radiation on their health. But the exposures resulting from the mining and bomb tests provided the government an opportunity, and some would say a duty, to collect needed information on radiation effects on human beings. In both cases, researchers were interested in determining the health consequences of exposure to specific and quantified forms and levels of ionizing radiation over a long term. For the miners, it was radon gas and its radioactive decay product. For the Marshallese, it was the fallout products of nuclear explosions such as iodine-131, strontium-90, and cesium-137. Also, in both cases, the United States has provided, and in the case of the miners, continues to provide, financial compensation. In addition, a class action lawsuit, Begay versus United States, was brought on behalf of a group of Navajo miners. There were, however, major differences between the situation of the miners and that of the Marshallese. In the case of the miners, the research was conducted even though there were data from European studies clearly indicating that uranium miners were at high risk for lung cancer, which could have been substantially mitigated by ventilating the mines. The study of the miners, conducted by the Public Health Service, was epidemiological in nature and unrelated to their clinical care. The Marshallese were the first population exposed to amounts of fallout perceived as acutely dangerous. The long-term effects of exposures to fallout were unknown. Therefore, it was important to gather data while treating the exposed population. It appears that the medical monitoring of the exposed population was directly integrated with the management of their health care. To gather information on the health effects of radiation, federal government agencies mounted observational studies, a term indicating that the conditions of exposure were not under the control of the investigator who is studying the health effect. For a long time, while they were being studied, it seems evident that no one explained to the miners the extent to which their exposure to radiation might be hazardous, and, in many cases, lethal. Nor, it appears, were they told that ventilation of the mines could significantly reduce the hazard. And evidently no one seems to have told the miners the true purposes of the research. With respect to the Marshallese, efforts to explain to them the purpose of the studies and the hazards of their contaminated environment were inadequate well into the 1960s, and the difference between medical care and treatment-related research was not clearly explained. The advisory committee reports here on both studies and concludes with a discussion of the cold weather experiment in Alaska, in which servicemen, Eskimos, and Indians were given tracer amounts of iodine-131. We begin with the uranium miners. The uranium miners. The competition with the Soviet Union to build atomic arsenals spurred a uranium boom. In the late 1940s, there was a perceived need for a large and reliable domestic source of uranium to replace supplies predominantly from the Belgian Congo and to a lesser degree Canada. The AEC's announcement in 1948 that it would purchase at a guaranteed price all the ore that was mined set off a stampede on the Colorado Plateau. Hundreds of mines, ranging from mines run by the prospectors themselves to larger corporate operations, were opened in the four corners of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado, and several thousand miners, many of them Navajo, went to work. Some of the mines were large open pits, but most were underground networks of shafts, caverns, and tunnels shored up by timbers. Because uranium milling and open-pit mining is conducted above ground, radon levels tend to be quite low, as radon is readily dispersed into the atmosphere. However, millers are exposed to uranium dust and thorium-230, both of which may have chemical or radiological toxicity, as well as additional chemicals used in the extraction process. In the remainder of this chapter, we focus on the underground miners who were exposed to much higher levels of hazards that are the principal cause of lung cancer in the miners. The American boom followed centuries of experience with uranium mining in Europe, where a mysterious malady had been killing silver and uranium miners at an early age in the Erzgebirge, ore mountains, on the border between what is now Czech Republic and Germany. In 1879, two researchers identified the disease as intrathoracic malignancy. They reported that a miner's life expectancy was 20 years after entering the mine, and about 75% of the miners died of lung cancer. By 1932, both Germany and Czechoslovakia had deemed the miners' cancers a compensable occupational disease. In 1942, Wilhelm C. Huber, a German immigrant who was founding director of the Environmental Cancer Section of the National Cancer Institute, NCI, one of the National Institutes of Health, published a review in English of the literature on the European miners, suggesting that radon gas was implicated in causing lung cancer. He eliminated non-occupational factors because excess lung cancer showed up only among miners. He also eliminated occupational factors other than radon, because these other factors had not caused lung cancer in other occupational settings. Among Huber's peers, dissenters such as Egon Lorenz, also of the NCI, focused on the contaminants other than radon in the mine, the possible genetic susceptibility of the population, and the calculated doses to the lung, which seemed too low to cause cancer because of the role of radon daughters, which the radioactive polonium, bismuth, and lead decay products of radon gas are known as, was not yet understood. At the time its own program began, the AEC had many reasons for concern that the experience of the Czech and German miners portended excess lung cancer deaths for uranium miners in the United States. The factors included the following. 1. No respected scientist challenged the finding that the Czech and German miners had an elevated rate of lung cancer. 2. These findings were well known to the American decision makers. 3. As Huber points out, genetic and non-occupational factors could be rejected. And 4. Radon standards existed for other industries, and there was no reason to think that conditions in mines rule out the need for such standards. Moreover, as soon as the government began to measure airborne radon levels in the western U.S. uranium mines, they found higher levels than those reported in the European mines where excess cancers had been observed. As Public Health Service, PHS, sanitary engineer Duncan Holliday, who spent many years studying the miners, recalled in 1959 congressional testimony, there was early recognition that while there were substantial differences between European and American settings, the exposure levels in the U.S. mines were high. In 1946, our American mines were not as deep as those in Europe. The men did not work long hours. Furthermore, a great many of them are more or less transient miners in and out of the industry. However, our early environmental studies in these early American mines indicated that we had concentrations of radioactive gases considerably in excess of those that had been reported in the literature. One important hole in Huber's argument was that the calculated dose of radiation from the radon in European mines did not seem high enough to cause cancer. But when William Bale of the University of Rochester and John Harley, a scientist at the AEC's New York Operations Office, NYOO, who was working toward his doctorate at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, were able to show and explain in 1951 the importance of radioactive particles that attached to bits of dust and remained in the lung. The discovery had a tremendous impact. When doses to the lung were recalculated using Bale and Harley's models, they increased 76 times, making them high enough to explain the observed cancer rates. Recognizing the importance of radon daughters also explained why animal experiments using pure radon gas had not caused cancer. In the absence of Atomic Energy Commission willingness to press for relatively safe tolerance levels for radon in the U.S. mines, and to institute an effective program of mine ventilation to reduce the hazard, and a mixed but mainly unsatisfactory response from the states, the stage was set for the intergovernmental buck passing and decades of study, a course that resulted in the premature deaths of hundreds of miners. An analysis of 11 underground miner studies published in 1994 by the National Cancer Institute supports the view that radon daughters are responsible for an even greater number of lung cancers than previously believed. The advisory committee heard from many miners and their families about the devastation wrought by the experience in the mines and the government's ability to prevent it. Dorothy Ann Purley, from the pueblo of Laguna in New Mexico, told advisory committee members at a public meeting in Santa Fe, quote, "Nowadays, people come out and say, 'Did you know so-and-so died of cancer?' I have a brother-in-law who has got cancer. He worked at the mine." Close quote. Philip Harrison, a spokesman for Navajo miners and their families, told the advisory committee that in New Mexico mines, the working conditions were sometimes unbearable. The government knew all along what the outcome would be and initiated studies of the miners without their knowledge and consent. A standard for beryllium, but not for uranium. In 1948, Merrill Eisenbud, an industrial hygienist, was recruited by the AEC's New York Operations Office to help set up a health and safety laboratory. The NYOO was responsible for all raw materials procurement for the AEC. At the request of the AEC's Raw Material Division, Dr. Eisenbud and Dr. Bernard Wolf, a radiologist, reported on potential health hazards in the mines to the NYOO field office in Colorado and to AEC headquarters staff. Dr. Eisenbud and the New York Operations Office recommended that the AEC write requirements for health protection into its contracts with the mine operators. The AEC had used contract provisions in the case of beryllium, another key but not radioactive element in bomb production. 1 month before Dr. Eisenbud filed his report on the uranium mines, the Cleveland News reported on a conference convened to discuss cases of beryllium poisoning at plants in Massachusetts and Lorain, Ohio. Among the fatalities in Lorain were 5 residents living near the Beryllium Corporation plant. The plant owner, Dr. Eisenbud, recalled in 1995 was eager to have conditions studied because he wanted to know what his liability was. That same month, June 1948, responding to the considerable publicity given by the press to cases of berylliosis among plant workers and residents, the AEC set a tentative standard for the permissible levels of exposure to beryllium. The NYOO, with the approval of the Division of Biology and Medicine, has insisted that the AEC recommended tolerance levels be met in all plants processing beryllium or beryllium compounds for the Commission. Despite the fact that by September 1949 there had been at least 27 deaths attributed to beryllium in plants where the AEC had contracts, no one became sick with berylliosis after the tolerance limits had been set in place. The DBM objected to the AEC establishing and enforcing standards or regulations pertaining to health and safety conditions, and wanted to turn the matter over to the states. Nevertheless, the NYOO enforced standards for beryllium. The uranium and beryllium situations had much in common. In both cases, the AEC was the sole or primary purchaser. In both cases, the AEC's New York Operations Office sought to control the hazard. And in both cases, there were arguments to be made for inaction. The causation mechanism for the disease was poorly understood, and the legal authority of the AEC to regulate private production was questionable. The essential difference between the two cases was that the illness caused by beryllium appeared shortly after exposure and aroused publicity and associated public concern. By contrast, it would take more than a decade before uranium miners would begin to die of lung cancer, and causality would be harder to infer. The DBM and the AEC Raw Materials Division rejected Dr. Eisenbud's recommendation for health protection, arguing that the Atomic Energy Act did not give the AEC authority over uranium mine health and safety. The New York Operations Office took the same position that it had taken on beryllium. If it was going to procure uranium, it was going to control radon in the mines. The AEC responded by transferring uranium procurement to a newly created section of the Raw Materials Division in Washington. According to Dr. Eisenbud, the director of the New York Operations Office, and many of its employees quit over this move, at least some of them because the shift was intended to keep the AEC out of health-related matters in the uranium mining industry. Eisenbud's perspective was echoed in at least part of the AEC's Washington office. In May 1949, A.E. Gorman, a sanitary engineer at the AEC, wrote a memo for the files in which he reported on a meeting with Louis A. Young, director of the Colorado Department of Health's Division of Sanitation, and Dr. John Z. Bowers, deputy director of the Division of Biology and Medicine. Bowers indicated that health conditions on the Colorado Plateau were not satisfactory, and Mr. Young reported that conditions under which uranium ore was being mined and processed were not good. Bowers, the memo recorded, said his office did not want to recommend drastic steps to require correction of deficiencies, but preferred to gather facts about the hazard and cooperate with mine operators and state agencies to correct unsatisfactory conditions. Gorman, however, recorded, "I expressed the opinion that if the state of Colorado had only 2 inspectors to cover industrial hygienic conditions in all mines in the state, it would not be realistic to expect very extensive follow-up of the hazard problems involving silicosis and radioactivity. Also, that since the AEC was purchasing a very large percentage of the uranium produced, we had a moral responsibility at least to improve any unsatisfactory condition which was known to exist involving the health of the workers. I suggested that this might be taken care of by a clause in our contracts, even though it might result in a higher cost of production. I questioned the point that such action might seriously affect the production of uranium." Gorman's perspective did not win out. By the 1950s, occupational standards or guidelines existed not only for radium, a maximum permissible body burden, but also for radon. By 1941, the data from the European mines had been used to establish a radon standard for air in plant, laboratory, or office of 10 picocuries per liter. But when it came to the mines, the federal government took nearly 2 decades to issue enforceable standards and actions to protect all those miners known to be exposed to significant risk. Instead, it debated responsibility for action while it pursued a long course of epidemiological study. The episode, the judge would declare in the Begay case decision in 1984, was a tragedy of the nuclear age. End of section 59. Section 60 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 2. The PHS Study. On August 25, 1949, the state of Colorado and U.S. Public Health Service officials met to explore radiation safety in the uranium mines and mills. Colorado was home to about half of the U.S. uranium mines. Because many of them were small mines, they employed less than 10% of the country's uranium miners. New Mexico, with much larger mines on average, had a fraction of mines, but nearly half the miners. The Colorado Department of Health established an advisory panel of federal, state, and uranium industry officials to oversee a comprehensive study. The panel advised the Health Department that more information was needed on the medical hazards of the uranium mines. In August 1949, the Health Department, along with the Colorado Bureau of Mines and the U.S. Vanadium Company, formally requested a study of the mines and mills, which the PHS agreed to do. The PHS initiated both environmental studies of the mines and epidemiologic studies of the miners. The environmental study ended in 1956, but the epidemiologic study is ongoing. In 1949, Henry Doyle, a sanitary engineer who was the chief PHS representative in Colorado, began environmental sampling in the mines, Doyle recruited Holliday to direct the study. The health departments of Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona also participated. The environmental part of the study began first in 1950. Between 1950 and 1954, medical examinations of uranium miners and millers were done on a hit-or-miss basis. But in 1954, a systematic epidemiological study of the miners was begun. Between 1949 and 1951, PHS investigators took environmental measurements of radon levels in the mines. Like Dr. Eisenbud, they detected high levels of radon. In a February 1950 memo to the PHS Salt Lake City office, Holliday reported on a survey of 4 mines on the Navajo reservation. He declared that while he anticipated that the samples would show high radon concentrations, the final results were beyond all expectations. The samples disclosed a rather serious picture, leading Holliday to conclude, quote, that a control program must be instituted as soon as possible in order to prevent injury to the workers, close quote. On January 25, 1951, representatives of the AEC and the PHS Division of Industrial Hygiene and other branches of PHS convened to discuss in detail the radon concentrations discovered by the PHS study and what could be done about them. The PHS staff explained that the uranium study demonstrated, quote, radon concentrations in the mines high enough to probably cause injury to the miners, close quote. They also said the hazard could be abated by proper ventilation. The group concluded that the radon concentrations should be reduced to the lowest level possible, consistent with good mine ventilation practices, but found it unrealistic to set a definite level that mine operators should meet. They recommended further research, especially on ventilation techniques. By this route, the radon concentrations in the mines would be materially reduced in all cases, and valuable information would be yielded as to the effectiveness of standard ventilation practice in the control of radon. It was also noted at this meeting that the acceptable level of radon in manufacturing was only 10 picocuries per liter, 1 to 3 orders of magnitude lower than the observed levels in the mines. The PHS progress report for the second half of 1951 explained that because of the acuteness of the radon problem, it was felt that it was necessary to temporarily put aside our full-scale environmental investigation of this industry and concentrate on the control of this contaminant. The PHS met with the mining companies to discuss the hazards and urged them to undertake ventilation measures. In 1979, Duncan Holliday testified to Congress that by 1940, I do not believe there was any prominent scientist or industrial hygienist in the United States, except one, presumably Lawrence, who was not thoroughly convinced of the dangers. And it had been demonstrated that the radioactive elements could be removed from a closed area and be completely avoided. However, it appears the mining industry lacked the commitment to improve worker conditions. The PHS distributed its interim report on a restricted basis to state and federal government officials and mining companies in May 1952. A June 26, 1952, press release announcing the completion of the interim report began with the statement that, quote, no evidence of health damage from radioactivity had been found, close quote. Mining had been going on for only a few years, and lung cancer has a 10 to 20-year latency period. The introduction to the report itself noted, however, that certain acute conditions are present in the industry which, if not rectified, may seriously affect the health of the worker. Meanwhile, as evidence of hazard mounted, Dr. Huber, now at the National Cancer Institute, reported continued efforts to limit his speech on the risks involved. Dr. Huber reported that in 1952 he was invited to speak to the Colorado Medical Society, but declined to attend when ordered by the director of the NCI, at the request of the AEC's Shields Warren, to delete references to the observation of lung cancer in from 40 to 75% of the radioactive ore miners in Europe. Although these occupational hazards had been reported repeatedly since 1879. In a 1952 memo to the head of the Cancer Control Branch of NIH, Huber reported that an AEC representative had objected that references to occupational cancer hazards in the mines were not in the public interest and represented mere conjectures. After the Colorado episode, according to Huber, Warren wrote to the director of the NCI asking for Dr. Huber's dismissal for bad judgment. Dr. Huber kept his job, but was, according to Victor Archer, one of the physicians who ran the uranium miner study, forbidden to travel west of the Mississippi for research purposes. U.S. officials, including those from the PHS, had no independent authority to enter the privately owned mines, as opposed to those owned by the AEC and leased to private operators, without permission of the mine owners. Duncan Holliday testified in court proceedings that in order to gain access to the mines, an oral agreement was made with mine owners not to directly inform those most affected by their findings, the miners. According to Holliday, this was a routine procedure that was followed in every business survey I was aware of. This went back for many decades. To gain entry to the mines, the researchers agreed that the PHS would not alarm the miners by warning them of hazardous conditions. In 1983, Holliday testified in Bege that you had to get the survey done and you knew perfectly well you were not doing the correct thing by not informing the workers. A medical consent from the PHS study dated May 1960 says nothing about the risk of lung cancer or any other health risk associated with working in uranium mines. There would be no overt publicity, Holliday recalled in a 1985 deposition, and when we reported the information that we found, it would be done in such a way that the facilities where a particular set of samples were taken would not be identified, and that we would not inform the individual workers of what data we found. Holliday told Stuart Udall, a former Secretary of the Interior, who represented the miners in the Bege case, that he did not try to go public because he didn't think that Washington would notice a little Utah tweet from him. Eisenbud has suggested that perhaps this was because in the Cold War environment, with nuclear weapons testing underway, no one would pay much attention to the long-term health risks of a small group of miners. Although the PHS and the AEC already knew the dangers of radon in the mines in 1951 and had pressed the states to take action with mixed results, PHS doctors nonetheless began to conduct basic health examinations to collect baseline data against which long-term health effects of radon could be gauged. These medical examinations did not initially find evidence of harm caused from working in the mines. However, one would not have expected to find such effects because few miners had been on the job more than 5 years, and lung cancer takes 10 to 15 years to appear. By 1953, the PHS had completed a series of ventilation studies. As early as 1951, federal and state officials meeting with mine owners in Colorado had told them that ventilation had been tried in other mines and found to be satisfactory. But while some large mines were ventilated during the 1950s and 60s, most of the small mines were not ventilated until the 1960s or later, and in those mines that had ventilating systems earlier, they were not always properly used. The uranium miners were discussed at a January 1956 meeting of the AEC's Advisory Committee for Biology and Medicine. The formerly secret transcript records that in a status report on the Colorado Plateau, the Division of Biology and Medicine's Dr. Roy Albert stated, "There are no pressing, particularly pressing, problems associated with it now, but there has always been a rumbling of discontent with the status of the health conditions in the uranium mines of the Colorado Plateau, because this is a mining industry which is essentially controlled by the federal government and by the AEC in terms of how much it can produce and how much it paid for its product." Albert explained that the tentative decision was to sit tight because it would be an unusual step for the federal government to enter the mining industry, and the AEC could take a wait-and-see approach as the states took up the cudgel. Merrill Eisenbud responded, to no evident effect, that the federal government should pay to ventilate the mines. "I think here is where our responsibility lies, because I think this industry would not exist except for the fact that we need uranium. If the cost of operating these mines as determined by us does not permit adequate ventilation of those mines, we will have to change the price. It's as simple as that." In October 1958, Leroy Burney, the Surgeon General of the Public Health Service, wrote to Charles Dunham, director of the AEC's Division of Biology and Medicine, that the numbers are too small to permit conclusions to be drawn at this time about whether there were excess lung cancer deaths among the uranium miners. However, he added, if this proportion of mortality should increase or even continue in the future, then it might be appropriate to conclude that our American experience is not inconsistent with that in Czech and German mines. Dr. Burney added, although we do not have complete environmental measurements in all mines, it appears that about 1,500 men in some 300 mines are working in uncontrolled or poorly controlled environments. The median level of alpha emitters in the mines of one state is 5 times the recommended working level, and in some mines the level is exceeded by more than 50 times. It is usually the older, smaller mines in which the workers are still exposed to these high levels. Burney concluded by suggesting that as the sole purchaser of ores produced in the mines, the federal government should require mine owners to conform to federal safety standards. Several months later, Dunham wrote a memo to AEC General Manager A.R. Ludeck reporting it is doubtful if the Commission's regulatory authority could be extended to cover the mines. The same day, March 11, 1959, AEC General Counsel L.K. Olson wrote to Dunham reporting that there is nothing in the legislative history of the 1954 Atomic Energy Act or the 1946 Atomic Energy Act which indicates that Congress may have intended to permit the AEC to regulate uranium mining practices. Later, in 1959, the AEC asked the Bureau of Mines to inspect mines at least, and then made follow-up inspections to see that the Bureau's recommendations were followed, closing sections of the mine temporarily until corrective measures were completed. In the 10 months between July 1959, when the inspections began, and May 1960, levels of radon in these mines improved dramatically. As the judge in the Begay decision found, the AEC concluded that it could enforce health and safety measures in leased mines, as distinct from privately owned mines, pursuant to the leasing provisions of the Atomic Energy Act, and amended its mines leases to contain explicit enforcement language and procedures. The states began to enact standards in 1955, but inspection and enforcement came later and varied greatly. New Mexico began enforcement in 1958. Colorado and Utah did not begin serious enforcement until the 1960s, and Arizona, according to Duncan Holliday, did nothing outside of take air samples. In late 1959, the miners were provided with a PHS pamphlet that warned them about the hazards of radon exposure. The pamphlet mentioned the possibility of radon causing lung cancer, but said nothing of the experience of U.S. or European miners or the level of risk. It said that scientists are working hard to get the final answer on how much radon and its breakdown products, known as daughters, you can be exposed to safely. It did not tell the miner the suggested figures, but suggested bringing enough clean, fresh air to the face to sweep out the radon gas and dust, as well as several other measures to reduce exposures. All mining is dangerous, and there is no reason to think that any miners went into the uranium mines unaware of this. Whether the uranium miners had an appreciation of the added cancer risk from radon is another matter. The 1959 pamphlet is the first document we could find that indicated that the federal government tried to warn the miners of the radiation hazards. While the pamphlet mentioned the possibility of radon causing lung cancer, it gave no indication of the level of risk. Duncan Holliday told a congressional hearing in 1979, quote, "We in the Public Health Service made every effort to communicate with the men the situation that they were in. We put out pamphlets, conducted medical examinations, we told them what the story was." Close quote. This statement is hard to reconcile with Holliday's other statements, as quoted earlier, that the researchers had agreed not to warn the miners as a condition for access to the mines. When Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah suggested to Mr. Holliday that some of the miners just were not capable of understanding or knowing the dangers to which they were subjected, Mr. Holliday responded, "I understand this perfectly well." In 1960, the PHS presented to the governors of the mining states what it believed to be conclusive evidence from the pH study of a correlation between uranium mining and lung cancer. The evidence showed that at least 4.5 times more lung cancers were observed than would normally be expected among white miners for whom the comparison data were available, and that there was less than a 5% chance that such a difference had appeared by chance. The results of a study of 371 mines, the number of miners surveyed was not stated, in 1959 showed that the number of mines with unacceptable levels of radon had increased from 1958. Yet the federal government continued to defer to the states on rule setting and enforcement in the case of the mines that were not AEC property, and the AEC, the PHS, and the states continued studies and discussions. Finally, in 1967, Secretary of Labor Willard Wirtz announced the first federally enforceable standard for radon and its daughters in uranium mines that supplied the federal government. After 17 years of debate and discussions regarding the respective private, state, and federal responsibilities for conditions in the uranium mines, Wirtz told Congress, there are today, or were when the hearings were called, no adequate health and safety standards or inspection procedures for uranium mining. The standard was set at 0.3 working level, WL. Wirtz established this criterion under the 1936 Walsh-Healy Act, which provided for the regulation of health and safety conditions under government contracts. It is not clear why the authority granted the Secretary of Labor under this 1936 law was not used earlier to control radon in the mines, but it might have been because most of the mines were privately owned and did not operate under federal contracts, which made the applicability of the act questionable. The Begay decision. Begay versus United States was filed on behalf of a group of miners in federal district court in Arizona in 1979. The case came to trial in 1983. During the 1950s, according to the court, the PHS found radiation exposures in some mines higher than the level it recommended, and even higher than the doses received as a result of the atomic bomb explosion in Japan. But on July 10, 1984, the court decided that the United States was immune from suit, although the judge wrote that the miner's situation cries for redress. The decision in the Begay case poses basic questions regarding the responsibility of the government and its researchers. The court found that the government's actions were motivated by strong national security interests. The government, in making its decision in this area, was faced with the immediate need of a constant, uninterrupted, and reliable flow of great quantities of uranium for urgent national security purposes and as an energy source in the future for the growing peacetime nuclear energy industry. The decision makers had to be concerned that there was adequate data available to justify the standards to be set, and that labor and management would have the tools to know when they were in violation. The court is not clear, however, on why or how a standard for radon in the mines would have interrupted the flow of uranium, damaged national security interests, or interfered with the development of peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Ventilating the mines would have been relatively inexpensive, and it would have improved working conditions. This was demonstrated in PHS ventilation studies in 1951, making it more rather than less attractive to a potential workforce. In 1960, the Deputy Commissioner of Mines of Colorado is reported as having said that 98% of the mines would have to suspend work if forced to abide by a working level standard proposed in 1955, 100 picocuries of radium in equilibrium with 300 picocuries of radon daughters. In any event, the federal government did not invoke national security as a basis for its inaction. For example, in 1986, Duncan Holliday responded in the negative when asked in a deposition, "In all your years from 1949 until your retirement, did you ever receive directly or receive indirectly any document from the Public Health Service, from the Atomic Energy Commission, or from any other source indicating you or directing you that you are to pull punches or nothing was to be done because of national security considerations?" As for the federal government's policy of not regulating the mines, this appears to have involved questions of the AEC's understanding of its authority and political questions relating to the traditional relationship between the states and the federal government. Was the failure to apply the same approach to the uranium miners as to the beryllium workers a matter of the absence of legal authority, as claimed by the AEC, or of reasoned deference to state regulators, as the court suggested? The court's decision did not address the AEC's action to require its beryllium contractors to comply with hazard standards, nor did it address the fact that radiation standards were enforced in industrial settings. Fragmentation of responsibility, both at the federal level and between the states and the federal government, appears to have provided a convenient opportunity for the federal government to pass the buck among agencies and avoid decisive action until long after such an action should have been taken. Under what conditions should researchers enter into a long-term study where there is reason to suspect at the outset that the subjects are each day at continuing and largely unavoidable and unnecessary risk? The Begay decision states clearly the bargain entered into by the government and its researchers on behalf of the epidemiological study. It was necessary to obtain the consent and voluntary cooperation of all mine operators. To do this, it was decided by PHS under the Surgeon General that the individual miners would not be told of possible potential hazards from radiation, for fear that many miners would quit and others would be difficult to secure because of fear of cancer. This would seriously interrupt badly needed production of uranium. No individual mine or mines would be publicly identified in connection with that data. Consequently, the voluntary consent of mine operators was secured to conduct the PHS study. The Begay decision does not address questions such as whether the researchers could have worked more effectively with state agencies that had authority to enter the mines, or whether they could have conducted the study in mines on federal or Navajo land to which they had access. In any case, there is no obvious national security or other ground on which to justify the continued exposure of miners to the radon hazard. As to medical examinations of the miners, the court found that the physicians who had conducted them, quote, had the responsibility for dealing only with the examination and the results of that examination, close quote. Thus the court concluded, quote, it was neither necessary nor proper for those physicians to advise the miners voluntarily appearing for examinations of potential hazards in uranium mines, close quote. In the case of the epidemiological study, the court explained, an epidemiological study deals with group statistics, and the conclusion of such a study appropriately cannot be applied to specific participants of a group. The government did not seek volunteers to work in the mines so that they could become part of the study group. At this point, the advisory committee disagrees with the court. In epidemiological studies, such as the one under discussion, group conclusions are applicable to the members of the population of which the group is intended to be a representative sample. That is, each individual can be told of the probability of developing disease based on his level and conditions of exposure. If the study was poorly designed, then such applicability may not hold, but to the committee's knowledge, no one has argued this about the PHS study. Moreover, the PHS researchers had opportunities to warn the miners face-to-face because they examined them periodically over more than 20 years. There is some disagreement about whether any miners were warned of the risk of lung cancer, but even Duncan Holliday, who in one instance indicated that some miners received warnings, acknowledged that very likely these warnings were ineffective. End of Section 60, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 2. Section 61 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 3. Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. The Begay decision concluded that the plight of the uranium miners cries for redress. Because of the doctrine of sovereign immunity, however, the court declared that it could not provide the appropriate remedy. By 1990, 410 lung cancer deaths had occurred among the 4,100 miners in the Colorado Plateau Study Group. About 75 lung cancer deaths would normally have been expected in a group of miners such as this. In the same year, Congress responded with legislation, the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA, which provided $100,000 compensation for miners with lung cancer or non-malignant respiratory disease subject to certain conditions. In the case of lung cancer, the Act requires that the claimant demonstrate an occupational exposure to radon daughters from 200 WLM, working level months, to 500 WLM, depending upon his age and smoking history, the higher figure applying to smokers and older miners. In the case of non-malignant respiratory disease, the Act also requires documentation of disease by a panel of radiologists certified in assessing X-ray evidence of lung disease. In both cases, records of occupational histories and civil records for next-of-kin claimants, such as marriage certificates, are also required. Records that are often non-existent or difficult to obtain, particularly for Navajo miners. The most recent and authoritative analysis of risks of lung cancer from radon in uranium mining comes from a 1994 NIH publication, that reanalyzed all 11 of the major occupational radon studies worldwide. This analysis considerably extends that undertaken by the National Academy of Sciences BEIR 4 Committee, which was available in 1986 prior to the enactment of RECA. This report used similar methods of analysis, but more recent and more detailed data on a larger set of studies. The most important conclusions of this report are that the risk rises approximately linearly with level of exposure, with an average slope that is similar to that estimated by earlier committees, including BEIR 4. 1. That the risk per WLM varies strongly by age, latency, mining cohort, and especially by dose rate or duration, the latter being a relatively recent observation, but one that is now widely accepted. 2. That there is little evidence that the proportional increase in lung cancer risks is substantially different for smokers and non-smokers. As a consequence, the probability that a particular lung cancer was caused or contributed to by radon is not materially altered by smoking history. 3. That on average more than half of the lung cancers among white miners in the Colorado Plateau cohort and the Navajo, New Mexico cohort were caused by radon exposures. And 4. That there were substantial uncertainties in the actual doses received by miners in different mines. Thus, the 200 WLM figure that is used in RECA as the criterion for awarding compensation is not unreasonable as a balance of probabilities for the miners as an entire group. But 1 is a much higher risk threshold than is required for either the downwinders of the Nevada test site or the atomic veterans covered in the same act, and 2 ignores substantial variation in age, latency, and other factors, and substantial uncertainties in dose estimates for individuals within the group of all miners, so that many miners whose cancers are likely to have been caused by radon would not have attained this criterion. Furthermore, the distinction between smokers and non-smokers established in the Act is not well supported by currently available scientific evidence and tends to deny compensation to many miners, most of whom are smokers, but suffered substantial increases in risk due to the synergistic effect of the two carcinogens. Clearly, some miners have a stronger case for compensation than others, and RECA makes an attempt to make such distinctions. In principle, it would be possible to construct a formula for determining the probability of causation that would better reflect the current state of scientific knowledge, and a threshold on this scale of probabilities that would treat the miners more equitably vis-a-vis the other groups covered by the Act. However, the case of the uranium miners presents insurmountable obstacles in this regard, including the loss of records pertaining to occupational histories and exposures and variations in cultural practices that have made record-keeping burdens on claimants especially onerous. When the difficulty of meeting such bureaucratic requirements is coupled with the strong link between lung cancer and uranium mining, the scheme unjustly places too great a burden on the individual. The committee is strongly persuaded to propose an adjustment in the criteria so that the evidence of a minimum duration of employment underground would be sufficient to qualify for compensation. Any compensation scheme is necessarily imperfect, but given the strength of causal connection and the severity of the energy, the time spent in the mines is a rational and equitable basis for determining exposure levels. Conclusions about the uranium miners. The Advisory Committee concludes that an insufficient effort was made by the federal government to mitigate the hazard to uranium miners through early ventilation of the mines, and that as a result, miners died. The committee further concludes that there were no credible barriers to federal action. While national security clearly provided the context for uranium mining, our review of available records reveals no evidence that national security or related economic considerations were relied on by officials as a basis for not taking action to ventilate the mines. Since most of the mines were not ventilated, the federal government should at least have warned the miners of the risk of lung cancer they faced by working underground. We recognize that the miners had limited employment options and might have felt compelled to continue working in the mines, but the information should have been available to them. Had they been better informed, they could have sought help in publicizing the fact that working conditions in the mines were extremely hazardous, which might have resulted in some mines being ventilated earlier than they were. The court in the Begay decision did not exaggerate when it called the abuse of these miners, quote, a tragedy of the nuclear age, close quote. The committee believes that after 1951, when William Bale and John Harley's findings on radon daughters established that miners were getting a much larger dose to the lungs than previously suspected, the mine owners, the state governments, and the federal government each had a responsibility to take action leading to ventilation of all mines. There are basic ethical principles to not inflict harm and to promote welfare of others, as described in Chapter 4, under which all the relevant parties ought to have acted to prevent harm to the miners. The Advisory Committee has found no plausible justification for the failure of the federal government, which is the focus of our inquiry, to adhere to these principles. It is clear that officials of the federal government were convinced by the early 1950s that radon and radon daughter concentrations in the mines were high enough to cause lung cancer. The federal government's obligation flows from this knowledge and its causal link to the mining activity. Without the federal government to buy uranium, there would have been no uranium mining industry. Since the miners were put at risk by the federal government, a minimal moral requirement would be that the government ensure that the risk was reduced to an acceptable level. Because the federal government did not take the necessary action, the product it purchased was at the price of hundreds of deaths. The historical record is tangled and incomplete, but legal responsibility for the health and safety of the miners appears to have rested largely, but not exclusively, with the states. At the same time, the resources to implement remedial measures existed mainly within the federal government. The Atomic Energy Commission, which was the contracting agency of the federal government in its role as sole purchaser of uranium, interpreted the Atomic Energy Act as not providing it with authority over health and safety in the mines. It is not clear to the committee why the AEC, as in the case of beryllium, could not have made ventilation a requirement of any contract to mine uranium, or, in any event, why the AEC could not have sought clarification of its authority from Congress. The Labor Department appears to have had authority under the 1936 Walsh-Healy Act to ensure safe working conditions in the mines, but for reasons that are again unclear to the committee, it was not until 1967 that the Department of Labor applied the act. According to the Begay decision, the United States did not recruit miners to work in the mines, nor did it cause the miners to be exposed to hazard or withhold treatment from any individual. None of these considerations, however, detracts from what was for the Advisory Committee an overarching determinative consideration. Without the federal government's initiative and its role as a sole purchaser, there would not have been an American uranium industry. Because the government played a pivotal role in putting the miners in harm's way, it follows that the government had a moral obligation to ensure that the harm be controlled, at least to a level of risk which was not excessive of those risks normally associated with underground mining an argument the government used to act in the case of beryllium. The uranium mines were not ventilated, however, adding particular significance to the second moral issue raised by this case. Why were the miners not warned about the risk to which they were being exposed, particularly as the likely magnitude of the hazard became clear? Although this question can be properly put to all the relevant parties, including the mine owners, the state governments, and the various federal agencies, most attention has focused on the Public Health Service. Investigators of the PHS were the only federal officials in direct contact with miners as they recruited and then followed the miners in the course of their epidemiological studies. Also, it was in the course of these studies that important evidence about the severity of the risk was accumulated. When the data collected by the PHS indicated the miners were working in an environment where the threat of lung cancer was significant, which was clearly the case after the Bale-Harley findings, and when the PHS observed in the early 1950s that the states and owners were not ventilating the mines to mitigate the hazard, the PHS was obligated to warn the miners about the implications of its research. This research appears to have been conducted, however, under oral understandings with the mine owners that the PHS researchers would not directly warn the miners of the level of hazard. The question arises, of course, of whether the PHS should have entered into an agreement to study the miners conditioned on not warning them of the hazard to which they were being exposed. The argument for accepting this condition is that it was the only way the PHS researchers could gain entry to the mines, and that ultimately the study results would be available and likely save some lives. But the acceptance of the condition precluded the PHS from dealing in a straightforward manner with the people they were proposing to study, and from providing a warning that had the potential, in this case, for saving at least some lives. The committee is divided on this issue. Some members concluded that the condition was morally objectionable and should have been rejected, even if this meant that the research could not go forward or could go forward only in a limited way. Others argued that a morally acceptable course would have been to accept the condition and, as the results emerged, warn the miners anyway, because in this case, the duty of promise-keeping was justifiably overridden by the duty to prevent harm. The PHS's decision to abide by the agreement not to warn the miners is particularly troubling in light of a regulation, as noted by the court in the Begay decision, in force from 1951 to 1978, that governed the disclosure of information obtained and conclusion reached for PHS surveys, research projects, and investigation. The regulation said, in part, that information obtained by the service under an assurance of confidentiality may be disclosed whenever the Surgeon General specifically determines disclosure to be necessary to prevent an epidemic or other grave danger to the public health. Certainly, at some point, the potential and eventually realized lung cancer epidemic qualified under this regulation. The PHS's 1952 interim report is clear that certain acute conditions are present in the industry which, if not rectified, may seriously affect the health of the worker. So while the PHS had legal as well as moral standing to breach its confidentiality agreement, it did not do so, although it appears to have made efforts to communicate its findings, their implications and abatement recommendations to the health authorities, the AEC mine operators and owners, and state agency. The agreement between the PHS and the mine owners no doubt also affected what PHS investigators were willing to tell the miners about the purpose of their investigations at the time the miners were recruited to participate. The PHS told the miners little more than that they were studying miners' health. In fact, they were studying 1. The relationship between exposure to radon and other conditions in the mines and miners' health, and 2. engineering methods, specifically ventilation techniques, for controlling radiation hazards. Had miners been told the true purpose of the study then, even in advance of any warnings connected with the progress of the research, it is possible the miners could have used this information to advocate for their interests, even if the miners were not well positioned to seek employment elsewhere, or to advocate for improved working conditions. The principle of respect for the self-determination of others would have required a more straightforward disclosure. Current guidelines for the ethics of epidemiological research, as well as current practices, would not counsel the original bargain with the mine owners, the minimal disclosure made to workers about the purpose of the research, or the failure to warn the workers as the hazard became clear. For example, the current Council for International Organizations of Medical Sciences, CIOMS, guidelines explain, quote, part of the benefit that communities, groups, and individuals may reasonably expect from participating in studies is that they will be told of findings that pertain to their health, close quote. The CIOMS guidelines also specify a duty not to withhold, misrepresent, or manipulate data. Today, it is widely recognized among epidemiologic researchers that they have an obligation to report findings indicating potential or actual harm, along with the uncertainties of those findings, to the people being studied and to the public at large. Although the committee believes that the federal government should have acted to ensure that the mines were ventilated and that the PHS should have informed the miners about the severity of the risk it was investigating, the committee did not have enough information to assess the moral responsibility of the individual AEC and PHS employees and officials for these failures. Some effort was made by some investigators to get the states and mine owners to ventilate the mines, and some warnings may have been given to individual miners. But the ventilation effort was inadequate and the warnings ineffectual. We lack the information to evaluate whether officials such as Duncan Holliday, Hendrie Doyle, and Merrill Eisenbud should have done more than they did to protect the miners, granting that their superiors had ultimate responsibility for decisions not to press for ventilations and warnings. Whistleblowing to avert serious harm is an important moral responsibility, but there are personal, prudential considerations unknown to us that must be weighed before judging whether these people failed in their duty. While federal and state agencies may debate internally and with one another the limits of their authority, from the vantage of those exposed to risk by the government should be reasonably expected to do what is needed to sort out responsibility and to ensure that action is taken to address risk. This did not happen. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the uranium miners' tragedy is that, notwithstanding the national security context, so much of it took place in the open. So many federal and state agencies were participants, often with some formal degree of responsibility or authority, in an unfolding disaster that appears to have been preventable from the outset. End of Section 61, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 3. Section 62 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 4. The Marshallese. Following World War II, the United States selected the Marshall Islands as the site of the Pacific Proving Grounds for testing nuclear weapons. The Marshall Islands are a widely scattered cluster of atolls located just above the equator, north of New Zealand. They were designated a trust territory of the United States by the United Nations in 1947. The Marshallese were granted independence under a Treaty of Free Association that went into effect in 1986. The U.S. Department of the Interior oversees relations with the Marshall Islands with responsibility to ensure that the terms of the trusteeship agreement are carried out. According to the 1947 agreement, the United States, as trustee, shall protect the health of the inhabitants. Testing of nuclear weapons began on July 1, 1946, with Operation Crossroads, 2 tests at Bikini Atoll. In preparation for this operation, the Bikinians were evacuated in March of that year. Crossroads did not lead to any immediate exposure of the native population. However, the second shot in the series, Baker, was a 21 kiloton underwater blast that contaminated the surviving test ships, posing major decontamination problems for the military participants. It also contaminated the atoll itself, which, along with further testing, delayed the return of the Bikinians, who began returning to the island in 1969. Although some radioactive contamination was still known to linger, it was believed at the time that restrictions on the consumption of certain native foods and provision of imported foods would make Bikini habitable. Unfortunately, these assumptions proved wrong. After the resettlement, the AEC and its successors monitored the internal contamination levels of the Bikinians and observed increases in plutonium, leading to the re-evacuation in 1978. Today, the Bikinians remain scattered around the Marshall Islands, while a new radiological cleanup of the atoll is in progress. In 1954, the Bravo shot of the Operation Castle series was detonated at Bikini Atoll. Bravo was the second test of a thermonuclear, hydrogen, bomb with a yield of 15 megatons, 1,000 times the strength of the Hiroshima bomb. A change in wind direction carried fallout from the test toward Rongelap and other inhabited atolls downwind of it. The populations of the Rongelap and Utrecht atolls were evacuated, but not until after they had received serious radiation exposure, about 200 Roentgens on Rongelap and about 20 on Utrecht. What followed was a program by the U.S. government, initially the Navy and then the AEC and its successor agencies, to provide medical care for the exposed population, while at the same time trying to learn as much as possible about the long-term biological effects of radiation exposure. The dual purpose of what is now a DOE medical program has led to a view by the Marshallese that they were being used as guinea pigs in a radiation experiment. As happened at Bikini, the Rongelapese were resettled onto their atoll, but after an interval of only 3 years. Again, it was recognized at the time that some radioactivity remained, but U.S. officials concluded that appropriate dietary restrictions would minimize the danger. Unlike the case of the Bikinians, however, the medical follow-up program has continued to the present, reflecting the seriousness of the initial exposure and the added risk of continuing exposure at low levels. 5 years after the Bravo shot, Dr. Robert A. Conard, then the director of the AEC's Brookhaven National Laboratory, BNL, medical team, wrote, "The people of Rongelap received a high sublethal dose of gamma radiation, extensive beta burns of the skin, and significant internal absorption of fission products. Very little is known of the late effects of radiation in human beings. The seriousness of their exposure cannot be minimized. Low levels of radioactive contamination persist on Rongelap Atoll. The levels are considered safe for habitation. However, the extent of contamination is greater than found elsewhere in the world, and since there has been no previous experience with populations exposed to such levels, continued careful checks of the body burdens of radionuclides in these people is indicated to ensure no unexpected increase." From these considerations, it is apparent that we are obligated to carry out future examinations on the exposed people to the extent that they are deemed necessary as time goes on, so that any untoward effects that may develop may be diagnosed as soon as possible and the best medical therapy instituted. Any action short of this would compromise our responsibility and lay us open to criticism. These and similar documents discussed below lay out clearly the purpose of the medical program. However, at the fourth meeting of the Advisory Committee, representatives of the Republic of the Marshall Islands presented documents to support their contention that by ignoring forecasts about the weather patterns at the time of the Bravo shot and by resettling the Rongelapese on their atoll despite knowledge of residual contamination, the U.S. government was using the Marshallese as guinea pigs in a deliberate human radiation experiment. The committee heard extensive testimony about the difficulties the Marshallese have had in obtaining information relevant to their health. Their own medical records are only now being made readily available to them. Many other documents describing U.S. government activities conducted on their soil have for too long been shrouded in secrecy or made inaccessible to the Marshallese by bureaucratic obstacles. This inaccessibility of records, combined with a history of inadequate disclosure of hazards known to U.S. researchers, has contributed to a climate of distrust. In our review of materials that are now becoming available, we found no evidence to support the claim that the exposures of the Marshallese, either initially or after resettlement, were motivated by research purposes. On the contrary, while there is ample evidence that research was done on the Marshallese, we find that most of it offered at least a plausible therapeutic rationale for the potential benefit of the subjects themselves. We have found only 2 examples of research in the Rongelap and Utrecht populations that appear to have been non-therapeutic. This research was intended to learn about radiation effects in this population and offered little or no prospect of benefit to the individual subjects. There is, of necessity, some tension between data gathering and patient care when the same physician is responsible for both. The Advisory Committee has found no clear-cut instance in which this tension was likely to have caused harm to patients, but some may have been subjected to biomedical tests for the primary purpose of learning more about radiation effects. This inherent tension, coupled with the additional strains of language and cultural differences between the Marshall Islanders and the physicians, appears to have compromised the process of informing the subjects of the purpose of the tests and of obtaining their consent, which has doubtless contributed to their sense of being treated as guinea pigs. Insensitivity to cultural differences, failure to involve the Marshallese in the planning and implementation of the research and medical care program, divided responsibilities for general medical care, and failure to be fully open about hazardous conditions have all contributed to unfortunate and probably avoidable distrust of the American medical program by the Marshallese. It is of concern to the Advisory Committee that problems arose in explaining to the Marshallese the nature and purpose of the research activities that accompanied their treatment and in obtaining their consent for both research-related interventions, such as bone marrow, blood, and urine tests, and treatment. Both Brookhaven researchers and the Marshallese agree that general medical care provided by the Trust Territory government was inadequate. But this question was outside the scope of the Advisory Committee's investigation. What follows, as best we can piece it together, is the story of how the United States handled its responsibility to provide medical care to citizens of a U.S. Trust Territory exposed to hazard by a U.S. nuclear bomb test that went awry. The Bravo shot. The Bravo shot was detonated on Bikini at 6:45 a.m. on March 1, 1954. Its yield was substantially greater than expected. The radioactive cloud rose to an altitude of about 100,000 feet before blowing east toward the inhabited atolls of Rongelap, Allan, and Rongerik, and still further east toward Utrecht, Eiluk, and Likiep, instead of north into the Pacific as planned. It was soon clear to the task force command in charge of the shot that evacuations would be necessary, and by the evening of March 2nd, a ship was steaming toward Rongelap to remove the population. Over the next 3 days, 236 Marshallese were transported by sea, and 28 U.S. servicemen were airlifted from a weather station on Rongerik to Kwajalein Atoll, south of the fallout pattern, and then to a U.S. naval base with medical facilities. Merrill Eisenbud has observed, there are many unanswered questions about the circumstances of the 1954 fallout. It is strange that no formal investigation was ever conducted. There have been reports that the device was exploded despite an adverse meteorological forecast. It has not been explained why an evacuation capability was not standing by, as had been recommended, or why there was not immediate action to evaluate the matter when the task force learned, 7 hours after the explosion, that the AEC Health and Safety Laboratory recording instrument on Rongerik was off scale. There was also an unexplained interval of many days before the fallout was announced to the public. Chapter 12. The Marshallese and Americans were not the only ones exposed to fallout from Bravo. A 100-ton Japanese fishing vessel with a crew of 23 called the Fukuyuru Maru, Lucky Dragon, was sailing some 80 miles from Bikini when the bomb exploded. Within days, crew members suffered from acute radiation sickness. 7 months after the test, one of the crew members died. The others were hospitalized for more than a year until May 1955. The event received internal attention and contributed to a worldwide protest of atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons. Dr. Victor Bond, a member of the medical team sent from the United States to treat the exposed population immediately after the accident, said in an interview with advisory committee staff that initial statements by Washington officials underplayed the severity of the effects of the exposure. Dr. Eugene Cronkite, who headed the medical team, said he told Lewis Strauss, chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission in 1954, of his concern that the New York Times and others had reported a downright lie in reporting that the fallout hazard was minimal. Dr. Cronkite recalled Strauss's response. "Young man, you have to remember that nobody reads yesterday's newspapers." On March 6th, the Task Force Command approved a request by the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project to establish a joint study of the response of human beings exposed to significant gamma and beta radiation due to high-yield weapons. Thus, it appeared to have been almost immediately apparent to the AEC and the Joint Task Force running the Castle series that research on radiation effects could be done in conjunction with the medical treatment of the exposed populations. Medical follow-up. On March 8, Dr. Cronkite's mission was formally established in a letter to him that was classified secret and restricted data, and said, quote, "The objective of this project is to study the response of human beings in the Marshall Islands who have received significant doses due to the fallout of the first detonation of Operation Castle." Close quote. The project was given the designation 4.1, entitled Study of Response of Human Beings Exposed to Significant Beta and Gamma Radiation Due to Fallout from High-Yield Weapons. The letter continued, quote, "Due to possible adverse public reaction, you will specifically instruct all personnel in this project to be particularly careful not to discuss the purpose of this project and its background or its findings with any except those who have a specific need to know," close quote. As Dr. Cronkite understood it, his mission was to examine and treat the Marshallese and the American servicemen who were exposed. Initial exposure estimates ranged from 15 rad for people on Utrecht to 150 rad for those on Rongelap. Dr. Bond, who accompanied Dr. Cronkite on the mission, told advisory committee staff that we were given estimates of dose, but they were poor, and we still don't know very well the effects. The Marshallese were exposed to highly penetrating gamma radiation, which resulted in whole-body exposure, external radiation from deposition of fission products on the skin, internal radiation from consumption of contaminated food and water, and, to a lesser extent, from inhalation of fallout particles. During the first few days after Bravo, several of the people from Rongelap were suffering from nausea and vomiting, the first signs of radiation sickness, depressed white blood cell counts, and slight hair loss. Only one of the Marshallese exposed on Alienigani atoll had these symptoms, and none from Uterik had them. The American servicemen on Rongerik were asymptomatic as well. Although the medical program for the exposed Marshallese was designated a study, both Dr. Cronkite and his successor, Dr. Robert A. Kennard, maintained the project never included non-therapeutic research. Both men assert that the primary goal has always been the treatment of the exposed population and that the data that were collected were always intended first and foremost to benefit the Marshallese. There is no conclusive evidence available to the advisory committee to contradict their statements. In examining various studies of the Marshallese that could have been driven by pure research goals, the advisory committee has found treatment-related goals that are at least plausible. It appears that in the medical follow-up to the Bravo shot, treatment and research objectives were essentially congruent. Dr. Cronkite and his team arrived on Kwajalein the same day he received the memorandum establishing their mission. They set up examination and lab facilities in the building adjacent to the living quarters of the Marshallese and began their work. Team members took medical histories with the help of translators, inspected skin to monitor for radiation burns, took body temperatures, drew blood regularly to check white cell counts, platelet levels, leukocytes, and red cells, took urine samples, checked for eye injuries, and monitored pregnancies. In the Rongelap population, platelet levels fell to about 30% of normal by the 4th week. White blood cells counts fell to half of the normal by the 6th week. But at the 6-week point, when the initial examinations were completed, these blood elements began moving back up toward normal levels. There was substantially less depression of platelet and white cell counts in the other groups, which received significantly lower doses of radiation. Despite the low platelet and white cell counts, there appears to have been little unusual bleeding or increased susceptibility to infection. Dr. Bond said there was some excessive menstruation and blood in the urine, but nothing that merited strenuous therapy. About 10 to 14 days after exposure, radiation burns began appearing. These burns were much more pronounced among the Rongelap people than those from Alienigani and the U.S. servicemen on Rongerik, and there were no burns noted in the Uterik group. Often the burns are accompanied by itching, and some of the lesions on the top of the feet were described as painful. In 2 to 3 weeks, the burns began healing. There was some weight loss in the exposed population, and about 90% of the children and 30% of the adults lost hair. Dr. Bond told advisory committee staff that the exposed Marshallese seemed to be perfectly healthy people, but we were well aware of the latent period and that they might well become ill later. He went on to say, and quite frankly, I'm still a little embarrassed about the thyroid. The dogma at the time was that the thyroid was a radioresistant organ. It turned out they had very large doses of iodine to the thyroid. Dr. Cronkite noted that there was nothing in the medical literature to predict that one would have a relatively high incidence of thyroid disorders. In May 1954, the AEC told the DOD that the Uterik people could return home following the completion of current tests, provided that specimens reveal absence of radioactive materials in quantity injurious to health. On Rongelap, however, radiation levels were considered to be too high. The Rongelapese people were moved to Ijet, a small island in Mayuro Atoll. The United States continues regularly to follow up the exposed Rongelapese and the Utarikese. The U.S. servicemen were sent to Honolulu for further examination by Army physicians. But according to Dr. Cronkite, somebody at a higher level within DOD decided that they did not want to study the American servicemen and cast them to the wind, sort of forget them. I think that's a terrible thing to do, but it was done. Medically, it was unacceptable. Dr. Cronkite went on to explain that if an induced cancer had been identified, early diagnosis and treatment might have benefited the exposed servicemen. The DOD reported to the advisory committee that 12 of the 28 servicemen were examined in 1979 by the Veterans Administration as part of a notification and medical examination program for military personnel exposed to radiation. We have not been able to determine whether any of the 28 had any other medical follow-up. The ILUC exposure. According to a report by Lieutenant Colonel R.A. House, based on an aerial survey done within 48 hours of the Bravo blast, quote, the only other atoll which received fallout of any consequence at all was ILUC. It is not clear to which atolls the word other applies. It was calculated that a lifetime dose would reach approximately 20 Roentgens, about the same as, or slightly higher, than the exposure of the Utarik population. Unlike the people of Utarik and Rongelap, however, the people of ILUC, south of Utarik in the eastern Marshalls, were not evacuated at all. The January 18, 1955, final off-site monitoring report of Operation Castle, however, gave the ILUC exposure, based on several aerial and ground readings, as 6.14 Roentgens. Readings from this report for other exposed atolls were as follows: Rongerik, 206, Rongelap, 202, Utarik, 24, Aliengenai, 6.7, Likiep, 2.19, and Votja, 2.54. People living on these atolls would be exposed to additional radiation as a result of consuming contaminated food. Based on the initial readings of 20 Roentgens, the U.S. task force should have evacuated the people of ILUC. A 1987 epidemiological study reported in the Journal of the American Medical Association, however, shows higher rates of thyroid abnormalities on other atolls to the south and east of the blast site, including Jaluit and Ebon. By the afternoon of March 4th, 2 ships, both destroyer escorts, seemed to have been available to evacuate the 400 or so people on ILUC. But according to Colonel House, the effort required to move the 400 inhabitants when weighed against potential health risks to the people of ILUC seemed too great, so it was decided not to evacuate the atoll. However, evacuation would have reduced the lifetime exposures of the ILUC population by a factor of 3, according to an estimate provided by Thomas Kunkel of Los Alamos National Laboratory. In testimony before the advisory committee, Ambassador Wilfred Kendall of the Republic of the Marshall Islands noted that the United States government studied with interest the unexpected and dramatic incidence of thyroid disease on Utarik Atoll, but no effort was made to reassess the health of the population on ILUC or Likiep or other mid-range atolls. End of section 62. Section 63 of the final report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 5, Resettlement of Rongelap. Between March 1954 and mid-1956, the Rongelap population on Ijet was followed medically with visits from a U.S. medical team at 6 months, 1 year, and every year thereafter. According to a preliminary report on the 2-year medical survey, there has been little illness among the people, and none of the clinical entities noted in the Rongelap people appear to be related in any way to radiation effect. By late 1956, about a dozen radiological surveys of Rongelap and neighboring atolls had been conducted to determine contamination levels. On February 27, 1957, the Atomic Energy Commission informed the commander of the Pacific Fleet that resettlement was approved despite lingering residual radiation, most pertinently in the food supply. This decision, which was consistent with international pressure for resettlement, was made even though, in 1954, U.S. medical officers had recommended that the exposed Rongelap peas, quote, should be exposed to no further radiation, external or internal, with the exception of essential diagnostic and therapeutic X-rays for at least 12 years. If allowance is made for unknown effects of surface dose and internal deposition, there probably should be no exposure for rest of natural lives, close quote. However, the displaced Rongelapese were eager to return to their homeland. In March 1956, Dr. Connard wrote to Dr. Charles L. Dunham, director of the AEC's Division of Biology and Medicine, that, quote, we are committed to return the people to their homes, and that is their express wish, close quote. In June 1957, a final resettlement radio survey was made from the air. Gordon Dunning, an AEC health physicist, wrote that he would have preferred a full survey, but that, quote, it appears we will have to settle for the external readings only, close quote. The exposed Rongelap people and 200 other Rongelapese who were not on the atoll at the time of the Bravo shot were returned to their home islands at the end of June. The advisory committee has not been able to learn why Dunning's advice to carry out a more thorough land-based survey was not heeded. A 1957 project report notes that while the radioactive contamination of Rongelap Island is considered perfectly safe for human habitation, the habitation of these people on this island will afford the most valuable ecological radiation data on human beings. Nevertheless, the advisory committee does not conclude that the resettlement decision was motivated by AEC research goals. From 1954 on, the U.S. researchers recognized the importance of the opportunity that had been presented to gather data on radiation effects. However, we have seen no evidence, including this report, that convincingly demonstrates that research goals took priority over treatment in a way that would expose the populations to greater than minimal risk. Apart from the radiation deposited by the Bravo shot, there is evidence that later bomb tests also contributed to the overall radiation level on Rongelap. For example, a January 1957 letter from Dr. Edward Held, the director of a University of Washington group conducting ecological studies for the Joint Task Force, said that activity levels in the water at Rongelap were higher in July 1956 than the levels obtained at earlier visits, and the best evidence seems to indicate that the increase is due to the recontamination of Rongelap from the 1956 series of weapon tests. The letter goes on to say, quote, the decay of the newly added radioactivity is such that it will soon be insignificant when compared with that from the 1954 series, close quote. Atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons was ended in 1963 by international agreement. Post-resettlement medical follow-up. After the population returned to Rongelap in 1957, Dr. Connard visited annually with a medical team from Brookhaven National Laboratory. The team's primary mission, according to Dr. Connard, quote, was to treat the people. I don't think at any time the motivation was anything other than the treatment of the effects of radiation, close quote. He added, however, that, quote, we also were trying to get as much information as we could into the medical literature. We knew that we were dealing with an area that was unexplored in human beings, and we wanted to find out as much as we could about, close quote, the effects of radiation exposure resulting from fallout from a nuclear explosion. Part 2. After their return to their native island in 1957, the Rongelapese continued to be monitored annually by the Brookhaven teams. On Uterik, exams were carried out every 3 years, then annually, with the appearance of thyroid abnormalities. The examinations included complete physicals, blood tests, examinations of reproductive effects, including fertility, miscarriages, stillbirths, observable birth defects, and genetic studies, growth and development studies of children, thyroid function tests and palpation, and studies of absorption, metabolism, and excretion of radioisotopes. In addition to the annual exams conducted in the Marshalls in 1957, some Marshallese were flown from their islands to Argonne National Laboratory in Chicago, where a whole-body counter and other advanced equipment was available. When Marshallese developed medical problems that required treatment in the United States, such as thyroid nodules requiring surgery, they were sent to Metropolitan General Hospital in Cleveland or to other hospitals. One 18-year-old male was treated in 1972 at the National Institute of Health and at a Western Reserve University teaching hospital for leukemia, which proved fatal. In our search of documents related to the Brookhaven Medical Program, the Advisory Committee has found only 2 examples of studies that were not primarily intended to benefit the individual participants. In one, a chelating effect, EDTA, normally administered shortly after internal radiation contamination to remove radioactive material, was administered 7 weeks after exposure. The stated rationale was that the agent would mobilize and make detection of isotopes easier, even though it was realized that the procedure would have limited value at this time. Because there was virtually no therapeutic benefit envisioned, it appears the primary goal of this study was to measure radiation exposure for research purposes, although the knowledge may have been helpful in the clinical care of the patient. In the second experiment, a radioactive tracer, chromium-5-1, was used to tag red blood cells in 10 unexposed Rongelapese to measure their red blood cell mass. The purpose was to determine whether the anemia that had been observed among Marshallese was an ethnic characteristic or due to their radiation exposures. The tracer dose used would have posed a very minimal risk, but it was clearly not for the benefit of the 10 subjects themselves. The data could, however, have benefited Marshallese exposed as a result of the Bravo explosion. No documentation addressing whether the consent was sought is available for either experiment. The AEC was responsible only for continuing studies of the Marshallese to detect radiation effects and for medical care required for radiation-related effects, while the Trust Territory government under the Department of the Interior was responsible for general medical care. But this appears to have been a meaningless distinction to the Marshallese. Quote, all they knew, Dr. Cronkite told Advisory Committee staff, is that something had happened to them and they wanted to be taken care of, very logically, close quote. Often, Dr. Cronkite noted the members of the Brookhaven team did take care of non-radiation-related health problems. Physicians being what they are, he said, you see disease and there's something you can do about it, you like to take care and help people. The Brookhaven team sometimes included a dentist because severe dental problems had been observed. The dentist mostly did extractions and a little restoration. According to Dr. Cronkite, the Marshallese appreciated getting dental care because they were getting something they had never had before in their lives, and they liked it. Although the extractions appear to have been done for therapeutic or prophylactic purposes, the extracted teeth were analyzed for radioactive content. Primary care, however, remained inadequate. There were serious epidemics of poliomyelitis, influenza, chickenpox, and pertussis, all of which, according to Dr. Conard, were imported into the Marshalls by the U.S. medical teams. The epidemics were severe, with high mortality rates, and could have been prevented by the use of available vaccines. The AEC insisted that primary care be left to the Trust Territory, which had neither the personnel nor the equipment to provide adequate services. Dr. Hugh Pratt, who succeeded Dr. Conard in 1977, wrote as late as December 1978, quote, "The Marshall Islands medical system under the Trust Territory is underfinanced. The professional staff is undertrained and overworked. Critical supplies are usually not available." Close quote. By 1958, Dr. Conard was aware of Marshallese dissatisfaction with the annual exams and wrote to Dr. Dunham, "I found that there was a certain feeling among the Rongelap people that we were doing too many examinations, blood tests, etc., which they do not feel necessary, particularly since we did not treat many of them." Dr. Hicking and I got the people together and explained that we had to carry out all the examinations to be certain they were healthy, and only treated those we found something wrong with. I told them they should be happy so little treatment was necessary, since so few needed it, etc., etc. Perhaps the next trip we should consider giving more treatment or even placebos. Also, in 1958, Edward Held, the University of Washington professor involved in environmental surveys of the islands, wrote to Dr. Conard about a meeting he had with Amata, son of a paramount chief of the Marshalls, in which Amata said the Marshallese were apprehensive about being stuck with needles. Amata, who is now president of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, asked about the need for continued medical examinations, and Dr. Held told him that he should talk to Dr. Conard. But Held also wrote that there have been medical benefits not connected with radiation which have resulted from the medical surveys. He added that Amata agreed this was true. The annual exams given to the people of Rongelap were described by Conrad Cotradi, a Brookhaven physician resident in the islands from 1975 to 1976. From the Marshallese point of view, each March a large white ship arrives at your island. Doctors step ashore, lists in hands of things to do and people to see. Each day a jeep goes out to collect people for examinations, totally interrupting the normal daily activities. Each person is given a routing slip, which is checked off when things are done. They are interviewed by a Marshallese, then examined by a white doctor who does not speak their language and usually without the benefit of a Marshallese man or woman interpreter. Their blood is taken, they are measured, and at times subjected to body scans. Eventually, Dr. Conard tentatively arranged for the AEC to pay the Utrecht participants $100 each for their inconvenience. A Marshallese who acted as a translator for the Brookhaven team said that people didn't believe Dr. Conard. According to this man, they began to say, "You people coming back every 2 years to just do the experiments on us like guinea pigs." According to Dr. Pratt, some of the distrust of Dr. Conard, at least among the people of Utrecht, was the fact that he predicted that there would be no cases of thyroid carcinoma in this population, and one occurred. Dr. Cotradi wrote that for 22 years the people have heard Dr. Conard and other doctors tell them not to worry, that the dose of radiation received at the island was too low to cause any harmful effects. However, it has been found that there is as much thyroid cancer in Utrecht as at Rongelap, 3 cases each. The official explanation for the high incidence of thyroid cancer at Utrecht is unknown at present. Yet in the people's mind, the explanation is that it is a radiation effect despite what the doctors have said for 20 years. In 1961, Dr. Dunham wrote an open letter to the exposed people of Rongelap in which he explained the need for medical follow-up. Dr. Dunham specified that one reason was the health care of the exposed population, but that the other was of no direct value to you, the Rongelap population. This is the only instance we found in which a U.S. official explicitly says research is being conducted that has no direct benefit to the Marshallese population under the care of the Brookhaven doctors. The letter continued, quote, "The health studies help us to understand better the kinds of sickness caused by radiation. The United Nations has a special scientific committee to study these things, and the information we get from our work here is made available to that committee and to the whole world." Close quote. This letter was rescinded before it was sent, however. Although it was read once over the radio, the broadcast probably did not reach the Rongelap people, since there are only 3 radios on the island. Koorts Oulahan, the AEC's Deputy General Counsel, apparently requested the letter be rescinded, although the reason for the request is unclear. The district administrator of the Marshall Islands, William Finale, complied with the request, and the letter was never published. Many complaints resulted from the fact that the U.S. researchers had difficulty communicating with the Marshallese, most of whom did not speak English. Information about risk, countermeasures, and radiation was not easily explained to the Marshallese, and cultural differences made it difficult for the researchers to appreciate relevant Marshallese practices and customs. According to Dr. Bond, an early member of the medical team, the Brookhaven doctors did not believe that they needed to obtain consent for treatment or to conduct studies related to treatment. The Brookhaven team offered needed medical care. Therefore, despite complaints, the Marshallese requested extension of the medical program provided to the Rongelap and Utrecht people to include more general medical care and to include other islands and atolls. Thyroid abnormalities, in addition to the one fatal case of leukemia, have been the most significant late effect of radiation among the Marshallese. These endpoints appear to have received both extensive study and appropriate treatment. As thyroid abnormalities began to appear in the Utrecht population, the Brookhaven team felt a need to establish a baseline in an unexposed Marshallese population. Over the years, members of the Iluk control population, at best an imperfect control population because of their exposure, had immigrated or died and had been lost to follow-up. This population was too small to provide an adequate baseline, so the Brookhaven team conducted surveys of 354 people at Likiep and Wocha atolls in 1973 and 76. They also examined more than 900 Rongelap and Utrecht people who were not on their home islands during Bravo. It is likely that many, if not most, of the controls selected had some radiation exposure resulting from the bomb tests. During the early 1970s, there were increasing complaints about and resistance to participation in the medical surveys, coupled with the continuing appearance of thyroid abnormalities, including their development in the less exposed Utrecht population. There were also growing numbers of people from Rongelap and Utrecht who, as a result of thyroid surgery or reduced thyroid function, needed thyroid medication and indications that those on medication were not adequately complying with their therapeutic regimen. As a consequence of all these events, Brookhaven expanded its staff and medical care programs in the Marshalls in the mid-1970s, including, for the first time, primary care for a number of conditions not thought to be radiation-related. Full-time resident staff was increased. In 1973, Brookhaven stationed a full-time physician in the Marshalls. Quote, his primary responsibilities included A, monitoring the thyroid treatment program, B, visiting Rongelap, Utrecht, and Bikini atolls for health care purposes every 3 or 4 months, and C, assisting the trust territory medical services with the care of Rongelap and Utrecht patients at the hospitals at Availle and Mayuro. In 1974, the researchers conducted extensive screening for diabetes, a non-radiation-related condition, in order to determine the impact of diabetes on the population and form the basis for development of a program for treatment and management of this significant problem, which affects 17% of the population. In 1976, a new agreement provided for Brookhaven to provide examinations and health care for all Marshallese living on Rongelap and Utrecht when they made their visit, and for the resident Brookhaven physician to assist in the care of Rongelap and Utrecht patients at the hospitals in Availle Island, in Kwajalein Atoll, and Mayuro, the capital of the Marshall Islands, in the Mayuro Atoll. In 1977, an extensive program to diagnose and treat intestinal parasites was carried out. By 1978, administrative responsibility in the Trust Territory government shifted to the individual island groups. The Marshallese at this point took responsibility for general health care. While the 1947 trusteeship agreement provided for health care for the Marshall Islanders, the Department of the Interior carried out this responsibility mainly in an oversight capacity. The Department of Energy carried on the programs of its predecessor agencies for treating radiation-related illnesses in the people of Rongelap and Utrecht. During this period, the Brookhaven medical team often treated non-radiogenic as well as radiogenic medical conditions. In 1985, expressing concern that radioactivity in the food chain represented a significant health hazard, the people of Rongelap rejected the Department of Energy's advice that they stay on their island. At their own request, they were evacuated on the Greenpeace ship Rainbow Warrior to Mayeto Island in Kwajalein Atoll, where they remain today. In 1994, the National Research Council published a report that, among other things, reviewed food chain data collected and analyzed by Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. According to this report, on the basis of current radiation dose estimates, there is no expectation that any medical illness due to exposure to ionizing radiation will occur in any members of the resettlement population of the island of Rongelap from either intake of native food or environmental contact. However, the report recommended that no categorical assurance be given the people of Rongelap that their annual exposure upon returning would be less than the 100 millirem limit agreed to in a 1992 Memorandum of Understanding between the Republic of the Marshall Islands and the United States. Moreover, the report recommended an initial diet in which half the food consumed would be from non-native sources, and that no food be gathered from the northern islands of Rongelap and Rongerik atolls. In 1986, a compact of free association went into effect between the United States and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. The compact established a $150 million fund to compensate the Marshallese for damage done by the U.S. nuclear testing program. The United States accepted responsibility for compensation owing to the citizens of the Marshall Islands for loss or damage to property and person of the citizens of the Marshall Islands. At present, there are 3 separate healthcare programs for citizens of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. There is a program of general health care for all citizens for which the Marshallese government is solely responsible. There is a 4 atoll program, which is run by the Marshallese, but funded by the United States at about $2 million a year. The atolls that benefit from this program are Bikini, Inuiatok, Rongelap, and Utrecht. And there is the continuation of the Brookhaven program, which is responsible for medical monitoring and care related to radiation exposure. The Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory conducts environmental surveys as part of the Brookhaven program, whose total cost is about $6 million a year. The funding for this entire program is discretionary and can be reduced or eliminated by Congress. Conclusions about the Marshallese. The United States has a special responsibility to care for the radiation-related illnesses of the exposed Marshallese because of its role as trustee and because it caused the exposures. As best the advisory committee can determine, it is carrying out this responsibility well. Treatment has been provided as needed for acute effects, monitoring continues to this day, and latent radiation effects have been identified early and treated. The research conducted between 1954 and today consisted mainly of blood and urine tests and procedures to measure radiation with little or no additional risk to the subjects. Overall, these tests seem to have been related to patient care, although 2 instances of minimal risk non-therapeutic research have been identified. The committee found no evidence that the initial exposure of the Rungalapes or their later relocation constituted a deliberate human experiment. On the contrary, the committee believes that the AEC had an ethical imperative to take advantage of the unique opportunity posed by the fallout from Bravo to learn as much as possible about radiation effects in humans. Nevertheless, the inherent conflicts posed by combining research with patient care could perhaps have been reduced by clearer separation of the 2 activities and clearer disclosure to the subjects. For the most part, consent for test and treatment appears to have been neither sought nor obtained. Although lack of consent for minimal risk procedures performed on a patient population was not atypical for the time, see Chapter 2, the committee believes efforts should have been made to ensure that the people being monitored and treated understood what was being done to them and why, and their permission should have been sought. While cultural and linguistic differences made communication with the Marshallese difficult at first, the advisory committee believes the situation continued for much too long. As a consequence, dietary differences and other eating habits were not recognized and may have led to higher exposures among some members of the population. Cultural differences may also have resulted in an inadequate accounting of adverse reproductive outcomes. Certainly, differences in pace and lifestyle contributed to a perception by the Marshallese that they were being told what to do rather than asked. The advisory committee was unable to determine whether the early medical teams should have been more aware of such cultural differences, but they do appear to have been slow to learn. The BNL medical team was constrained by instructions from the U.S. government to restrict its activities to treatment and research related to radiation-related illnesses. General medical care was held to be the responsibility of the Trust Territory government. However, there was no adequate medical service available to refer other complaints to, so the BNL physicians were put in an awkward situation where, as doctors, they felt obliged to treat conditions that were presented to them. The lack of clear lines for general medical care in the early years of the program seriously compromised relations with the Marshallese. Since the Marshall Islands were a trust territory, both general medical care and care for radiation injuries were ultimately the responsibility of the United States, and the care of individuals should not have suffered as a result of bureaucratic confusion. Thus, the committee recommends the expansion of the BNL program in the 1970s to include general health care and the U.S.-supported 4 Atoll program that went into effect after the Compact of Free Association was approved in 1986. It may be, depending on factors such as food chain and other environmental exposure levels, that certain mid-range atolls such as Ailuk and Likiep also merit inclusion. End of section 63. Section 64 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Final report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, Case Studies, Chapter 12, Part 6, The Iodine-131 Experiment in Alaska. In 1956 and 1957, the U.S. Air Force's Arctic Aeromedical Laboratory conducted a study of the role of the thyroid gland in acclimatizing humans to cold using iodine-131. Like the case of the Marshallese, this study is another instance in which research conducted on populations that were unfamiliar at the time with modern American medicine posed special ethical problems and was therefore of interest to the Advisory Committee. The study involved 200 administrations of I-131 to 120 subjects, 19 Caucasians, 84 Eskimos, and 17 Indians, with some subjects participating more than once. Animal studies had suggested the thyroid gland might play a crucial role in adaptation to extreme cold. This experiment was part of the laboratory's larger research mission to examine ways of improving the operational capability of Air Force personnel in Arctic regions. The results of the study were published in 1957 as an Air Force technical report by the principal investigator, Dr. Kjær Rodahl, M.D., a Norwegian scientist hired by the U.S. Air Force for his expertise, rare at the time, in Arctic medicine. Many observational studies of Alaska natives were carried out by a variety of researchers in the 1950s and 1960s. Most of these did not administer radiation to the natives, but only measured what had already been accumulated in their bodies from fallout. The thyroid study discussed here, however, differed in that it actively administered radionuclides to natives, raising more direct questions of consent, risk, and subject selection. The Alaskan I-131 experiment also offered subjects no prospect of medical benefit. This study is the subject of a review by a committee of the Institute of Medicine and the National Research Council. The IOM/NRC committee was mandated by legislation passed by Congress in 1993 and began operation in June 1994, including an on-site investigation of the experiments. To the extent possible, the IOM/NRC committee has provided the Advisory Committee with information, but, in accordance with its own procedures, has kept its own deliberations confidential. The IOM/NRC report was not available to the Advisory Committee, as it had not been completed by the time the committee had concluded its deliberations. We did not conduct our own on-site investigation of the Alaskan experiments. Instead, we have relied on published materials, primarily Rodahl's 1957 report on the study, Thyroid Activity in Man Exposed to Cold, and those observations presented to the committee in testimony by representatives of the IOM/NRC committee, as well as by representatives of the Inupiat villages in the North Slope of Alaska where the research was conducted. More detailed study might always, of course, lead to different factual conclusions. The Advisory Committee was concerned with understanding the experiments well enough to develop general remedial principles to be applied to more detailed factual findings completed by others. According to Dr. Chester Pierce of Harvard Medical School, chair of the IOM/NRC committee, in 1994, Dr. Rodahl recalled that the base commander at the Arctic Aeromedical Laboratory approved the study, and headquarters in Washington knew of the experiment. Participants in the study were asked to swallow a capsule containing a tracer dose of radioiodine. Measurements were then made of thyroid activity using a scintillation counter and samples taken of blood, urine, and saliva. The study's overall conclusion was that the thyroid does not play any significant role in human acclimatization to the Arctic environment when the cold stress is no greater than what is normally encountered by soldiers engaged in usual Arctic service or by Alaskan Eskimos or Indians in the course of their normal lives or activities. One major consequence of the experiment was to have the non-iodized salt in the local stores replaced with iodized salt. Follow-up, Dr. Rodell told the IOM/NRC committee, was left to the Alaskan Native Service, which was already aware of a goiter problem in these communities. Alaskan natives testifying in 1994 before the IOM/NRC committee could not recall any follow-up visits by physicians, according to Dr. Pierce. Risk. The advisory committee did not undertake a detailed dose reconstruction or assessment of the scientific quality of the research, since these tasks were already being undertaken by the IOM/NRC committee. The actual capsules of iodine-131 were prepared in continental U.S. laboratories. As was common at the time, the principal investigator, Dr. Rodell, took a 1-week course on the proper handling and administration to humans of iodine-131. He then instructed the other physicians who would be working in the field. Doses were officially reported to range from 9 to 65 microcuries of iodine-131, with most being approximately 50 microcuries. The doses below 50 microcuries were due to the natural reduction in the radioactivity of the ready-made capsules during the long trip to remote regions. To compensate for the low doses, longer scanning times were used in the field. But in the 1957 report, these results were judged to be unreliable. According to Dr. Pierce, Dr. Rodell stated in 1994 that the dosage was standard at the time for tracer studies. This was the dose he had been taught in his training course. The dosage was approved by the AEC. In terms of dosage and risk, the experiment was not significantly different from tracer studies conducted in the continental United States, with 2 exceptions. First, some subjects were used more than once. Several Alaskan Native subjects reported they received as many as 3 doses. Second, the subjects included women who were pregnant or lactating. Dr. Pierce reported that testimony at the IOM/NRC hearings in Alaska indicated that at least one subject may have been pregnant at the time. Technical reports, he said, state that 2 female subjects may have been lactating at the time. Although the AEC discouraged the non-therapeutic use of radioisotopes in pregnant women, such research was sometimes conducted. What sets the Alaska experiment apart from other studies conducted on pregnant and lactating women is that this experiment was not investigating a research question about an aspect of pregnancy or lactation. As discussed in detail in Chapter 6, from its mid-1940s inception to the AEC's radioisotope distribution program required prior review of the human uses of radioisotopes to ensure that risks were minimized and safety precautions were followed. In 1952, the Air Force issued a rule that required prior review for experiments, but the rule was limited to research conducted at Air Force medical facilities. As discussed in Chapter 6, in 1949, the AEC's Human Use Subcommittee expressly discouraged the use of radioisotopes for research with children or pregnant women. Disclosure and consent. The experiment offered no prospect of medical benefit to subjects. If the subject in this experiment did not understand and agree to this instrumental use of their bodies, then they were used as mere means to the ends of the investigators and the Air Force. It was at this time conventional for investigators to obtain the consent of normal, healthy subjects or volunteers in non-therapeutic research. This tradition was particularly strong in the military services, see Part 1. It was also recognized by the AEC, at least by February 1956, when the AEC's radioisotopes distribution program explicitly stated that where normal subjects are to be used, they must be volunteers to whom the intent of the study and the effects of radiation have been outlined. The committee is not aware of any documents from the time of the experiment that bear on what, if anything, the subjects were told and whether consent was obtained. There are also no documents bearing on whether the Air Force provided the researchers with guidelines on the use of human subjects or requirements for obtaining consent. However, documents available to the committee indicate that the radioisotopes used by the Arctic Aeromedical Laboratories and Dr. Rodal were obtained by the Air Force under license from the AEC. The AEC's provision for healthy volunteers, as just quoted, was included in the AEC's publicly available materials and presumably should have been known to and abided by those conducting government research programs involving AEC-provided radioisotopes. The only available evidence comes from personal recollections of the principal investigator and a few of the former subjects. Dr. Rodal recalled in 1994 that he obtained white volunteers through their medical commanders and Indian and Eskimo volunteers through the village elders. When a military volunteer came before him, he explained, in the subject's native tongue, English, the purpose of the study and what a subject would do, and gave the person the opportunity to decline to participate. When visiting the villages, the physicians could not communicate directly in the native language. They would find an English-speaking village elder and explain the purpose of the study. The elder would then find people to serve as subjects. What communication occurred between the village elder and the prospective subjects is not known. According to members of the IOM/NRC committee, Dr. Rodal recalled that, although all potential subjects were given the opportunity not to participate, all of the Indians and Eskimos who reported did participate in the experiment. Dr. Rodal also reported that he did not use the term radiation in his explanation to the English-speaking village elders, who then communicated with others in the villages. Interviews in 1994 by the IOM/NRC committee indicated that there is no word for radiation in the native language. One Alaska Native subject, interviewed by the IOM/NRC committee in 1994, recalled that at the time he worked in a hospital, spoke English, and did know about radiation. He could not recall any use of the term in the study. In at least one village, Arctic village, there were no English speakers. Subjects from this village testified in 1994 to the IOM/NRC that they thought they were taking a substance that would improve their own health and that they would not have participated in the study if they had known it required them to take a radioactive tracer. These accounts raise difficult ethical questions about authorization and consent, questions made the more difficult by an incomplete historical record. It is, for example, unclear whether the village elders were employed solely as translators who were asked to transmit individual requests for permission to potential subjects, or whether Dr. Rodal was responding to the perceived authority of the village elder who then volunteered members of his community. Thus, we do not know what the individual subjects were told or whether their individual permission was sought. Today, we continue to debate whether, when human research is conducted in cultures where tribal or family leaders have considerable authority over members of their communities, it is ever appropriate to substitute the permission of these leaders for first-person consent. Even if the procedure used for securing authorization through the tribal elders was appropriate, the available evidence suggests that the leaders may not have understood, and thus were not in a position to communicate to the subjects that the experiment was non-therapeutic, that it had a military purpose, or that it involved exposure to low doses of radiation. The ethical difficulties posed by the language barrier were exacerbated by a significant cultural barrier. The Indian and Eskimo villages had little exposure to modern medicine. One village, Point Lay, is described in Rodal's 1957 report as relatively little affected by the modern world. There is a strong likelihood that there was no appreciation for the difference between treatment of a patient and research unrelated to any illness of the subject. The danger of exploitation was further heightened by the trusting relationship that developed between the native Alaskans and the field researchers. In part, this trust was the customary welcome given to visitors. In part, it was due to the desire for medical care. In at least one village, harsh conditions may have increased the need for outside assistance. Rodall's report states that Point Lay had suffered from semi-starvation the previous year. Dr. Pierce testified to the advisory committee that in the mid-1950s, doctor visits to native villages were quite scarce. Dr. Rodall said when his plane landed, the villagers would come running to meet him and the other physicians who came with him, and the villagers would immediately want their ailments treated. He said the physicians treated them because they were medical men. He also said the natives trusted them and they trusted the natives. Testimony before the IOM/NRC committee included the recollection of one participant that he had been paid $10 for the study. In another testimony, it appears that some subjects may have believed there was an implicit quid pro quo trading medical treatment for participation. The testimony suggests that at least some subjects understood that part of what was being done to them was not medical care. Subject selection. The selection of Alaskan Indians and Eskimos as subjects for this research was not arbitrary. In order to better understand acclimatization and human performance under conditions of extreme cold, it was reasonable and potentially important to study people who lived under such conditions. At the same time, however, the population chosen was not one familiar with modern medicine, but rather a population for whom the treatments of modern physicians were a strange but valued innovation, and the research activities of modern medicine were totally unknown. As a consequence, the potential for misunderstanding and exploitation was significant. The committee does not know whether there were at the time other populations also acclimated to cold weather who were better positioned than the Alaskan Indians or Eskimos to be genuine volunteers for this non-therapeutic experiment. There has been no evidence that any attempt was made to explain the military purpose of the study to the Indians or Eskimos. Thus, in general, there was no oversight or even knowledge of how the village elders recruited participants and explained the nature of the experiment. Conclusion. The three cases discussed in this chapter all raise troubling questions that will stay with us into the future, but they do so in different ways and with different consequences. The iodine-131 experiment conducted in Alaska was conventional biomedical research, although, as discussed in Chapter 11, the subject population and its environment were also the object of observational study related to the effects of fallout from nuclear weapons. This experiment took place at a time, the mid-1950s, when the government's rules requiring disclosure and consent in the use of radioisotopes with healthy subjects were established and public. The available documented evidence suggests that these rules were not followed. The evidence also suggests that, like the Marshallese, the Eskimos and Indians in Alaska were, in the 1950s, unacquainted with modern medical science and therefore unlikely to understand the nature and purpose of the research. As a result of the 1954 Bravo shot, the Marshallese and those exposed American servicemen and Japanese fishermen experienced the largest peacetime exposures from fallout from detonation of nuclear weapons, and as a consequence of subsequent detonations, they were subjected to further exposures. The biomedical research that was conducted by the United States in the aftermath of Bravo raises basic questions about the obligations of researchers when long-term study is coupled with treatment, particularly in a setting where communication is difficult and the subjects otherwise have inadequate medical care. Of all those covered in this report, the uranium miners were the single group that was put most seriously at risk of harm. with inadequate disclosure and with often fatal consequences. The failure of the government and its researchers to adequately warn uranium miners who were continually being studied is difficult to comprehend. But the greater question is why, with the knowledge that they had, government agencies did not act to reduce risk in the mines in the first place. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 13, Part 1. Secrecy, Human Radiation Experiments, and Intentional Releases. When news reports of human radiation experiments sponsored by the government appeared in late 1993, most citizens were startled to learn about such seemingly secret activities. However, some said that there was nothing new or secret. Not only had such experiments been the subject of government inquiry in prior years, but they had also been openly published in the medical literature and even the popular press at the time they were performed. Not unlike the atomic bomb itself, human radiation experiments were said to be the darkest of secrets, and yet no secret at all. What was secret about human experiments, and what was not? This chapter, drawing on what we have reported and adding some new material, summarizes what we have learned about both the rules governing secrecy in human subject research and data gathering, and the actual practices employed. To most citizens, it is axiomatic that openness in government is a cornerstone of our society. We believe this is so for many reasons. In a democracy, the free flow of information is essential if we are to choose our governmental leaders, understand their policy choices, and hold them accountable. In our society, when the government puts citizens at risk, those citizens reasonably expect to be informed, both in advance about the potential risks and in retrospect about the consequences. In the tradition of science, as well as that of democracy, secrecy has often been said to be anathema. Good science requires the testing of theories and findings, and the open flow of information is essential to this end. Yet we also know that the government must keep some secrets for reasons of national security. But national security may not be the only reason the public cannot obtain information about government activities. In the absence of an affirmative requirement that the government must provide the public with access to information, such as the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, enacted in 1966, much information that is not classified under secrecy laws is, for practical purposes, out of the citizen's reach. Even under FOIA, access can be denied for reasons other than national security. Finally, the government can make information public in a form, such as technical research reports, that is too obscure or costly to be within the practical reach of many citizens. In short, our discussion of secrecy must begin, but not end, with information intentionally concealed through the formal system of classification. It must also cover information that is intentionally concealed through other means, and information that may not have been intentionally concealed but remains inaccessible to the public. The government's use of secrecy is a measure of its citizens' ability to understand, participate in, and trust government. Because the government must keep some secrets, the measure of public trust, therefore, is not simply whether secrets are kept, but the integrity of the rules used to keep them. The question, then, is not simply whether secrets were kept. Were the rules governing secrecy clear and known to all? Were they reasonable? Were they honored in practice? To answer these questions, we begin by describing the rules of secrecy that governed the AEC and the Defense Department at the beginning of the Cold War. We found that, in addition to national security, classification guidelines instructed officials to keep secrets for other reasons, including the protection of the prestige of the government. We begin by reviewing the practices of secrecy with the story of a debate within the early AEC over declassification of Manhattan Project human radiation experiments. While publicly professing the need to limit secrecy in science to matters of national security, the AEC kept information on experiments secret for reasons of public relations and liability. We next turn to the practice of secrecy that began roughly in 1950. We have learned that since that time, human subject research, including those that served military purposes, have typically not been classified. Nonetheless, some important information on human radiation experiments was still concealed from the public. After these two sections on the practices of secrecy in clinical research, we turn to the issue of secrecy in environmental releases of radiation. When radiation was released into the environment, the government concealed information for reasons that included, but were not limited, to national security. Finally, we look at the government's practice of record keeping. The government records that the Advisory Committee and the Human Radiation Interagency Working Group have retrieved are invaluable, and the history described in this report could not have been told without them. At the same time, there are important gaps in the records that limit the public's ability to know about the rules and practices of secrecy, and most important, the activities that were conducted, in whole or in part, in secret. While the Cold War is over, the choices faced by biomedical officials and researchers from the onset of the period, and the decisions they made, have substantial relevance today. Early AEC leaders and biomedical advisors came from traditions of science and democracy that recognized that, while some secrets must be kept, secrecy is corrosive, and over the longer term, secrecy itself can endanger national security. At the same time, these individuals were confronted with continual temptation to keep secrets out of concern that public opinion about sensitive matters would itself imperil programs they believed to be important. The boundary between legitimate concern for national security requirements and concern for the consequences of public opinion was continually tested. The problem of defining this boundary and ensuring its integrity remains with us today. So, too, does the no less important question of the means of ensuring public trust in cases where secrecy is merited. In what follows, we seek to determine what can be learned from the experience of those for whom the question of defining the rules of secrecy and putting them into practice was routine and essential. National security and governmental prestige, the legal tradition inherited by Cold War agencies. To many citizens, the idea of secrecy in government is linked to the idea of national security secrets, or classified information. As we have noted, the government also keeps secrets that fit in neither of these categories. The system of classification, nonetheless, occupies a special place in governmental secrecy. Classified information is accessible only to those who have been cleared following investigation, and who agree to abide by the rules regarding access to this information. The violation of these rules can result in severe criminal penalties. Today, classification is limited to matters of national security. At the start of the Cold War, however, the legitimate reasons for classification were not so limited. The legal tradition that information can only be classified for reasons of national security was just beginning to displace a tradition that allowed classification for other interests of state. The authority to classify information derives from legislation and from presidential executive order. In 1917, Congress passed the Espionage Act to address wartime spying, and further legislation providing for military secrets was enacted in 1938. In 1940, President Franklin D. Roosevelt issued the first executive order on classification, which was based on the authorization of the 1938 law enacted to protect military installations and equipment. The regulations that interpreted the World War I law declared that secrets could be kept not only for national security reasons, but also for other reasons. In 1936, for example, the Army issued rules that provided for secret, confidential, and restricted information. The definition of confidential provided that a document will be classified and marked confidential when the information it contains is of such nature that its disclosure, although not endangering our national security, might be prejudicial to the interests or prestige of the nation, an individual, or any governmental activity, or be of an advantage to a foreign nation. Similarly, data could be classified secret where it might endanger national security or cause serious injury to the interests or prestige of the nation, an individual, or any government activity. The Manhattan Project's security manual followed the Army rules requiring classification of information as confidential and even at the higher level of secret in the absence of likely harm to national security. Before the end of World War II, therefore, there was precedent for using the classification system to do more than protect national security. The era of atomic energy presented the government with unique questions of secrecy. The government built the atomic bomb behind an extraordinary shield of wartime secrecy. The very existence of the newly created communities surrounding AEC laboratories in Los Alamos, New Mexico, Hanford, Washington, and Oak Ridge, Tennessee, was a secret. Children at Oak Ridge schools did not use their full names, and houseguests were introduced as Mr. Smith. Following the Hiroshima bombing, the government faced the somewhat paradoxical task of protecting its single most important military secret while having to inform the public, if not the world, about both the hazards and peacetime spin-offs that the creation of the bomb had engendered, from radiation fallout and waste to nuclear power and radioisotopes for medical research and treatment. At the war's end, a committee, known after its chair as the Tolman Committee, convened to determine what information from the Manhattan Project should be declassified. In its report, the Tolman Committee concluded that in the interest of national welfare, it might seem that nearly all information should be released at once. But national welfare had to be considered in light of national security. Still, it is not the conviction of the Tolman Committee that the concealment of scientific information can, in any long term, contribute to the national security of the United States. The progress of science, the committee reasoned, depends on the free flow of information, and long-term national security depends on the progress of science. In the short term, however, the security of the nation required some secrecy. Thus, the Tolman Committee concluded that secrecy could be justified for reasons of national security, and then only if there is a likelihood of war within the next 5 or 10 years. Applying this general philosophy to the question of secrecy in medical research, it recommended that all reports on medical research and all health studies be immediately declassified, except for those reports that contain information independently classified in the interest of short-term national security. While the Tolman Committee report generally advocated openness, it also set the precedent for keeping declassification guides secret. The report recommended that the whole of the declassification guide should not, however, be generally distributed, since it gives an overall picture of the whole project and makes mention, in certain instances, of extremely secret matters. The portions of the declassification guide needed for the work of anyone concerned with declassification should be made available. By following this recommendation, the AEC, and later the Department of Energy, would keep from the public the ever-accumulating rules governing weapons-related information. Indeed, the first 3 declassification guides covering information on nuclear weapons, published in 1946, 1948, and 1950, were declassified only in 1995. In 1946, Congress enacted the Atomic Energy Act, which, in creating the AEC, expressly addressed the protection of atomic energy information. The Act provided that all information related to atomic energy was to be considered as restricted data, RD, until the AEC reviewed it and decided that it should be unprotected. RD was therefore said to be born secret. The Act prohibited the unauthorized disclosure of RD, making it a capital crime to do so in the course of espionage, and prohibited anyone from receiving access to it without first receiving a security clearance. At the same time, however, the Act instructed the AEC not to protect information if the AEC did not consider its disclosure harmful to the national security. Thus, the statute defined RD to mean all data concerning the manufacture or utilization of atomic weapons, the production of fissionable material, or the use of fissionable material in the production of power, but shall not include any data which the Commission from time to time determines may be published without adversely affecting the common defense and security. As we look back on a Cold War that spanned 4 decades, the Tolman Committee's view that secrecy could be justified for reasons of national security only if there is a likelihood of war within the next 5 or 10 years may seem quaint. In the decades following the Tolman Committee's work, the possibility of nuclear war would loom as a reality, and information on nuclear weapons design and development would be, and remains today, most closely guarded. But in the immediate post-war period in which the Tolman Committee worked and the Atomic Energy Act was passed, the question of whether information on atomic energy could, as a practical matter, long be kept secret by one nation, or whether international control of atomic energy and atomic energy information was the best course to national security, was itself a subject of highest-level policy discussion. Most notably, this question was addressed in 1946 by a committee appointed by Secretary of State James F. Burns and chaired by future Secretary of State Dean Acheson. Acheson selected David Lilienthal, soon to be the first chairman of the new AEC, to chair a board of consultants, which included J. Robert Oppenheimer, the Manhattan Project's senior scientist. In early 1946, the Acheson-Lilienthal report proposed international control of atomic energy under an Atomic Development Authority. The story of how this proposal was overtaken by the dawning of the Cold War is beyond this report's purview. Nonetheless, as we turn to the new AEC's treatment of information on biomedical research, it is important to recall that in the immediate aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there was a window in our history in which the most basic questions of the role of secrecy in nuclear weapons development were an open subject of high-level and public debate. End of section 65. Section 66 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies. Chapter 13, Part 2. The Practice of Secrecy. The AEC addresses secret Manhattan Project experiments. When it began operation in 1947, the AEC was heir to 2 traditions. One, in which official secrets could extend beyond national security to matters of prestige, and another, in which the interest in promoting openness and limiting secrecy to matters of national security was recognized. In public, AEC biomedical officials and advisors advocated the latter policy. In secret, they embraced the former, and even expanded it to encompass embarrassment. Through as late as 1949, the declassification of reports on human experiments involved their review for public relations and legal liability implications. Documents revealing the dual tracks of public policy making and the secret review process did not become public until 1994. Important pieces of the story remain unclear, including the way in which AEC officials and advisors reconciled seemingly contrary principles. As described in Chapter 5, when Manhattan Project medical official Heimer Friedel recommended in late 1946 that one of the reports on the plutonium injection experiments be declassified, officials inside the new AEC reacted strongly. On March 19, 1947, AEC Medical Division Chief Major B.M. Brundage countermanded the declassification decision on grounds of public relations. The plutonium report produced the strongest reaction, but it was not the only report on human data at issue. Brundage's March 19th memo also stated that further reports, studies of human exposure to uranium compounds, and uranium excretion studies should remain classified. On March 21st, an AEC declassification officer confirmed the reclassification on the ground that these documents may involve matters prejudicial to the best interests of the Atomic Energy Commission, in that experiments with humans are involved. The memo expressed hope that a definite policy in this matter will be announced or explained in the near future. In April 1947, that hope was partly fulfilled when Colonel O.G. Haywood of the Corps of Engineers wrote to H.A. Fiedler, an AEC information officer, that it is desired that no document be released which refers to experiments with humans and might have adverse effects on public opinion or result in legal suits. Documents covering such work should be classified as secret. Shortly thereafter, the AEC seemingly embraced both of the contradictory traditions to which it was heir. In June 1947, the AEC approved the basic policy of the 1945 Tolman Report as an interim policy. In August 1947, General Manager Carol Wilson publicized that approval in a letter appearing in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. The letter indicated that the AEC endorsed the Tolman Report, quoting sections that advocated declassification of nuclear weapons information that posed no danger to our military security. Also in June 1947, Chairman David Lilienthal's Blue Ribbon Medical Board of Review issued its recommendations on the biomedical program. Secrecy in scientific research, the board declared, is distasteful and in the long run is contrary to the best interests of scientific progress. The board recommended that, insofar as it is compatible with national security, secrecy in the field of biological and medical research be avoided. The endorsement of the Tolman Report and the broad statement of the medical board would seem to indicate that high-level AEC officials and biomedical advisors were opposed to secrecy not required by national security. But these broad statements left unaddressed the specific response to continued requests to declassify Manhattan Project human experiments. In a June 5th response to researcher Robert Stone, General Manager Wilson suggested that any experiments involving unwitting subjects should remain classified, as they might have an adverse effect on the position of the Commission in the eyes of the American people and the medical profession in general. In an August 12th letter to Stone, Wilson indicated that the Medical Board of Review had considered the question of secrecy in human experiments in mid-June, but the matter had been deferred. On August 9th, John Derry, serving as acting general manager, evidently in Wilson's absence, proposed a set of guidelines that restated the proposition that secrecy could be based on reasons other than national security. The definition of confidential that he proposed went beyond the Army and Manhattan Project rules. Confidential. Documents, information, or material, the unauthorized disclosure of which, while not endangering the national security, would be prejudicial to the interests or prestige of the nation or any governmental activity or individual, or would cause administrative embarrassment or be of advantage to a foreign nation, shall be classified confidential. The Derry memo called for review by a classification board assembled from the AEC's regional sites. In September, this board assembled in Oak Ridge. The available documentation does not show that Derry's proposed rules went into effect, but does show that the classification board blessed the illustrations of matter that should be graded secret or confidential. The former category included certain selected human administration experiments performed under MED, Manhattan Engineer District. The latter category contained a broad catch-all. All documents and correspondence relating to matters of policy planning and procedures, the given knowledge of which might compromise or cause embarrassment to the Atomic Energy Commission and/or its contractors. Following the Classification Board's meeting, Oak Ridge officials wrote to Washington headquarters in search of policy guidance on human subject research. Oak Ridge explained that researchers were eager to have their work declassified. However, there are a large number of papers which do not violate security, but do cause considerable concern to the Atomic Energy Commission insurance branch, and may well compromise the public prestige and best interests of the Commission. A problem arose, for example, in the declassification of medical papers on human administration experiments done to date. Again, many of these radioactive agents have been of no immediate value to the patient, but rather a much-needed opportunity for tracer research. The problem, Oak Ridge pointed out, was not limited to data from human experiments, but also included health risks that radiation posed for workers and for the public. Papers referring to levels of soil and water contamination surrounding Atomic Energy Commission installations, idle speculation on further genetic effects of radiation, and papers dealing with potential process hazards to employees are definitely prejudicial to the best interests of the government. Every such release is reflected in an increase in insurance claims, increased difficulty in labor relations, and adverse public sentiment. Indeed, the insurance branch had already reviewed some papers that were slated for declassification. It had advised against publishing papers that suggested health hazards to the public. In the case of one paper, for example, the insurance branch wrote in June 1947, "We question the advisability of publishing this document unless the contractor involved is able to establish that the amounts of fissionable material leaving the area is in no way a health hazard to the people living downstream." In an October memo to Washington, Oak Ridge suggested that the insurance branch should routinely review declassification decisions for liability concerns. Following consultation with the Atomic Energy Commission Insurance Branch, the following declassification criteria appears desirable. If specific locations or activities of the Atomic Energy Commission and/or its contractors are closely associated with statements and information which would invite or tend to encourage claims against the Atomic Energy Commission or its contractors, such portions of articles to be published should be reworded or deleted. The effective establishment of this policy necessitates review by the insurance branch, as well as the medical division, prior to declassification. Oak Ridge explained that its acting medical advisor, Dr. Albert Holland, Jr., whose contribution had been praised in the June 1947 report of the Medical Board of Review, would be in Washington on October 11th to discuss the matter further. On that date, the Advisory Committee for Biology and Medicine met and concluded that the important policy questions raised by Oak Ridge would require more study. While the discussion of Oak Ridge's inquiry did not resolve the question of classification, the matter was otherwise addressed at the October 11th meeting. The draft of the secret minutes of the meeting record the discussion of yet another letter from Dr. Robert Stone regarding the release of classified papers containing information on human experiments with radioisotopes conducted within the AEC program. The ACBM concluded that the problem was addressed by the recommendations of the Medical Board of Review and that papers on this subject should remain classified unless the stipulated conditions laid down by the Board of Review are complied with. What were the recommendations of the Medical Board of Review that the ACBM referred to? Recall that its public report did not address human experiments, but briefly declared the importance of limiting secrecy. The matter is cleared up by two letters written by General Manager Wilson on November 5th. The first to Stone, This is the second Wilson letter discussed in Chapter 1, and the second to ACBM Chair Allan Gregg. Consistent with the October 11th ACBM minutes, the letter to Stone explained that all classified research not in compliance with certain conditions laid down by the medical board would remain classified. These conditions, as we discussed in Chapter 1, included written informed consent from the patient and the next of kin. This requirement, Wilson further explained, was contained in an unpublished and restricted draft report of the Medical Board of Review, which had been read to the Commission in June. The letter to Gregg, who had served on the Medical Board of Review, indicated that the ACBM need not consider the matter further because the Medical Board of Review statement was sufficient. Thereafter, documents show that the AEC continued to review reports for possible public relations and liability consequences, and, as Oak Ridge had recommended, called on the AEC insurance branch to vet reports for public relations and liability implications. In 1948, former Manhattan Project researchers pressed the AEC to declassify data from human experiments for inclusion in a history of Manhattan Project medical research as part of a group of publications called the National Nuclear Energy Series, or NNES. In February 1948, the University of Rochester's Harold Hodge complained about the classification officers gutting his chapter on uranium toxicology. I would like, Hodge wrote, to advance the argument that Chapter 16 does not report experiments with humans and should never have been classified on this basis in the first place. The researchers sought a final policy decision on reports regarding plutonium and uranium from the Division of Biology and Medicine and its advisory committee. In a March 15th letter to a participant in the NNES project, Oak Ridge's Holland reported that it was the feeling of these groups that the report should not be declassified. While I am sure we both fully appreciate the desirability of declassification, I feel certain that the various individuals concerned will also understand and appreciate the reasons for this decision. The minutes of the March 10, 1948 ACBM meeting, themselves declassified in 1994, do not refer to the policy decision. The policy of classifying reports for reasons of public relations and liability was not limited to human experiments conducted under the Manhattan Project. It extended to at least one human experiment conducted under the AEC. In late 1948, Division of Biology and Medicine Chief Shields Warren stated his complete agreement with Oak Ridge's Holland that a report on a 1948 University of California experiment with zirconium, the research has since become known as the Cal-Z experiment, see Chapter 5, had to be kept under wraps. The report had to remain secret because it specifically involves experimental human therapeutics and could not be rewritten in a way that would not jeopardize our public relations. In addition, data on workers, as well as sick patients, was vetted for labor relations and legal concerns. In Chapter 11, we discussed the exposure of Los Alamos workers involved in the RELA intentional releases. In late 1948, the AEC Declassification Branch reviewed a study entitled The Changes in Blood of Humans Chronically Exposed to Low-Level Gamma Radiation. The document, a memo from the Declassification Branch recorded, has been issued as an unclassified report by Los Alamos, since it clearly falls within the open fields of research. While agreeing with Los Alamos, the Declassification Branch sent the document to the Insurance Branch, at the suggestion of the medical advisor. In a December 20, 1948 memo to the Declassification Branch, the Insurance Branch recorded its alarm over the study's finding that accepted gamma radiation safety levels may be too high. In calling for very careful study before making the report public, the Insurance Branch declared, "We can see the possibility of a shattering effect on the morale of employees if they become aware that there was a substantial reason to question the standards of safety under which they are working. In the hands of labor unions, the results of this study would add substance to demands for extra hazardous pay. knowledge of the results of this study might increase the number of claims of occupational injury due to radiation and place a powerful weapon in the hands of a plaintiff's attorney. While the insurance branch reviewed declassification decisions, it did not automatically veto the release of all human experimental data. In an October 1947 memo, Allan approved a report, The Effect of Folic Acid on Radiation-Induced Anemia and Leukopenia, for publication, since purportedly the human work was done in the Department of Medicine of the University of Chicago, and not, presumably, an AEC or Manhattan Project facility. Even when publication might result in bad public relations or might encourage litigation, information was sometimes released. Thus, while the evidence of formal policy making that can be recovered is fragmentary, it appears that even though the AEC biomedical officials and advisors publicly advocated limiting secrecy to matters of national security, they secretly endorsed a different policy and followed the secret one. The AEC employed the concepts of prejudicial to the best interests of the government and administrative embarrassment in determining what information to withhold on human experiments. This course was crafted and administered in secret and remained a secret for decades. Its full reach remains unknown. While our discussion has thus far focused on the AEC, it was not alone in its concerns that data on human radiation exposure would cause public relations or legal liability problems. As we saw in Chapter 10, in 1947, former Manhattan Project head General Groves and the chair of the new AEC's Interim Medical Advisory Committee, Stafford Warren, were evidently among those who counseled the Veterans Administration to keep secret records in anticipation of potential claims from servicemen. In both cases, the impulse to keep such information secret was accompanied by the decision to create a highly publicized program of radioisotope research, which resulted in numerous human radiation experiments that were not secret. The practice, and any policy, of keeping information secret on grounds of embarrassment or potential legal liability should have ended no later than 1951, and perhaps as early as 1949. In its 1949 Policy on the Control of Information, the AEC recognized that secrecy must be balanced against not only the value of the progress of science, but also the value of a well-run democracy. Limiting secrecy, the AEC said, ensures that people may be able to judge the action of their representatives and officials and to participate in public policy decisions. Information about a public enterprise of such consequence as the atomic energy program should be concealed only for reasons soundly based upon the common defense and security. In 1951, President Harry Truman issued a new executive order on classification. While the order expanded government secrecy by giving every department and agency the authority to classify information, it limited the reasons for classification to national security. Today, the governing executive order expressly prohibits classification of information in order to 1. Conceal violations of the law, inefficiency, or administrative error. 2. Prevent embarrassment to a person, organization, or agency. 3. Restrain competition. Or 4. Prevent or delay the release of information that does not require protection in the interest of national security. The order also prohibits classification of basic scientific research information not clearly related to national security. As we shall see later in this chapter, while the law has long since begun to draw a line against the keeping of classified secrets for reasons other than national security, the boundary between national security and public relations rationales remains murky. End of section 66. Section 67 of Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Final Report of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. Case Studies, Chapter 13, Part 3. Human Radiation Experiments in the 1950s. Experiments are not classified, but some secrets remain. The 1947-1948 AEC declassification controversy may have taught Shields Warren and other AEC biomedical officials that secrecy and human radiation experimentation were a troubling mix, to be avoided if possible. The search efforts of the Human Radiation Interagency Working Group and the Committee located very few human radiation experiments in the post-Manhattan Project period that were classified secrets. Nonetheless, important information relating to many experiments was still intentionally concealed from the public. When the AEC and DoD debated the need for human experiments for the proposed nuclear-powered airplane, NEPA, in 1950, Warren and the Advisory Committee for Biology and Medicine counseled the Defense Department that there would be serious repercussions from a public relations standpoint if human experiments were conducted by an agency that did some of its work in secret. As we saw in Chapter 1, in March 1951, Los Alamos asked Warren to state the policy on human experimentation. In transmitting to Los Alamos excerpts from General Manager Wilson's November 1947 letter to Stone, which cited the requirement for informed consent, Warren added further counsel against secrecy. Warren cited the Medical Board of Review's public declaration that secrecy should only be countenanced when required by national security. He then quoted ACBM Chairman Allan Gregg. The secrecy with which some of the work of the Atomic Energy Commission has to be conducted creates special conditions for the clinical aspects of its work, in that the public is aware of this necessity for secrecy and of the subsequent difficulty of probing into it. When, in 1952, the DoD's Joint Panel on the Medical Aspects of Atomic Warfare called for renewed discussion of human experiments, Warren reportedly advised that studies of this type under the Joint Panel's purview should be conducted by the Public Health Service or some agency where security restrictions would not lead to misunderstanding. Thus, Warren and Gregg's statements convey a profound concern for the public's perception of human experiments, particularly where human experiments are conducted by agencies that also conduct activities in secret. Under Paul Aebersold, the AEC Isotope Distribution Program, the provider of the source material for many hundreds of human experiments, became a showcase for public research. See Chapter 6. At the Defense Department as well, biomedical human radiation experiments, even when there was clear military purpose, were typically not classified. For example, post-Manhattan Project total body irradiation research, sponsored in part by the military, in the wake of the controversy that raged when similar human experiments were proposed for the NEPA project, was not conducted in secret. See Chapter 8. But if the experiments themselves were not secret, important decision-making context for them was sometimes secret, and hidden rules or practices may have also limited what the public was told about particular experiments. The ability of the public and the press to probe experiments connected to secret programs was limited, making it difficult for the public to critically assess the practices of its government. For example, the 1950-1952 meetings in which the DoD biomedical officials discussed the need for an ethical code to govern human experiments were classified. So were the meetings of the Joint Panel on the Medical Aspects of Atomic Warfare. Similarly, meetings of the ACBM were often conducted in part or whole in secret. These meetings, as we have seen from the review of the 1947-1948 secret keeping, included seminal discussions of the ethics of human experimentation and the rules governing declassification of experimental data. To some degree, experiments sponsored by civilian agencies such as the National Institutes of Health were also rooted in this secret context. The 1952 letter that reported Warren's belief that human experiments should be separated from secret programs communicated the willingness of NIH and PHS to cooperate in conducting research needed for military purposes. These civilian agencies were themselves participants in DoD biomedical planning for atomic warfare, and their research was also listed in the secret digests, which included classified and non-classified research of atomic warfare-related research that the DoD's Committee on Medical Sciences provided to the Joint Panel on the Medical Aspects of Atomic Warfare. Also in 1952, an internal report on Defense Activity of the National Institutes of Health, 1950-52, noted that a second major activity of the NIH relating to radiation research has been participation in the medical and biological aspects of atomic bomb tests. A large share of this activity has been borne by the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project. The substance of this work is classified. The country's research resources should have been available to serve national security needs. But, as Warren and Gregg suggested, when human research and national security are intertwined, care must be taken to ensure that the public has means to separate out secret and non-secret purposes with confidence. At this time, it is not clear what, if any, classified human radiation experiments were conducted by DHHS's predecessors, and what was said in secret about otherwise public human radiation experiments. Similarly, while most AEC biomedical radiation research was not classified, some was. From available records, it appears unlikely that much of the secret research involved humans. But given the secrecy and the absence of clear records, certainty is impossible. Moreover, even if little human subject radiation research itself was classified, information about the research could be concealed by less formal means. As we discussed in the introduction, and Chapter 10, in July 1949, the NEPA Advisory Group met with a group of psychologists and psychiatrists to discuss the psychology of radiation risk. The participants were told, "This is not a closed meeting. Some of our advisors have not been cleared. Ordinarily, medical and biological discussions are not, of course, classified. We shall ask you, however, to refrain from discussing these matters on the outside, since, of course, we do not want newspapers to know of these discussions at this time." Moreover, the determination to render information formally secret could be applied in a manner that was invisible and arbitrary, as illustrated by the following case. At mid-century, the Medical College of Virginia, MCV, performed research on the effect of thermal burns for the Defense Department. MCV's research, conducted with animals, prisoners, and medical students, initially appears to have been a matter of public record. In January 1951, following inquiry by a reporter from the Richmond Times-Dispatch, MCV investigator Dr. Everett I. Evans grew alarmed that press reports decrying the use of dogs would greatly harm the work we are doing on the experimental burn in relation to atomic bomb injuries. Evans called on the chairman of the Army's Medical Research and Development Board to classify the work so that I would have legal means of preventing a public newspaper discussion of these experiments. The Army immediately provided a declaration that all work under the MCV contract will be classified restricted. The Army decreed that a bureaucratic obstacle course would have to be overcome before information was released, including coordination with the experimenters and evaluation by the other branches of the armed forces, the Federal Civil Defense Administration, the National Security Resources Board, the Atomic Energy Commission, and the National Research Council. This rigor was essential because individual releases may be mistaken for official advice to civil defense groups and result in confusion of training and procedure, the stockpiling of unnecessary or inappropriate materials, etc. Finally, perhaps on the possibility that the local reporter might be uniquely dogged, the Army added that It is also the policy of the Department of Defense that public releases to the press are made simultaneously to all national news services, and that the releases are not made to individual reporters or newspapers. While the secrecy was prompted by revelations on animal experiments, in late 1951, Dr. Evans invoked it to close the curtain on the use of prisoner volunteers at the state penitentiary. The prison assured Evans that inmates and staff were informed that no publicity should be given to the experiment being carried on at the medical college. In the case of research related to chemical and biological warfare, the military issued a secret edict that published articles be cleansed of any reference to military purpose. In many cases, the opportunity to obscure the full purpose of research by careful wording was obvious. As a DoD document put it, the term radiobiology is so flexible semantically that, depending upon the investigator's point of view, any project could be classified as clinical or basic or nuclear weapons effects. In 1961, the U.S. Department of Agriculture issued an extensive bibliography of research on strontium and calcium. The preface made clear that publication was relevant to those researching fallout, radioactive strontium being a major fallout concern. However, Advisory Committee staff review of many of the articles on human experiments included in the bibliography revealed few indications of fallout as a purpose for research. The difficulty of determining what was secret is compounded because the government sometimes actively deceived or lied. Most remarkably, the AEC continually told inquiring members of the public that it did not perform human experiments, even when its isotope division very publicly supported them. In 1948, for example, the AEC wrote to a member of the public that there is no possibility, at present or projected, of human experimentation with atomic energy. In 1951, when the press pursued a rumor that the AEC was sponsoring an experiment with prisoners, the AEC's chief public information official assured the Associated Press that the AEC has never sponsored a medical research project where human beings were being used for experimental purposes. In 1953, the AEC wrote to members of the public that it does not deliberately expose any human being to nuclear radiation for research purposes unless there is a reasonable chance that the person will be benefited by such exposure. At the same time, an internal AEC memo from the Public Information Office noted that any experimentation on humans has obvious and delicate public relations aspects. Any project involving such experimentation must have careful prior consideration by both the field and Washington, particularly as to content of any public statements. As we saw in Chapter 12, uranium miners were not adequately informed about the purpose of research regarding their exposure to radon in the mines. Above and beyond lack of disclosure, there is evidence that deception was not unusual in data gatherings on AEC workers, as illustrated by a 1955 exchange between the University of Rochester's Dr. Louis Hempelman and the AEC Division of Biology and Medicine regarding a proposed study evidently designed to measure the occurrence of lung cancer among a group of former workers. You will have to find a good excuse so as not to worry the person you are contacting, Hempelman wrote to DBM Chief Charles Dunham. This isn't very clever, but perhaps you could say in some convincing way that you, or rather the person conducting the study, represents a life insurance company studying the health of people employed by the Harshaw Company during a certain period. Dr. Hempelman apologized for his lack of imagination. I don't know whether these ideas are helpful at all. It is more difficult to find an excuse for these individual workers than it is in the case of patients who were treated for something or other at a hospital. I think that someone with imagination might come up with a better idea than I have had to date. This last comment implies that it was not only workers, but also patients who were deceived about their participation in research, and more easily at that. The statement is particularly striking when it is recalled that Dr. Hempelman was, as an advisor to Robert Oppenheimer, a proponent of the plutonium injection experiments, and, following the war, became professor of experimental radiology at the University of Rochester, a major AEC biomedical contractor. Thus, if the statement is a reflection of the readiness to deceive patients, it is one made by a doctor at the center of the AEC biomedical community, and indeed was made directly to the head of the AEC's Division of Biology and Medicine. Dunham's assistant evidently agreed that workers should be deceived, but we have racked our brains for any useful subterfuge in carrying out the study, but none came to mind which could possibly hold water for any length of time. The AEC opted for subtle deception. The attack with which we are going to start the study will be to inform the old Harshaw employees that our interest in them is only part of an overall program to make sure that the safety controls in the atomic energy business are absolutely perfect. To be sure, such an approach might cause some alarm, but this should not be too great, I hope, because it is essentially a negative one, namely, the Commission is sure that there will be no injury to its workers, but it needs to document this fact for the record. The AEC official agreed that routine physical examination would be relatively fruitless, since the ultimate objective is to determine the incidence of lung cancer, which can be obtained best with a post-mortem examination. On the other hand, the official noted, the attitude of the Western Reserve Group, with whom the AEC was proposing to contract for the study, is that physical examinations are a useful means for maintaining close contact with people and will improve the chances of getting post-mortem information. In sum, after the Manhattan Project, the governing presumption, to which the Advisory Committee found little exception, has been that biomedical human radiation experiments should not be classified. But the presumption included important qualifications, some of which were hidden at the time, and others of which may be beyond our ability to retrieve and reconstruct. These qualifications are shortcomings and legitimate cause for public concern, especially when held up to the ideals publicly espoused by the AEC's initial leaders. Human data gathering connected with bomb tests and intentional releases, national security, secrecy, and public opinion. The view that a line needed to be drawn to ensure that human radiation experiments were not too closely associated with secret keeping was not easily translated to settings where entire groups of people were placed at risk by environmental releases of radiation. In March 1951, as we have just noted, Shields Warren advised Los Alamos to avoid secrecy in human experimentation. Warren and other AEC officials also told the military of their concern for public repercussions if human experiments were conducted in close proximity to government secret keeping. At the same time, however, Warren and other AEC biomedical experts were called on to advise on nuclear weapons activities that might place entire populations at risk. Here, the question of public disclosure was more difficult to resolve. In May 1951, for example, as discussed in the introduction, Warren chaired a secret meeting in Los Alamos to consider the safety concerns of the first underground test of a nuclear weapon. The record of the meeting shows that Warren and other experts worried that fallout from the tests could endanger citizens around the Nevada test site. The public was not given access to the discussion of testing that the participants were concerned might endanger surrounding communities. Press information stressed the absence of public danger. As we saw in the discussion of intentional releases, Chapter 11, little or no information was contemporaneously made public about the radiological warfare tests at Dugway, the Raylaw tests at Los Alamos, or the Green Run at Hanford. National security required some degree of secrecy, but whether more could or should have been disclosed is unclear in retrospect. In the case of at least the Dugway tests, secrecy was fueled by concern that the public might not understand the tests and might question the program. Atmospheric nuclear weapons tests were, in contrast to the intentional releases and underground nuclear weapons tests, much more difficult to keep secret. In Chapter 10, we saw that activities could simultaneously have elements of deep secrecy and appear as front-page news. a then-secret report on the Desert Rock exercises observed, "It was a constant source of amusement at the camp that the newspapers carried accounts of the atomic tests which included information, usually accurate, which the men had been expressly forbidden to reveal." At the same time that the bomb tests were highly publicized, basic information on the risks to participants was not public. Secrecy, summarized Barton Hacker, author of a DOE-sponsored history of the bomb test program, so shrouded the test program that such matters as worker safety could not then emerge as subjects of public debate. Once bomb tests became routine, fallout presented a further opportunity and obligation for the government to sponsor data gathering, including human subject data gathering. It did so on a global scale. As discussed in Chapter 12, the research on the Marshall Islanders to measure fallout effects began in secret. Due to possible adverse public reaction, the director of the research project was counseled those involved should limit discussions of the research to those with a need to know. The Marshall Islands research was only one component of a worldwide data gathering program that was constructed and operated in substantial secrecy until the latter part of the 1950s. The Advisory Committee was not created to study atomic bomb testing or the related debate about the effects of fallout. However, the human subject research related to bomb test fallout also presents questions about openness and secrecy in human research and the ethics of human data gathering. End of section 67.